In a world crawling with nightmares, a legend named Kung Yu survived 4 centuries of hell. After hunting monsters for an eternity, he finally crushed the Demon King like a mere insect. Time for rewards! Goddess Gaia turns pale as she meets Kung Yu's cold, murderous gaze. Everyone got cheats and allies, but I got nothing. Do you want to die, goddess? Gaia realizes she summoned a true monster. Terrified, she lets him choose his own destiny. Recalling the foul taste of monster meat from his past, he slams his sword down. His dream? Return to Earth and open a legendary restaurant for his own twisted revenge. Why suffer alone? Everyone must taste the horrors of the abyss. Truly a chaotic chef. Meanwhile, Earth is a battlefield, with entire cities falling under the relentless monster tide. A hero squad led by Kang Hyuk arrives. But today the monsters are acting strangely. They are fleeing in terror as if a greater predator is hunting them. Kang Hyuk is starving. Even a top 100 hunter needs food. He spots a clean, newly opened diner nearby. He plans to punish the owner if the food is bad. He's walking into the devil's den. Inside, Kung Yu is prepping for the grand opening. He's finally living his dream life. The chef is savoring the peace, blissfully unaware of the arrogant guest about to enter. Asterisk, crash, asterisk. A blonde idiot bursts through the door, demanding food with a haughty sneer. Kung Yu is annoyed, but realizes this guy's brain is literally fried from extreme hunger. He looks at the hero with pure pity. Kang Hyuk explodes at the insulting stare. "I'm a frontline elite," he screams. Fine. Kung Yu decides to serve a special meal. He pulls out prime red dragon meat. His knife work is a divine, lethal dance. As he drizzles the sauce, the meat emits a ghostly, terrifying roar of a dragon. The dish is served after a spectacular fire show. Kang Hyuk is momentarily speechless. It looks incredible. The hunter prepares to dig into the visually stunning dragon steak. But wait, he can't even cut it. He looks at Kung Yu, feeling like a weakling. Kung Yu remembers this beast, the Red Dragon King's elite guard. A nightmare to slay. Kung Yu slices it like butter, shocking the hunter. How is this chef so powerful? Trying to act cool, Kang Hyuk forces a smile and takes a big, brave bite. It tastes like death. Kung Yu scoffs. Real food is for survival and stats, not flavor. Kang Hyuk swallows the divine buff. His body can't handle the overwhelming dragon essence. He collapses instantly. An hour later, he wakes up and immediately lunges at Kung Yu. Kung Yu blocks the kick effortlessly. Is this guy still weak after eating dragon meat? Insulted, Kang Hyuk charges again, putting every ounce of strength into his next punch. Asterisk flick. Asterisk Kung Yu taps his forehead, sending the top 100 hunter flying 10 meters back. Kung Yu pulls out his phone to check who this frontline loser actually is. Turns out, this blonde brat is one of Earth's legendary strongest hunters. Unbelievable. Wait, he's ranked dead last. Kung Yu sighs. Earth is truly beyond saving at this rate. Kang Hyuk wakes up and immediately grovels, begging for forgiveness from the hidden master. To Kung Yu, he's just an ant. Kung Yu wants to save Earth without leaving his kitchen. He orders Kang Hyuk to be his proxy hero. The blonde wants to refuse, but can't. Kung Yu begins a long lecture. Kang Hyuk's head is spinning from the verbal assault. The sermon focuses on the value of food. Kang Hyuk finally snaps and talks back. That's not food, it's murder. This deeply offends Kung Yu's pride as a SSS-rank chef. The punishment? Eat every single bite. Waste is a sin in this kitchen, rookie. Kang Hyuk weeps and begs for mercy. Kung Yu simply shoves the entire plate in. The hunter passes out again. Kung Yu watches, worried the boy might ruin his floor. To ensure the planet's safety, our chef decides to help this guest digest his meal. Meanwhile, Kang Hee-wook's secretary is panicking at headquarters. 2 days of total silence. She recruits a pro named Min-ki to track him down. The strongest hunter? Kidnapped? Unthinkable. But the boss raid starts tomorrow. Time is running out for everyone. Desperate, Min-ki activates his legendary tracking skill. No one can hide from him. Breath of Water, 10th form. He finds it the mysterious, unopened warrior restaurant. What's the top hunter doing here? Min-ki sneaks in, but the owner spots him instantly. In the basement, Hee-wook is suffering through hard labor. Suddenly, a familiar face appears. He thinks he's saved, but instead of an exit, Min-ki is handed a pickaxe. Now both legendary hunters are stuck digging in the pitch-black basement together. The rank 1 and 2 elites of Area A reduced to mere restaurant slaves. Min-ki is fuming. Why did his friend provoke such a terrifying monster of a chef? The final boss gate is opening soon. They can't rot in this basement forever. Min-ki begs for mercy, sensing an aura from Sung-woo that defies all logic. That energy, it's too pure. Surprisingly, the chef agrees to let them both go. But a true chef never lets a guest leave hungry. One final feast before freedom. Hee-wook is trembling. Sung-woo asks, "Do you want the delicious or the foul version?" Hee-wook picks delicious instantly. Cautious Min-ki chooses the foul one instead. Seeing the chef's god-tier knife skills, Min-ki immediately regrets his life choices. Grilled salmon wrapped in silver foil. Then, Sung-woo asks about Min-ki's health. Turns out, Min-ki has chronic stomach issues. His friend mocks his 5-minute stamina. Sung-woo prepares a custom remedy. Finally, the legendary meal is served to them. Hee-wook's eyes widen. One bite, and he's transcending into culinary heaven. It's so good he's weeping. But Min-ki's bowl looks dangerously unsettling and strange. A glowing turquoise liquid? Hee-wook stares at the porridge in utter confusion. It looks radioactive. "Did you put uranium in this?" Hee-wook asks, terrified. "No uranium," the chef deadpans. "Why is it neon green? Is it energy drinks?" Hee-wook scoffs, calling it inedible. But Min-ki is paralyzed, sensing something deep. "What's wrong?" Hee-wook asks. Min-ki takes a spoonful, trembling at the mana density. "This isn't food, it's a divine elixir. Pure healing mana, perfectly preserved by a master. Not even world-class alchemists can achieve this." Sung-woo just watches, smiling calmly. Min-ki whispers, "Is this?" But the chef puts a finger to his lips. A secret treasure? If this can restore his body, he must swallow his pride. He takes a massive gulp. Instantly, a wave of power surges through his veins. His stamina is back, but the taste, it's like licking a rusty lead pipe. Pure metallic agony. Meanwhile, Hee-wook is happily devouring his gourmet meal. "Eat to survive," Min-ki prays. 2 friends, 2 meals, 2 completely different worlds. 30 minutes later, Min-ki is a literal statue. That green sludge was intense. Hee-wook is beaming, totally oblivious to his friend's internal spiritual warfare. Min-ki feels it. His ruined stomach is brand new. His strength has peaked. Total rejuvenation. He stands up, a newfound light blazing in his eyes. He bows deeply to Sung-woo. "I will never forget this immense debt of gratitude." Hee-wook is lost. What's with the drama? "Hey, can I get seconds, chef?" In seconds, a mountain of plates towers high. Hee-wook is finally satisfied. But Min-ki turns serious. "If that boss emerges from the gate tomorrow, will you help us?" Sung-woo hesitated. Kang-hook barked. "No way." Min-ki glared, clearly annoyed. "Listen," Kang-hook yelled. "The owner is a legendary regressor. He's too strong to help us. He has his reasons. If he wanted to fight, he would've. He won't intervene because..." Sung-woo listened as Kang-hook rambled on about him. The guy just wouldn't stop talking. "If he helps, it's too easy. We'd lose the chance to train and grow stronger ourselves. We must overcome this alone. That's how we truly evolve." Min-ki looked ready to explode. "Stop the act," Min-ki snapped. Kang-hook played dumb, asking, "Wait, what did I do?" Min-ki pointed a finger. "If a god-tier hunter like him fights, the association will notice. You're just scared your rank will drop from 100 to 0. You coward." Kang-hook grinned. "Busted." Min-ki sighed, telling Sung-woo how shameless his friend truly was. Sung-woo muttered, "He's hopeless." But he knew relying on one hero leads a kingdom to ruin. Min-ki stood up. "We won't bother you then. Let's go, Kang-hook. We're leaving now." Sung-woo smiled. "Come back any time. It's on the house. Especially for you, Kang-hook." "Not a chance." Kang-hook fumed. He slammed the door behind him, acting totally insulted. On the road, Kang-hook complained loudly. 10 portions was way too much for me." Min-ki scoffed. "You ate 10 servings of free food. Are you a hunter or a pig?" "That smelly porridge was gross," Kang-hook yelled. Min-ki smirked, knowing the meal's hidden power. "You'll understand soon," Min-ki whispered. The next day, the battlefield roared with ancient terror. A massive beast roared, shattering the sky. The duo watched from a high rooftop. As a chopper passed, Min-kif signaled. They're here. Kang-hook, are you ready for this? Kang-hook loaded a bullet, eyes gleaming. Better than ever. My mana is overflowing. Min-kif gripped his daggers. Good. Let's show them the power of divine food. Let's hunt. Back at the shop, Sung-woo watched the news. A headline flashed across the screen. Breaking. 𝒂𝒏𝒌-rank threat was neutralized by the superstar duo, Kang-hook and Min-kif. The government awarded them medals for bravery. Sung-woo watched, impressed by their sudden growth. The anchor blushed. However, Hunter Kang-hook declined interviews due to severe digestive issues from overeating. Sung-woo chuckled. Nice job, boys. My cooking gave them the ultimate SSS-rank buff. If I went to the gate, the monsters would sense my aura and flee instantly. They'd scatter to unprotected areas, endangering civilians. It's better if the youngsters handle it. Grand opening is in 1 week. Time to prep. Suddenly, a strange presence approached. A small cat walked in, carrying a massive crate. It wobbled straight toward Sung-woo. The cat chirped happily. Delivery. I've brought the goods for the legendary master chef. After dropping the box, Nabi lifted a paw. Can I sit? My legs are exhausted. Sung-woo watched the cat hop onto a chair. It looked cute, but possessed divine intelligence. These creatures have senses far beyond humans. Their refined palates make them legendary sous chefs. They handle everything from chores to healing. For any hero, they are the ultimate support. But there's a catch. Their food is so addictive, it turns warriors into lazy gluttons. One hero even quit his quest just to eat. They're known as the hero killers. Our op post is cuter, Sung-woo thought, remembering his grueling days in the divine army. Back then, he wanted an assistant so badly he knelt and begged the goddess. Please, just one cat. Everyone has one but me. He had pleaded with tears. The goddess just covered her ears. I'm busy. Go find one yourself, you annoying chef. Thinking about it still made him angry. Anyway, Renato sent the slime pudding ingredients. Nabi nodded with a bright smile. Sung-woo leaned down, his eyes narrowing with warning. I'm a chef now. If your fur gets in my food, we'll have a problem. Not a single hair falls? Sung-woo grabs a handful of fur in total disbelief. I am the ultimate feline. Nabi boasts about defeating a literal god. You did what? Nabi plays it cool, hiding the embarrassing truth. The reality? He was begging the cat god with a pathetic face. The deity was cold. But Nabi's puppy eyes were a divine weapon. Stop being cute. Even a god knew this cat was dangerous trouble. Nabi's tears were legendary. The god finally sighed in total defeat. Confidence restored. I am the peak of all feline evolution. The god surrendered. Better let him leave than deal with his antics. He would escape anyway. After that divine negotiation, Nabi was free. Loneliness struck at first. Then, a butterfly sparked a new fire within. A realization hit him. To serve a true hero, he needed power. The training arc began. Feline Fist of Fury, activate. From stray to supercat, Sung-woo interrupts the epic tall tale. So that is how you won. Nabi nods with pure feline arrogance. Sung-woo is speechless. Why did Renato send this chaotic fluffball? Look, I am already retired. But Nabi has his own plans. Ultimate move. Puppy eyes. Sung-woo's defenses are crumbling fast. Fine, you are hired. Nabi leaps for joy at the news. A polite bow follows. I will be in your care, master. Let us call you Nabi. Sung-woo pats the new recruit's head. The shop has a crew, but jealous shadows lurk nearby. Rival owners are watching. To them, this new shop means war. Let us crush the enemy. Dan-soo is fuming with pure rage. A luxury coffee machine? Tae-sik's jealousy is reaching its peak. Selling coffee at a restaurant? Dan-soo pours salt on the wound. Let us sabotage them, just like they did to the last cafe. They agree instantly. Then, they spot the flower stands outside. Cook only legends, signed by the kingdom's most elite figures. The names are terrifying. These are not just ordinary customers. VIP order number 1 and 2? Dan-soo is shaking in fear. They have powerful connections. The power scale has shifted completely. This shop is an eyesore. They glare at the building's success. Retreat and prepare. They try to flee in a panic. A hand grabs them. They turn to see a talking cat. Hungry for some food? A talking cat? They scream in terror. Welcome to our shop. Nabi forces the rivals inside. They sit like statues. Is that cat a high-rank monster? A trained beastman? Maybe? Dansu tries to keep his pride. He checks for dust, searching for any hygiene violation to exploit. Not a single speck. Taesik looks for stray cat fur. The table is gleaming. Their plan to complain is failing miserably. Even a pro saboteur is impressed. Where is the hair? I do not shed, sirs. Nabi serves them with a smirk. Soft fur, but zero mess? This place is truly SSS-rank. Nabi boasts of her cleaning skills, while Taesik stares in utter disbelief and jealousy. Looking at the talented cat assistant, Taesik sighs. I desperately need a legendary partner like her. Dansu signals for Phase 2. If Phase 1 failed, we strike from a different angle. They order the daily special. Nabi's eyes light up as she rushes to the divine chef. Order received. Seung-woo prepares to unleash his SSS-rank culinary arts upon his unsuspecting guests. Is he a former hunter? Dansu is completely mesmerized by the owner's striking, handsome face. Taesik is shocked by his partner's reaction. Meanwhile, Seung-woo pulls out a massive, heavy wok. Look at those muscles. He handles that heavy pan like a feather. It's pure artistry. Taesik snaps at Dansu. Focus. We're here to find a flaw, not admire his physique. Dansu stammers an excuse. I'm just analyzing his high-level energy and cooking talent, that's all. But secretly, Dansu is hooked. This chef's aura is unlike anything he has ever seen. Effort, mastery, and joy. Seung-woo pours his entire soul into the sizzling, heavenly flame. Serving time. Nabi presents a mountain of spicy squid rice that looks absolutely divine. Dansu hesitates. This wasn't the simple dish I expected from a common neighborhood shop. The menu says it depends on the day's ingredients. This is a true chef's gamble. Finding a reason to complain will be impossible if the taste matches the stunning appearance. They take a massive bite. Taesik looks at Dansu, waiting for the ultimate verdict. It's delicious. Dansu can't stop chewing. Taesik dives in, unable to resist the aroma. In the blink of an eye, the plates are empty. Their stomachs are full of happiness. Dansu admits defeat. This chef is a master of basics. This is true Korean soul food. Taesik laughs. His business style is light years ahead of our petty little coffee shops. It's different from my Western restaurant, too. This man is playing in a different league. Their pride dissolves into satisfaction. They happily pay the bill, their hearts fully won over. This place is a hidden gem. Nabi waves them off, inviting them to return soon. They leave as fans, wondering if they should bring a gift next time they visit. Inside, Seung-woo checks a list. Nabi asks, what's so important about that piece of paper? It's a blacklist. I just defeated these two elites with nothing but squid and rice. Master is the strongest, Nabi cheers. Seung-woo remains humble, valuing his neighbors above all. My path is coexistence. I won't crush the local shops. We shall all prosper together. But the habits of a hero never truly die. Suddenly, Seung-woo's mind drifts to the past. A memory of the Roman Colosseum. A world where only the strongest survived the sand. His sword feels heavy after a brutal battle. The bloodthirsty crowd screams for more death. Kill him. The roar is deafening. Seung-woo stares at his defeated foe with cold eyes. The opponent begs for the end. Seung-woo raises his blade high, ready to strike. But he drives the steel into the dirt. They stare at each other in shocked silence. I'm done being a slave to war. I refuse to kill for your sick entertainment. Trash and insults rain down on him. Seung-woo collapses, exhausted by the weight of destiny. Amidst the pain, he smiles at the sky. All I wanted was a bowl of kimchi soup. Back in the present, Min-ki finishes his meal. That was an incredible feast. Teacher. Min-ki notices Seung-woo is spaced out. He waves his hand to snap him back to reality. Teacher? Seung-woo blinks and smiles. Sorry. I was just remembering a very old story. Min-ki praises the soup. Seung-woo wonders if this is the boy's first time tasting it. Nabi clears the table. Min-ki explains that as an American, he's still learning Korean flavors. Outside, the rain continues to fall. Inside, the shop is a warm sanctuary of hot coffee. It's peaceful and perfect. In this small kitchen, the legendary hero has finally found home. That was divine, Master. But remember, the City Hall officials visit every weekend too. Seung-woo froze at the news. Inspections? Min-ki sat before Nabi. explaining the situation. They'll check if our place poses any danger to the citizens. That's their primary mission. I'm not entirely sure, but they mentioned supporting the returnees. Sung-woo recalled vaguely. Min-ki chuckled. Returnees are gate survivors. Most are traumatized, but they behave exceptionally well. So many are lost in this world. Sung-woo sighed, impressed by their noble conduct. Min-ki noticed Sung-woo sinking into deep thought. His gaze turned heavy and serious. Are today's inspectors also returnees? I truly hope no incidents occur this afternoon. In the yard, Nabi was happily cleaning. Suddenly, a strange man whispered in her ear. The voice made Nabi jump in pure terror. She swung her broom like an exorcist. My apologies for the sudden appearance, Sung-han explained. My profession is quite unique. Are you an Arupus? I'm honored. Nabi blinked. Wait, how do you know me? Sung-han smiled. I once dreamed of being a hero. Nabi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A real hero? Welcome. Sung-han asked curiously. Are you currently working right now? Nabi hesitated. Master is focused on a movie. I mustn't disturb his sacred peace. We're closed for now. Sorry. Seeing the customer's disappointment, Nabi felt her heart break. Nabi couldn't stand the sadness. Fine, I'll cook for you myself, as a personal favor. Sung-han's face lit up instantly. He grabbed Nabi's paws. An Irupus chef? What an honor. After taking the order, Nabi began to shake. Kimchi stew? Sung-han nodded eagerly. Panic set in. I should test this first. Kimchi was a mystery to this feline chef. Regaining her composure, Nabi grabbed a stool. She had a mountain to climb. She leaped onto the counter, ready for battle. The legendary cooking session began now. Ingredients: kimchi and pork shoulder. Nabi tossed the meat into the pot with determination. Broth is easy, but the seasoning. Shrimp paste? Sugar? The choices were far too overwhelming. Nabi threw everything in. Sweating profusely, she prayed, just add vegetables, and it's done. Suddenly remembering a crucial detail, she grabbed a whole onion. Onions make everything better. Normally, one uses green onions. Minutes later, Nabi collapsed on the floor in total defeat. Something is definitely wrong. Sung-han stared at the pot. Yeah, this feels very off. It looks like kimchi porridge, but I appreciate the effort. Suddenly, the door swung open. Sung-woo stepped out, stunned to see a stranger. A friend? You look quite troubled. Nabi slumped in the corner. He's a guest from. Sung-han stood up and bowed. I'm Park Sung-han, a returnee. Sung-woo noticed his gaunt face the mark of Tara's suffering. Donning his apron, Sung-woo's aura changed. I see. You want real kimchi stew, right? The shop is closed. I didn't mean to intrude. Sung-han replied with polite hesitation. I run this place on my own whims. Forget that mess, taste my cooking instead. Sung-woo entered the kitchen. A returnee's first meal back must be nothing short of legendary. He selected premium pork shoulder. With master precision, he began slicing the meat perfectly. Cheap cuts shouldn't be underestimated. They hold the deepest flavors if handled with care. He tossed the pork into a hot wok. High heat was the secret to unlocking perfection. Nabi watched from the shadows, her eyes sparkling at the master's divine culinary technique. Don't hide, Nabi. Watch closely. Sear the meat first, then add the aged kimchi. He added a spoonful of golden soybean paste to neutralize any gamey pork scent. Wine works too, but kimchi's garlic naturally balances the flavors. It's a delicate harmony. Nabi clapped in awe. So soybean paste makes it edible even for the most sensitive. Sung-woo smiled, using his vast knowledge to explain the secrets of a god-tier meal. Garlic over wine. He adds onions to perfect the SSS-grade kimchi. Nabi meticulously records the divine recipe, marking steps with golden stars. It's perfect. A legendary feast is served to the weary Seong-han. Seong-han freezes in shock. This level of hospitality is truly unheard of. Homesickness strikes. Since arriving here, he's only craved this nostalgic flavor. Sung-woo understands. Seong-han tastes the stew, his eyes shimmering with emotion. Tears fall. The authentic taste of his homeland finally returns today. 13 years in Terra. Seong-han breaks down, weeping with pure joy. 13 years? Sung-woo realizes time flows chaotically across these fractured dimensions. I'm a level 51 hunter, Seong-han reveals, his voice heavy with exhaustion. A veteran's silver rank? Seong-han confirms his status with a weary nod. This world's gates are perfect, yet he longs for Terra's familiar chaos. Was your return a choice? Sung-woo asks, sensing a hidden tragedy. Expulsion magic. He was forcibly banished from the dungeon's dark depths. The spell flings Earthlings back home, a forced, cold, spatial exile. For me, it's a curse. Seong-han groans, his world collapsing again. Sung-woo finally understands. Terra was the man's true home all along. A wife and cat await him. 13 years of soul-crushing separation. Memories of his family shatter Seong-han's last bit of stoic composure. He collapses, sobbing uncontrollably. Nabi gently wipes away his bitter tears. Want to go back? Sung-woo's sudden question hangs in the air. Everyone is stunned. Sung-woo offers a path back to Terra's shores. I'll go anytime. A snap of fingers ignites a blinding mana circle. Radiant light engulfs him. Seong-han trembles as divine power surges forth. Safe travels, Sung-woo smiles. Seong-han vanishes into the swirling spatial rift. The gate seals. Sung-woo exhales, finally ending the man's long nightmare. I hate tears, he mutters. Nabi questions, defying the goddess's laws. He wanted home. Sung-woo ignores destiny to follow his own path. You were just annoyed, Nabi teases, closing the shop for tonight. She takes the failed dish to the basement's hungry slimes below. Stop, I'll eat it, Sung-woo insists, halting her in her tracks. Master, no. He just smiles, recalling the dark, blood-stained arena days. Flashback. Ro knocks. Day 2 in the arena. Are you ready? A weary Sung-woo looks up as Ro slides a tray inside. Kimchi stew? He's stunned. Where did you get this divine dish? 1 coin, Ro laughs. Kimchi is just a basic necessity here. A necessity? No, it's a masterpiece. Sung-woo laughs for once. Ro, this is porridge, not stew. His heavy heart finally lightens. Was I scammed? Ro wonders. Sung-woo smiles. No. Thank you, friend. Then survive, Ro says. Sung-woo savors every single, life-giving bite. Present. Nabi's porridge tastes exactly like that ancient kindness from Ro. Onions, not scallions. He chews slowly, feeling the warmth of memory. Better than noble cruelty, this flavor reminds him of pure, human warmth. The bowl is empty. A meal shared with the ghosts of survival. Without Ro, he'd be a monster. Instead, he chose the chef's path. Forget legendary heroes, I'm just a chef. Savoring a meal before the morning market awakens with its vibrant, bustling energy. While the world rushes through life, Sung-woo and Nabi stroll leisurely. Savoring hot dogs, they embrace the peaceful morning air. The market remains a timeless sanctuary. Despite its scars, the spirit thrives. Sung-woo gazes warmly at his small companion. Hungry for more, Nabi? The little cat shook her head, completely lost in the magic of her savory snack. A soft smile crossed his face. This was the soul of traditional markets, a sensory explosion of fresh, magnificent ingredients. Supermarkets can't match this atmosphere. He turned to chat, but Nabi had already vanished into the colorful crowd. Let the treasure hunt begin. The small cat dashed ahead, her eyes gleaming with pure feline curiosity. They scoured the stalls for hours. Just as they prepared to leave, Nabi spotted something truly extraordinary in the shadows. She darted toward a massive shell. Look at this, Sung-woo. It was an absolute monster of a deep-sea clam. Its sheer scale was breathtaking. A clam this size? Sung-woo wondered. Wait. This presence feels strangely familiar and ancient. He leaned in, analyzing every detail. Could it be the legendary 𝒂𝒏𝒌, the plaything of mythic giants from forgotten eras? He approached the stall owner immediately. Excuse me, ma'am, he asked. Where did this massive, legendary specimen come from? The woman waved her hand dismissively. My husband just dragged it home, she said. I haven't a clue what it is. Sung-woo's jaw nearly hit the floor. He just picked it up? This thing weighs over 200 kilograms at least. The owner let out a boisterous laugh, bragging about her man. Well, my husband is a renowned top-tier hunter. Sung-woo traced the intricate, ancient patterns. This was no ordinary shell, it was 𝒂𝒏𝒌. He decided to purchase it instantly. The kind owner warned him, frowning. Young man, it's just a decoration. No blade on earth can ever pry it open. Sung-woo simply smiled and gestured elsewhere. That's fine. I'll take 10 mackerel too, along with this magnificent giant shell. 10? That's quite a heavy load. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Sung Woo chuckled, feeling a bit bashful. I run a small restaurant, you see. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted. She pointed at him, completely shocked. Are you insane, young man? 10 fish for a restaurant? That's barely enough for people to even look at. Without waiting, she began grabbing fish. If you're a chef, take the best. She piled on dozens of premium mackerel. Her aggressive kindness was truly overwhelming. Sung Woo stood there, embarrassed, while Nabi cheered and clapped her paws excitedly. With the transaction complete, Sung Woo acted. He hoisted the 200-kilogram shell onto his shoulder as if it were feathers. I'll be back soon, he called out. The owner gaped in awe, whispering, He's even stronger than my elite hunter husband. Back at his sanctuary, Sung Woo pondered. A SSS-rank ingredient was finally before him. How should I unlock its hidden potential? Nabi meowed in enthusiastic agreement. First, let's see what's hidden inside. The challenge of opening the shell had begun. Seawater and minerals had fused the seal. To any normal person, it was impenetrable. But Sung Woo isn't a normal chef anymore. He found the perfect pressure point. One swift movement, the seal shattered. The shell yawned open, revealing its inner glory. The scallop meat was absolutely gargantuan. It was literally larger than Nabi herself. A masterpiece of nature lay before them. Freshness is everything, he whispered. He envisioned the perfect dish, scallop sashimi. His blade moved with divine SSS-rank precision. He dipped a slice into his sauce. The meat melted like sweet, oceanic silk. It needs a cold glass of soju. He surveyed the mountain of meat. Tonight, we feast on sashimi. Tomorrow, we prepare the ultimate restorative clam chowder. Clam chowder, the heart of North American comfort. A velvety symphony of cream and seafood. The perfect cure for everything. His culinary roadmap was set. Sashimi and soju for evening bliss. Then, a restorative, buff-filled soup for the morning. But there was a hidden treasure within. A concentrated poison sac, brimming with energy. A lethal gamble for any high-ranking hunter. One drop could end a life instantly. But for the survivors, absolute poison immunity. A buff that every elite would kill for. A cunning smirk played on Sung Woo's lips. Nabi shivered, sensing her master's intent. He looks absolutely terrifying right now. He saw a golden business opportunity. Those pathetic hunters will pay anything for this. I'll turn this poison into a masterpiece. If I preserve it, I can sell it daily. The gold will flow into my pockets. His eyes burned with motivation. Time to get to work, Nabi. But their preparation was soon interrupted. Min-hee entered, calling out for her legendary master. Sung Woo and Nabi greeted her warmly. Good morning, Min-hee. Grab a seat. The disciple's eyes immediately locked onto the shell. Working hard already, Sifu? She asked. That thing looks incredible. Is that the legendary item I think it is? Sung Woo nodded, his hands never stopping. Just prepping some local ingredients, he replied. But Min-hee's expression turned to pure shock. Wait, is that the river monster shell? The one from the latest breaking news? Can people even eat that monster? Seeking the truth, can her gigas really be found in the sewers? Min-ho nods firmly. Absolutely, Master. Sung Woo's interest peaks instantly. He drops everything and approaches with curiosity. That sounds intriguing. Tell me more. Min-ho explains that 2 days ago, citizens reported massive noises coming from the city's drainage system. Hunters dispatched to the scene discovered a tiny, unstable dimensional crack hidden deep underground. Sung Woo realizes the danger. If that crack exists, a full-scale dungeon gate is bound to explode open soon. Nabi carefully serves the scallop carpaccio. Sung Woo asks, a rift appearing before the gate opens. Is it an omen? Min-ho confirms the grim reality. Indeed, the situation is volatile, so a special response team was deployed. Hearing this, Sung Woo finally understands why the elite hunter, 𝒂𝒏𝒌, has completely vanished lately. Shifting back to his foodie persona, Min-ho admires the dish. Master, your SSS-rank culinary skills are truly god-tier. You've sliced these so thin they're practically transparent. I can see right through them. Sung Woo head back to the kitchen. That's the secret to the texture. Wasabi and soy sauce, or vinegar. While prepping the dip, Sung Woo's mind races. A dimensional rift? It defies all laws of space and time. He remembers the lore. The ones who hunt 𝒂𝒏𝒌 are the 𝒂𝒏𝒌, a race of violent, arrogant predators. With power levels exceeding level 90, the 𒂂𒏌 must be the ones behind this sudden dimensional instability. Deep in thought and filled with dread, Sung-woo stands frozen, clutching the soy sauce bottle. Poor Minho will have to wait for his meal. Sung-woo suspects these strange events are somehow linked to him. Meanwhile, in the freezing sewers, 𝒂𝒏𝒌 is miserable, huddled inside a damp sleeping bag. "I can't take this anymore," he wails. Ji-hyun looks down coldly. "Then just quit already." Kang-hyuk explodes in rage. "You think I'm joking?" Ji-hyun shrugs. "If you're too lazy to write a resignation, I'll do it for you. You look like a pathetic bug squirming in that bag anyway." Her sharp words pierce his sensitive pride. Kang-hyuk fuming, but he's too exhausted to fight back. Ji-hyun's eyes turn murderous. "I've tried to respect you for a month, but your whining is unbearable." Kang-hyuk breaks down into tears. "Why am I spending my day off in a literal sewer? This isn't legendary." Ji-hyun sighs and turns away. Then what exactly should a first-rate hunter be doing right now? Kang-hyuk's eyes gleam with delusional grandeur. Slaying epic monsters while live-streaming to millions. Obviously. Ji-hyun gives him a deadpan stare. "Stop dreaming and go join a game show then. You're finished here." His dreams crushed, Kang-hyuk sulks back into his sleeping bag like a pouting child. Ji-hyun is reaching her limit with his antics, yet she knows his complaints aren't entirely wrong. How long must they wait? As soldiers of the Awakener's army, they have no choice but to stand guard. Ji-hyun tells Kang-hyuk to call for the relief shift. But suddenly, a deafening explosion rocks the tunnels. The rift has expanded. What was once a crack is now a gaping maw of dark energy. Emergency! The defense team charges in, and Kang-hyuk instantly sheds his childish persona, radiating intense power. Ji-hyun checks the manometer, but her heart stops. The readings are off the charts. It's S-rank, maybe even higher. Terrified, she realizes the entire city might be wiped out. Kang-hyuk places a hand on her shoulder. Before it fully opens, someone has to go inside. He initiates emergency protocols. They must use the G3 stabilizer to stall the gate's expansion. "We just need to hold out until reinforcements arrive." "I'll buy us some time." Ji-hyun protests, wanting the whole team to dive in together for a better chance at survival. Kang-hyuk scoffs. "Without him here, you guys will just get in my way. You'll be dead weight. I'll take the stabilizer in alone. Listen carefully, Ji-hyun. There's a small restaurant in the outskirts, the Hunter's Kitchen. Go there immediately. Explain everything to the owner and bring him here." Ji-hyun is confused, but Kang-hyuk's expression is dead serious. "Use my name. Beg him if you have to. If you want to live, he is our only hope. Now move. That's an order." Ji-hyun sprints away. Kang-hyuk acts tough, but his hands are trembling uncontrollably. A teammate praises his bravery. "You look like a real hero today, Captain." Kang-hyuk just taps his gear. Are the cameras rolling? Our chef warrior Kang-hyuk acts tough, putting aside his nerves for the spotlight. A real man acts with conviction. He takes a final smoke to settle his spirit before giving the guards their orders. "Stay back and catch the runaways." Clutching his divine tools, the chef dives headfirst into the monster-infested rift. Can he survive the hell within? Outside, the defense squad goes into overdrive, deploying high-voltage energy nets. One slip-up means certain death. A mountain-sized titan emerges from the shadows, followed by a legion of undead. The defense squad's guns roar, but their magazines soon run bone-dry panic flares as they scramble to reload. Monsters don't wait for a fair fight. They charge the defenseless line, with fury prepared to feast on human flesh. A hideous claw swings down for the kill. "This is it. I'm dead." The soldier closes his eyes in terror. But then, a flash of divine steel. Our SSS tier hero appears, cleaving the beast with a single, godlike strike. The remaining monsters freeze in pure terror. One wrong move and they'll be shredded. The guards stand there, utterly speechless. Is the giant really dead? What on earth just happened? The battlefield falls into a stunned silence. It happened in the blink of an eye. The mystery savior vanished before anyone could even see his face. Sung-woo steps into the rift's core. His sheer aura sends the bystanders flying like leaves in a hurricane. Check the drone footage, now. Search for any survivors and monsters. The military doctors rush to the scene. Inside the distorted dimension, Kang-hyuk is praying in a corner. His divine barrier is already set. Am I going to die here? Everything in this realm is colossally huge, hundreds of times larger than a human. If he shows his face, he's crushed. He hides as the titans stomp by trembling like an ant beneath boots. The giants suddenly halt their march. Why is there an invisible wall? Just smash through it, you idiots. Fists like falling meteors strike the shield. 𝒂𝒏𝒄's divine energy barrier begins to crack, webbed with terrifying fractures. He's never seen power like this. His initial fear has multiplied 10,000-fold. He curls up, praying for salvation. Save me, you damn returnee. Suddenly, a massive boulder hurtles toward him, whistling through the air with death. He ducks just in the nick of time. Any slower and he would be a pancake, but his luck is running out. A panicked scream escapes his lips. The giant's sensitive ears pick it up. The hunt for the chef has begun. He covers his mouth in a panic, but the titans have already spotted him. Their eyes burn with murderous intent. So you made this wall, tiny ant. As they prepare to crush him, a figure emerges from the rift. It is Sungwoo. 𝒂𝒏𝒄's despair turns into a sigh of relief. I am finally going to live. Sungwoo lands with a thunderous impact. One sword swing creates a massive explosion, drawing the giant's attention instantly. Don't let him get away. But with a few swift slashes, the titans are reduced to dust. 𝒂𝒏𝒄 watches from his hiding spot as the monsters crumble like paper, feeling a sudden wave of guilt. He remembers punching this legendary monster. Seeing such godlike power up close, his heart sinks in realization. Who is peeping? Sungwoo kicks a pebble with lethal precision. Bullseye. 𝒂𝒏𝒄 is knocked out cold. Sungwoo looks down at the fainted man, hiding and peeping. What a nuisance. He judges the cowardly chef's performance. I did not even want to kill these. Were they planning to conquer the earth? He shrugs off the cosmic threat. More important matters are at hand, collecting the legendary artifacts and ingredients for his divine inventory. He hoists 𝒂𝒏𝒄 onto his shoulder and tosses him back through the rift like a sack of cheap potatoes. The hunters will deal with him. With the mess cleared, the food god returns to his humble shop. But a new crisis awaits. His cat Nabi is under acute attack by 3 obsessed, high-ranking customers. Look at these paws. So soft. Nabi is being smothered with unwanted love, desperately trying to find an exit. Master, save me from these humans. Sungwoo sighs at the chaotic scene. I leave you alone and this happens? He steps in to rescue his furry staff. Excuse me, but this cat is an employee, not a toy for customers. Suddenly, a woman grabs his arm. Are you the owner of this shop? She looks desperate and out of breath. I am Ji-hoon, the first order assistant. I have come here to ask for a life-or-death favor from you. Sungwoo just stares at her blankly. He literally just came back from the sewers, and the rift is already closed. If he had waited for her request, 𝒂𝒏𝒄 and his team would be dead. Their safety was purely his doing. It turns out 𝒂𝒏𝒄 sent an SOS, but the food god is always one step ahead of the disaster. Seonu politely pulls out a chair. Let's talk. So, 𝒂𝒏𝒄 sent you here? He charged into a rift and begged for my help? That's an S-rank emergency. Ji-hoon scoffs, but Seonu just smirks. 𝒂𝒏𝒄 is quite a handful, isn't he? Relax, Ji-hoon. Good news is coming. Just take a deep breath for now. No word from HQ? Trust me, the situation inside is far more desperate. Customers are playing with monster tails. Stop. This isn't some fluffy cat cafe. Order food or get out. Seonu kicks the rowdy, non-paying crowd out. He turns back to Ji-hoon. Are you a hunter? She confirms her awakening. A hunter customer. Perfect. But in my restaurant, you are here to eat. Business is slow. Hunter traffic hasn't peaked, despite my divine power-up buffs. Is it the taste, or the hidden stats? I need a legendary bait dish. A recovery meal is perfect for these exhausted, modern-day S-rank hunters. You look pale. Chills and a cold? You've been overworking yourself lately, she admits to sewer duty. Seonu's eyes glow with a chef's divine intuition. Severe exhaustion and internal cold. Your neck and shoulders are frozen stiff. Is this a pharmacy? She asks. Seonu grins. I have the perfect menu. Seonu pulls out monster ingredients. Ji-hoon watches with a look of pure horror. Why is he so calm? 𝒂𝒏𝒄 is a powerhouse, yet he's relaxed. If the rift is quiet, someone must have slaughtered those monsters already. She checks the returnee manual. Rule 1. They are walking S-rank human bombs. Ready to eat? Seonu asks, his aura shifting into Master Chef combat mode. Garlic hits the pan. Sizzling onions. The kitchen becomes a divine stage. In minutes, a masterpiece appears. The aroma is literally a legendary buff. Clam soup? But why is the meat this massive? It's a 𝒂𝒏𝒌 giant. 𝒌 pales. This isn't seafood, it's the remains of a high-level monster. I can't eat this. But rejecting an S-rank returnee means certain death. She trembles. Step 1. Sautéed garlic and smoked meat. The smell is divine. Step 2. Flour and broth. The secret ingredient? Milk from a legendary minotaur. It's packed with vitamins and pure mana fat. He stirs in the cream. He weaves magic into the pot. The ingredients glow with holy, healing energy. The result? Blazing giant clam soup. A meal of absolute, divine restoration. Eat up. Ji-hyun is sweating just from the heat of the bowl. He adds cilantro. Ji-hyun hesitates. What if that's actually monster skin too? She takes a bite. Suddenly, a wave of warmth explodes in her chest. Like a fireplace in a blizzard. Her fatigue melts away instantly. Incredible. She sheds her coat, flushed. It's delicious. Monster meat has insane buffs. Cut to the Hunter Association. A tense hearing about a mysterious shop. 𝒂𝒏𝒌 stands firm. That shop owner? He is no ordinary person. Branch manager Lee is furious. Who is this unverified S-rank powerhouse chef? A chef wiped out S-rank monsters in 5 minutes? That is impossible. Correction, 𝒂𝒏𝒌 says. They weren't just S-rank. They were far beyond that. The manometer exploded. Lee's face turns red with pure disbelief and rage. The Warriors restaurant owner did this? Tell me the absolute truth right now. I saw it myself. If you don't believe me, keep living in denial. 𝒂𝒏𝒌 smirks. The world is about to meet the food god. Is it normal for beings with immeasurable, godlike power to suddenly surface in the heart of the city? Think carefully, branch manager. How many hidden legends with unmeasurable strength have we failed to detect until now? Most register as returnees upon reaching Earth. But what about those who prefer to remain in the shadows? It is only natural that we have never crossed paths with those hiding from the association's prying eyes. Why would a legendary transcendent open a mere eatery? He just wants to live honestly as a handsome chef. This mysterious returnee has Lee Dong-hun, stuttering in pure shock. No one is ready for this revelation. An honest soul never seeks to hide. Men of his caliber are national treasures, not threats to our country. Stop overthinking. The world cannot be simply divided into allies and enemies. It is far more complex. Even if he seems kind, I cannot fully trust someone that powerful. Blind faith is a luxury we lack. This involves the safety and lives of every citizen. We must proceed with extreme caution regarding this individual. True, but the higher-ups will make the final call. For now, we follow the assessment of our key personnel. This is a crucial observation. Secretary, make sure to underline this part of the report immediately. You brat! Do not think a few clever words will let you off the hook for this mess. Dong-hun's rage is boiling over. Misjudging a returnee's power has led other nations to total ruin before. We cannot risk him blowing up the entire country. There is no choice but to escalate this report. Fine, send it up. I have urgent field investigations and citizen patrols that actually require my attention. The manager is clueless. We should be buying land. A legendary restaurant is a gold mine waiting to explode. Even if the world ends, we will survive near the strongest returnee in history and his divine kitchen. Real estate prices there are about to skyrocket. Wait, did I actually just say that out loud to you? People are in danger and you are thinking about land? My priority is the citizens and my wallet. Shut your mouth. You are driving me insane. Dong-hun was truly at his wit's end with this guy. Is he really just a chef? He saved the high-ranking hunter 𝒂𝒏𝒌 with zero effort. Does a legendary returnee really run this ordinary-looking place? I warned you all, stay on your best behavior. We are just humble humans. How could we dare disrespect a master of his stature at his shop? Welcome. I brought them as promised, master. You did well. Their silent gaze spoke volumes of mutual respect. Thanks to your divine meal, I feel completely revitalized. Words cannot express my gratitude for your help, master. We thought he would be intimidating, but he radiates such a warm, welcoming aura. It is truly unexpected. I expected a cold-blooded assassin, but he looks like a typical, albeit incredibly handsome, restaurant owner. He is not just handsome. He is a literal god of visuals. And look at that mouth. Watering food presentation. The plates were masterpieces. The group cheered in delight. We will enjoy this heavenly feast to the fullest. This is incredible. Captain, with food like this, we could crush any monster horde with a single blow. Despite his calm exterior, the flavor was an absolute explosion. This is the definition of a divine delicacy. Just like that, they polished off every bowl. 5 new influencers have been recruited to spread my name. Once they return to base, word of my cooking will spread like wildfire. Curiosity will bring the elite flocking. I will slowly erase their fear of monster ingredients. Soon, their bodies will crave only my divine buffs. Walking through the scorching heat, Sung-woo wondered why the weather had become so unbearable lately. I am melting out here. It seems checking the weather forecast is now a survival necessity in this era. Spotting a convenience store, Sung-woo grabbed an ice cream to combat the brutal summer sun. 40 years ago, seasons were distinct. Now, everything changes in a month. Even this ice cream feels rock solid. The shop is closed today. What now? Standing before a grand cinema, a new idea suddenly struck him. Ticket in hand, Sung-woo smiled. Pure luck. The movie starts in exactly 10 minutes. Perfect timing. Cheap weapons for sale. The bustling market was a chaotic sea of traders. Is this the legendary black market? Wait, is that Nabi? She made a friend already? It looks like a young girl is with her. After the movie, I will go investigate. Meanwhile, Nabi wandered the market and found something very strange. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of a chubby cat. So cute. I really want to be friends with him. Making friends isn't scary. Just feed them. My mother's words echoed in my mind. Inspired by her wisdom, I reached out to the girl. Want a chicken skewer? It was a masterpiece. Nabi, the catkin, hissed. I don't eat from strangers. Then let's be friends, I countered. She blinked. Friends? Just for food? To her, an earthling friend was a treasure. She took a bite and froze. Wait, where's the secondary buff? She asked. The buff is. It's delicious? I replied. That's not cooking. I'll become a fat cat, she cried. Not if you eat moderately. My mom taught me discipline is everything. Overeating ruins the body, but a perfect meal is the source of true power. Experience is key, and divine food sharpens the mind and boosts your stats. Agility and strength come from the plate. Can food really do all that? She wondered. I warned her picky eating stunts growth. She took one sniff and devoured it all. Next stop, Little Kitty. I led the way. Elsewhere, Hee-wook was fuming. That bald branch manager was getting on his nerves. Quiet. Do you want to be heard? The chief is coming to inspect personally. Repairs were underway in the sewers where a rift opened. High-ranking officials are a pain. The World Hunter Association chief is coming. Everything must be perfect for the elite. Those damn sewer rats caused this, Min growled, preferring a hunt over an investigation. You're the tracking expert, his partner noted. While others were out on dates, they were stuck on patrol. Activating stealth hiding technique. Let's move out. Mission start. Min led his squad into the dungeon, tracing bloodthirsty monsters. Suddenly, armed men in suits blocked their path. Professional mercenaries in a dungeon? They had high-end gear, but to a top-tier hunter like Min, they were fodder. In a flash, their weapons hit the floor. He neutralized them with legendary speed. His squad arrived to find the enemies battered. These pests keep coming, Min roared. One by one, the criminals were cuffed. You greedy bastards have no honor. Do you know how many die to protect our culture? He punctuated it with a kick. That's the last of them. What's the count? Min wiped his brow, exhausted. 13 captured, sir. Min sighed. Maintain formation. We're pushing deeper into the rift. At HQ, the branch manager was pacing frantically, worried sick about Min's team. He downed a glass of water to steady his hands. Then, the door slammed open. His secretary burst in, looking like she'd seen a ghost. Sir, the power is out. He choked on his drink. No power? How? I deployed a full security team. Her voice trembled. During the raid, Min's support team accidentally destroyed the power hub. Are you kidding? We'll be in the dark for 365 days. Meanwhile, Hee-wook disguised himself as an electrician to fix the city grid. But he wasn't working. Sparks danced across his skin, making his hair stand up. He wasn't repairing, he was consuming. Feel the surge. My power is overflowing. Min arrived and called the branch manager. Sir, we have a lightning man problem. He's absorbing the grid to level up. but his body is reaching its limit. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒌 collapsed, smoke billowing from his mouth like a burnt-out incense burner. Far away, our chef was oblivious, peacefully snacking on popcorn at the cinema. The movie reached its climax, a tragic reunion after 200 years of searching. "I've looked for you for 200 years, the hero whispered. Pure devotion, but instead of a kiss, he killed her for revenge. The chef sat stunned. And then, total darkness. The blackout ruined the most shocking twist of the year. The theater manager suddenly appeared to deliver grim news. A total blackout had killed the screening. No movie, no popcorn, only disappointment. Our protagonist dragged his weary soul out of the hall. For a 40-year cinephile, this was a tragedy, especially since he'd waited decades for this legendary sequel. He cursed his luck under the gaze of the crowd. Only the gods could hear his soul-crushing lamentation now. With no other choice, he headed back to his shop. He needed to check if his sanctuary was safe. Luck was on his side. His restaurant still had power. The divine kitchen equipment was buzzing with life. Losing ingredients is a chef's nightmare. Small stresses were piling up into a mountain of frustration. In this world, only legendary food can heal the soul. He unearthed a vintage penguin-shaped ice shaver. This nostalgic penguin machine was a relic of the past, perfect for crafting a cold, stress-melting masterpiece. As the air turned chilly, a craving took hold. It was time for the ultimate bingsu experience. Most prefer red beans and grain powder toppings, but he craved the alcohol bingsu his grandfather loved. A childhood promise was finally ready to be kept. He had grown into a man worthy of this taste. The process began with a base of pure sweetness. He prepared the milk, ready for a chilling transformation. Using his unique touch, he flash froze the cream. The penguin machine began churning out snowy, delicate ribbons. He sliced fresh strawberries, a gift from his disciple Min. Each berry sparkled like a ruby on the icy bed. Min truly respected him as a divine master. He carefully layered melon and strawberries for the final touch. Now for the SSS-rank secret ingredient. Legendary alcohol. He opened his private dimensional storage with a flick. He chose a bottle gifted by the king himself, titled, "The First Hero Who Slayed the Demon King." Aged for 500 years, its aroma was intoxicating. A single drizzle was enough to elevate the entire dish. The first bite was a clash of fire and ice. The wine's heat danced with the bingsu's freezing soul. His palate experienced a world-shattering fusion of flavors. Finally, he understood the secret joy of his grandfather. The burning alcohol scorched his stress into oblivion. He had reached a new level of culinary maturity. Just then, young Ung and Nabi returned home. They looked tired, seeking refuge from the city's darkness. The children bowed politely, asking for a place to rest. The blackout had turned the streets into a cold void. Of course, the chef welcomed them with open arms. To him, every visitor is a guest of the soul. He saw them staring intensely at the penguin machine. Their eyes sparkled with the hunger of 1,000 stars. He began crafting a kid-friendly version of his masterpiece. Alcohol was strictly forbidden for these young VIP guests. Dawn broke, bringing 2 more exhausted elites to his door. Min and Kang Hee-wook arrived looking completely defeated. The chef sensed a looming storm of drama nearby. Min was dragging a grumpy Hee-wook by the collar. 3 different auras clashed at the dining table. One soulless, one explosive, and one utterly confused. Min finally vented the cause of their explosive stress. The nearby blackout had triggered a wave of chaos. Fearing a VIP inspection, they had worked like slaves. They spent the night wiping out every local criminal gang. The 2 elites began bickering like rival martial artists. "You just sat there while I did the heavy lifting." Lies! Clearing out those weaklings in the tunnels was exhausting. Their pride was as sharp as a legendary blade. All that effort, yet the high-ranking official never showed. Their rage was bubbling like a volcanic eruption. They turned to the food god with desperate eyes. "We need something legendary to soothe this fury. No more flaming steaks. Give us something truly refreshing." They demanded a meal fit for overworked heroes. The chef smiled, seeing through their tough warrior exteriors. They weren't just hungry. They needed an emotional buff. Meanwhile, at the Dimensional Management Bureau, work never ends. Pero was buried under a mountain of rift reports. A beastman from another world, now a humble salaryman. Ji-hoon arrived with yet another stack of soul-crushing paperwork. "I've been assigned to assist the rift management team." Pero looked up. his stomach growling like a beast. Earth's food simply couldn't satisfy his otherworldly appetite. He tried to hide his hunger behind a professional mask. Work is meaningful, no matter how exhausting it gets. Pero's pride as an official remained unshakable. I wish Kang Hee-wook had half of your dedication. Ji-hoon sighed, praising Pero's honest and hard-working nature. Don't say that. If he hears you, we're dead. The mere mention of the elite warrior sent shivers down. Pero's spirit was crushed, but it wasn't just the workload. The local cuisine lacked the primal spark his soul truly craved. Even Earth's raw delicacies failed to ignite his legendary beast heart. He wandered the world, searching for a flavor that felt like home. When June mentioned his homeland, the massive bear beastman broke down. Memories of a nameless world caused him to sob uncontrollably. June watched his veteran employee with worry. 3 years of loyalty, yet the shadow of homesickness was a burden even a giant couldn't carry. Suddenly, June remembered a legend. He pulled out the 7th scroll. Only one person had the SSS-rank talent to fix this. Following June's lead, Barrow saw the divine restaurant of Sung-woo. His massive presence immediately turned heads on the crowded street. Children flocked to the gentle giant, treating him like a living mountain. Be careful, little ones, Barrow warned with a soft, protective growl. Duty called, and Barrow had to bid his tiny fans farewell. Though reluctant to leave the laughter, his heart still felt hollow. I'll play with you tomorrow, Barrow promised. With the kids waving goodbye, the beast finally stood before the doors of fate. Sung-woo stepped out to greet him, having already sensed the arrival of a legendary guest. Mr. Barrow, I've been expecting you. But as Barrow stepped forward, the chef stopped him. Forgive me, but I cannot allow you inside just yet. Barrow froze, thinking he was being shunned. However, Sung-woo quickly explained. His magnificent fur would overwhelm the delicate atmosphere for other diners. Understanding the chef's standards, Barrow sat outside on a plush mat. Inside, the customers were already mesmerized by the adorable titan. Look at him. He's so cute. Through the glass, the customers couldn't take their eyes off the massive, fluffy beastman. Does he want an energy drink? One girl asked. Another scoffed. He's a polar bear. He obviously wants legendary silver salmon. Barrow overheard them and sighed. I hate sugary sodas, he whispered. Everyone gives me those. But I really do love salmon. Sung-woo returned, not with food, but with a steaming cup of high-grade coffee. I heard you're suffering from a heavy heart. Yes, Barrow admitted, his voice trembling. Lately, the tears won't stop. I feel so weak and empty inside. It was a textbook case of spiritual homesickness. To any other person, it was incurable, but to the food god, it was a challenge. June had demanded a miracle cure. Is this a kitchen or a mental health clinic? Sung-woo joked, but his eyes flared with determination. The best therapy starts in the stomach, Sung-woo declared. I will craft a meal specifically to awaken your dormant spirit. As he prepared, Sung-woo recalled his past. He had met bear beastmen before, but they were nothing like this gentle soul. Those were the Uruk warriors, ferocious, bloodthirsty monsters summoned to Terra. They were walking calamities of pure destruction. They were the embodiment of rage, leaving only ruin in their wake. Looking at Barrow, it was hard to believe they shared a lineage. This kind, intellectual bear couldn't be an Uruk. Sung-woo retreated to his kitchen, his mind racing to find the perfect recipe. Soon, Nabi brought out the materials. These weren't ingredients, they were legendary treasures. Phoenix feathers were just the beginning. Then came the 1,000-year Lingji and the massive wings of a wyvern. The sheer mana radiating from the cart was overwhelming. 3 hours of intense, divine cooking passed. Sung-woo and Nabi were exhausted, but Barrow remained staring blankly at the sky. The sun set, and the regular customers left. Despite the SSS-rank ingredients, Barrow hadn't shown a single spark of interest. I prepared 15 legendary courses, Sung-woo sighed, looking at his silent guest. Why isn't there any reaction at all? Barrow apologized, startling the chef. No need for apologies, Sung-woo replied. I just expected one of these flavors to hit home. Finally, on the 15th plate, Barrow began to speak of the quiet, moonlit outskirts of the world he once knew. As the moon climbed high, Barrow stood up to leave. It's late. Thank you for your hard work, chef. I've been a bother. Not at all, Sung-woo said, feeling a rare pang of guilt. Suddenly, Nabi began to move. It was time for the nightly ritual. Under the moonlight, The small cat let out a primal roar, his paws blurring in a series of lethal, high-speed strikes. Barrow watched in shock. "What is that cat doing?" he asked. Sung-woo smirked. This was the key he had missed. "He's burning off excess mana," the chef explained. "He belongs to the Urus warrior tribe. Don't let his cute looks fool you." As Sung-woo cleaned up the remains of his failed feast, Barrow couldn't look away from Nabi's fierce, joyful movements. "He looks so alive," Barrow whispered. Sung-woo looked at him. "Your body is screaming for the same thing, isn't it?" Barrow hesitated. "I don't know. I only work and read books. I've forgotten how to move like a beast." Sung-woo dropped the plates in surprise. 3 years of only reading? You haven't exercised a single muscle this entire time? Is that a problem?" Barrow asked innocently. "Of course it is," Sung-woo shouted. "You are a beast man, not a scholar. No matter how human you act, you can't ignore your wild blood. Denying your instincts is exactly what's making you sick." Barrow turned pale as Sung-woo pointed directly at his midsection. "That belly isn't just fat, it's the evidence of your fading strength." The realization hit Barrow like a lightning strike. Forced by the chef, the giant bear finally began his first run in years. After 2 laps, he's gasping like an ox. "My lungs are bursting, but the divine chef won't let Pero stop yet." 30 minutes in, Pero collapses on the grass. He asks why he's dragging his broken body through this hellish training. Sung-yu explains that while humans benefit, a beastman like Pero needs extreme methods to awaken his hidden SSS potential. Suddenly, Nabi stomps on Pero's stomach, nearly crushing his soul. But the kid's touch holds a secret recovery technique. He massages Pero's gut with a rhythmic flow. Embarrassed, the beastman covers his face, hiding his shame from the world. "Your core is soft because you're lazy. You're obese," Sung-yu declares, stepping forward with the aura of a master. This is the Urus tribe's secret massage. It erases fatigue instantly while doubling fat burn after such intense physical training. Pero is stunned by this divine recovery. Seeing the remaining ingredients, Sung-yu decides to cook one final legendary meal. He chooses the Friend Box, a dish from the Terra Gladiator clan designed to forge unstoppable warriors from young children. To gladiators, victory is the only honor. If a child lacks fighting spirit, this meal forces their destiny to awaken. In a world where weakness means death, the Friend's B recipe was a desperate measure to spark a child's inner fire. This specific meal boosts energy to the absolute limit, igniting a primal competitive urge within anyone who dares eat it. As an educator, this method seems extreme, but to create a god-tier warrior, no legendary ingredient or art is wasted. Using wild Fitchen beef, Sung-yu selects the prime thigh cut. He preps it with the precision of an assassin. He reminds his assistants that even though it's for children, it must be perfected for a beastman's elite palate. He minces the meat into a fine paste, seasoning it with a flurry of spices that dance in the air. He shapes them into bite-sized spheres. It looks like common food, but the secret lies in the mana infused within. Sung-yu activates Lataris, a forbidden spell derived from the ice dragon. He's infusing elemental power directly into the meat. The freezing magic locks the nutrients in, maximizing the elemental attributes of this divine SSS-rank dish. A masterpiece is born. The meat reacts to the mana. Completion. Sung-yu brings the glowing platter to the dazed and exhausted Pero. "Wake up, Pero. Try this. Pick any sauce you want and witness the miracle of my cooking," Sung-yu commands. Unlike the previous 15 courses, Pero is captivated. He drenches the meat in sauce and swallows the entire plate whole. Seconds later, Pero's body undergoes a violent transformation. Everything is unfolding exactly as the divine chef predicted in his plan. "Nabi, watch the show." The nerdy Pero vanishes, replaced by a terrifying surge of pure, unbridled, and predatory beast rage. His eyes turn cold, glowing with the power of a true beast king. Sharp claws emerge, gleaming lethally tonight. Pero lets out a roar that shakes the heavens. Sung-yu tosses a training dummy, testing the beast's newfound fury. The dummy is shredded in an instant. "Excellent!" Sung-yu cheers, ordering Nabi to bring out even more targets. Next morning, the elite Ji-hun arrives for breakfast. She mentions Pero called in sick, a side effect of his sudden evolution. Sung-yu reassures her. As an Uruk, he'll recover stronger than ever. The Uruk line is legendary for their warrior blood. "Thank you for helping him," she says. Pero is just resting his aching muscles, sleeping like a king after awakening. She insists on paying Pero's debt. As his superior, she takes responsibility for his growth under Seung-yu's divine guidance. This was exactly what Seung-yu wanted. With a mysterious grin, he retreats to the kitchen to prepare her special payment. "What are you doing in the fridge?" she asks. He pulls out a piece of meat, emitting a dark, ominous aura. "Don't worry, it's just food. It might taste like hell, but it'll grant you heaven's power," Seung-yu says coolly. Ji-hoon panics, realizing she's the next lab rat. But Seung-woo has already ignited the flames. There is no escape. In 3 seconds, the meal is done. But as Seung-yu slices vegetables, his ordinary knife suddenly snaps under pressure. "What happened?" Nabi asks. Seung-woo sighs. His SSS-rank strength is becoming too much for these mundane tools to handle. He can't use a holy sword or a demon blade to chop onions. He needs a real chef's tool of legend. Is using a legendary sword for cooking disrespectful? Nabi wonders. Seung-yu realizes he needs a master blacksmith's craft. They head out to find a specialized smithy. Ordinary supermarket knives simply won't survive the food god's overwhelming power anymore. A blacksmith in this city? Nabi is shocked. Seung-yu points toward a high-tech workshop, the modern evolution of a forge. It's called a mechanical workshop here. They stand before the entrance of the prestigious Crystal 5 establishment, seeking legendary steel. Armed with an invitation from City Hall, Seung-yu enters. This is the place where the world's finest blades are born. A beautiful clerk greets them. Seung-yu flashes his card with confidence. "I'm Yu Seung-yu. I'm here for something special." The guide, Naji, smiles warmly. "You're looking for a sword, right?" she asks, unaware she's facing the future food god. "Are you looking for twin blades or a claymore?" Seung-woo replied with a straight face. "I'm here for a kitchen knife." Naj gasped in pure shock. A kitchen knife? Naj forced a smile, but internally, she was screaming. Was this guy insane? Did he even realize where he was? "Our first order is unusual." Naj smiled stiffly. "I'm afraid we don't stock kitchenware. If it's not on the racks, it doesn't exist here. Unless," she added, "you want a custom commission." Seung-woo didn't blink. "Then we'll place a custom order right now." Naj's head spun. 100 million gold for a vegetable knife? This guy had more money than sense. "Fine," she sighed. "Do you have a specific smith in mind?" Seung-woo shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't know anyone. Are there any dwarves or elves available?" Naj nodded. "We have one high elf artisan." Seung-woo pointed toward the back. "I'll go with the elf." Then, "Understood. This way to the elevator." Naj guided him. Inside, Nabi looked miserable. "An elf? I've got a bad feeling about this." Seung-woo tilted his head. "What's wrong?" Nabi groaned. "Elf weapons are creepy. They're way too picky." "It can't be helped," Seung-woo comforted her. "Dwarves choose their masters, but elf weapons choose their owners. It's a soul thing." "We've arrived," Naj announced, bowing out. Nabi shivered instantly. "Why is it so freezing in here?" "Elves forge with frost, not fire," Seung-woo explained. He peered into the forge. Asterisk? A female high elf? Asterisk. That was rare in the blacksmithing world. Most elf smiths only passed their secrets to sons to maintain power. He watched the woman work. Asterisk. Her talent must be off the charts. Asterisk. The smith, Alistair, turned around, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Sorry, I was focused. I don't get many visitors. I came unannounced, so don't worry about it," Seung-woo replied. She wiped her hands. "I'm Alistair." "I'm Yu Seung-woo." "But isn't Alistair usually a man's name?" he asked curiously. "It's a hereditary title," she replied shortly. Seung-woo realized she wasn't just a smith, she was the head of her house. Alistair crossed her arms. "Before I take this job, 3 rules. 1. I don't care about your rank, but my babies do. 2. If my masterwork rejects you, there are no refunds. And I won't let you take it home either. 3. I've been here 2 years, and not a single person has been chosen by my creations yet." Nabi turned pale. "If they don't choose us, we just lose the money?" Alistair smirked. "Exactly like the cat said. Think carefully." "Deal," Seung-woo said instantly. Alistair raised an eyebrow. "Bold. So, what legendary weapon are we forging?" Seung-woo's eyes sparkled. "A kitchen knife. Specifically, a high-end chef's blade." Alistair froze in disbelief. "Not a sword? Fine. It'll take an hour. Here's the price." Seong-woo nodded happily, but Nabi saw the bill and screamed, "That's how many zeros? While you wait," Alistair gestured to the armory. "Feel free to look at my other babies." Seong-woo stepped back. "No thanks. It'll get chaotic." Alistair burst out laughing. "Chaotic? Why? You planning to steal them? Even thieves have to be chosen first." Seong-woo sighed, looking annoyed. "I'm telling you, it's a bad idea." Alistair just grinned. "Go on. Take a peek." Seong-woo grumbled about eccentric blacksmiths. Alistair proudly showcased her rack. "Look at them! Aren't they magnificent?" Seong-woo felt a headache coming. Asterisk. "This is the 7th time." Asterisk. "Look, I'm warning you. I'm not doing this on purpose." Alistair blinked. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, the swords began to tremble and float into the air. "My babies!" Alistair cried out. Seong-woo watched them spin around him. "Are these weapons or fidget spinners? Why are they so hyper? That's a masterwork flintlock pistol, not a toy." Alistair screamed as her life's work swirled around Seong-woo like a puppy. Seong-woo scratched his head. Asterisk. "This takes me back 10 years. Asterisk. Back to the Golden Elf tribe's forge. A blonde elf had shown him his ultimate masterpiece, asking him to just touch it once. The moment he did, the sword refused to leave his side. Then a green elf's shield flew over, abandoning its creator. "Your masterpieces aren't that loyal, are they?" the other elf mocked. The blonde elf burst into tears. "My child, why him?" Soon, an entire set of armor was clinging to Seong-woo. He had inherited the title the Elf Item Killer back then. And now, history was repeating itself in the present. Every single blade in Alistair's shop was now hovering around Seong-woo, vibrating with desperate affection. Alistair collapsed in tears. "Look at yourselves. He's not the one. Why are you all falling for this playboy? Who are you calling a playboy?" Seong-woo shouted. "I told you I shouldn't come in here." Alistair sobbed, pointing a finger. "A playboy who seduced all 88 of my precious babies at once. It's not seduction. I didn't even do anything." Seong-woo yelled back, exasperated. "You don't understand the heart of an elf," she wailed. Seong-woo groaned. "I've heard this 7 times now. Do you know how a mother feels marrying off 88 children to one man?" Alistair shook him violently. Suddenly she stopped. "Wait, did you say again? Just how much elf gear do you already own?" Counting them one by one. 100, 200. There are 500 in total. Alice screams in disbelief. 500 masterpieces. She worries her 88 precious children are being taken by someone already overflowing with gear. He usually carries nothing, which means my babies will be tossed into a dusty warehouse, never to see the light of day again. My life's work, crafted with soul, destined to rot in shadows forever. Seong-woo watches her collapse and panics. "Wait! Goblin law says we must respect the gear's choice. Even if I take them all, I'm technically innocent." As he packs the blades, he eyes a flaming sword forged from soul stones and mana gems. A true masterpiece. Its flames negate regeneration and shatter ice defenses. Beside it, a simple hammer designed to amplify pure, raw, destructive power. Then, the crown jewel. The twin dragon cannons. Alice spent a year of blood and sweat perfecting this legendary craft. It requires level 80. Kang-hook is only level 30, so he can't wield it. Yet it's too weak for me. Seong-gu speaks up. "I'll take responsibility for these for now. But once we find worthy masters, I'll distribute them immediately. If you agree, line up." Suddenly, a pair of gauntlets begins to tremble violently. Is it reacting to me? No. It's looking behind me. Seong-gu calls out to the cat spirit. "Nabi, come here for a second." Nabi tilts her head. "Meow? What is it?" Seong-gu points to the trembling armor. "This little guy chose you." Nabi is stunned. "Me? It recognized me as its master?" She hugs the gauntlets tight. "I finally have a real weapon. Infinite gauntlets." Nabi strikes a pose for a photo. Meanwhile, Alice wails. "I'm reduced to making kitchen knives now. My masterpieces are being swindled away. I want to die." Seong-gu chuckles. "Don't be so dramatic. We're practically family." Alice snaps back. "Family? You're banned from my workshop forever." Seong-gu just laughs, holding his stomach. "Is the special order ready yet?" Alice huffs, handing over a blade. "Here. It's finally finished. Take it and go." Seong-gu inspects it. Is a mere kitchen knife really this good? Alice grumbles about the complexity of her emotions. He grips the handle. The weight is perfect, the balance flawless. With this, the flavor of his cooking will reach God tier. I'll use this one well, I promise. Alice explodes. You better use the others just as well, you thief. Seong-gu reassures her. I've made a deal with your children. When a true hero appears, I'll hand them over. Alice sighs. I suppose that's better than a warehouse. But will a worthy master ever show up? It's been years. Seong-gu grins confidently. Trust me, I have a plan. The next day, a massive crowd gathers at his restaurant. A bold sign stands out. The Cruel Food Challenge at the Hero's Eatery. The stakes are higher than ever. Clear the meal within the time limit to win authentic master-grade gear certified by the great Isaac himself. Warning: only hunters may participate. The Devil's Menu Challenge has officially begun, drawing challengers from across the city. Pass the test, and legendary equipment is yours. This is an official collaboration with the Isaac Guild. Watches from the corner, amazed. There are way more people today. Nabi nods. It's all because of the new menu. Wonders. What kind of dish is the Devil's Menu? Do adults actually like bitter things, like coffee? Nabi looks worried, but reassures her. It's okay. I have a special Bamer toy my mom gave me. Bamers are high-durability monster toys designed for hunters who keep deadly creatures as pets. Eco-friendly and indestructible. Suddenly, Nabi screams the toy exploded. Is baffled. It's supposed to withstand a lion's bite. Was it a fake? Up on the roof, 𝒂𝒏𝒌, a level 55 elite bodyguard with magnetic powers, watches intently. He senses a level 80 presence. I can't take him in a fair fight. Even if I'm spotted, I must stay hidden. But his focus shifts to the kitchen. Wait. What on earth is he cooking down there? That smell is insane. Seong-gu taps a microphone. Attention. Before the Devil's Challenge begins, listen to the rules carefully. This isn't about quantity. Each portion is for one person. But be warned, the flavor is beyond your wildest imagination. There are 3 rounds. Fail the first, and you're out. You have exactly 30 minutes to finish. Winners receive master-grade artifacts. The entry fee is 100 million won per person. All proceeds go to the Disaster Recovery Fund. The crowd gasps. 100 million for a single meal? Chon-sik's jaw drops. That's insane. Who would pay that much? But then he sees the prize for round 1. A blazing spirit sword pulsates with power. Chon-sik immediately changes his tune. Wait. 100 million is a bargain. If that's the reward, the meal is basically free. Is this chef trying to go bankrupt giving away gear like this? They say he's a returnee, so he must be loaded. But can anyone actually stomach the devil's cooking? Seems you're on a charity mission. Chan-sik sits, boasting of his legendary endurance. The guardian Kim Chan-sik enters the fray. Endurance where physical toughness scales with mental fortitude. He raises a hand. I'll take the first round of the challenge. The Demon Food Challenge. Seong-woo smirks. Very well. Good luck to our first victim. Let the cooking begin. Seong-woo gazes at the sky. Rainy season is coming. Perfect weather for scallion pancakes and rice wine, he declares to the crowd. This dish comes from my past world. Its name is 𝒂𝒏𝒌. The hunters shout in unison. 𝒂𝒏𝒌. In that world's tongue, it means, behold. Chan-sik tilts his head in confusion. Why such a strange name? Seong-woo grins. Simple. Once plated, you won't take your eyes off it for 5 seconds. Blink, and it burns instantly. A hunter whispers. Sounds like our traditional gumi pancakes. The crowd buzzes. Is it Turkish? Is it like a fried cake? Seong-woo shrugs. Basically, a pancake or crepe. Exactly like a pancake. But this is demon food. Food designed to consume demons is harder to swallow. Chan-sik scoffs. How bad can a pancake possibly taste? Seong-woo roars. Bring it forth. Culinary history is a brutal pursuit of deliciousness. But this dish is different. It is the history of removing flavor. A hunter mutters. It's just fried dough. Actually looks quite tasty. Seong-woo laughs internally. Deliciousness is a sin here. Bad taste is this dish's sole responsibility. Turning a good meal into a disaster proves a chef's true power. The hunters freeze. What is this lunatic saying? It's finished. Seong-woo cries. Chan-sik's eyes gleam. Demon food? I've been waiting for this. He takes a massive bite. The hunters gather round. Well, is it good? Pass the wine. History refined taste through generations of genius. When a recipe was perfected, it became legendary, recorded in the annals of time. Pancakes are no different. Using 100% potato starch is the path to sincerity. That is the secret to a perfect fry. But in Terra, everything changes. He uses warm swamp water for the dough and replaces potato with an starch. The flavor is beyond description. A silence like death falls over the room. One hunter finally chokes out a word. Did you make this terrible on purpose? Demon food is one thing, but what the hell is in starch? Seong-woo explains calmly. It's from the Kono region. You know those tree monsters with green sprouts? The ones covered in potato-like buds? Yeah, those are toxic. Chan-sik's face pales. He begins to dry heave. Toxic! The hunter screams. If we eat this, we'll die. Seong-woo beams, pointing at his first victim. I'm a professional. You won't die. In the right dose, it grants poison resistance. This is a high-grade ingredient. Despite his words, Chan-sik looks half dead. Plus, I added winter, myling instead of onions. It's great for the body. If you can survive the freezing sensation in your veins, that is. Seems he can't take the heat, or the cold. It looks like a Terra delicacy, doesn't it? If customers ate this from the start, my restaurant would go bankrupt. Song-woo chuckles darkly. He had used Ji-hoon as a guinea pig dozens of times, testing dosages and health side effects. He was confident it was safe. Yet, even Chan-sik, the man of infinite patience, was crumbling. His face turned a ghostly shade. Shaking, he scrawls his terrifying final words before collapsing. The surrounding hunters break into a cold sweat. How horrific could the taste be? Curiosity kills the cat. One by one, they sample the heavenly dish, only to collapse, clutching their heads in agony. Who knew the piggy bank would fill so fast? The customers are starving, but the tip jar is overflowing. Seong-woo sighs. No winners today, it seems. Everyone is down for the count. Fireworks are about to go off. He thinks to himself, I worked so hard to cook a poison-resistant meal. No matter how strong you are, toxins are everywhere. Like the demon realm, the final destination for heroes. Even the air itself is lethal there. Poison resistance is the top priority. Earth lacks these survivors. People rely on gas masks, but tech fails. If the mask breaks or you're ambushed, you're dead. If a mask can't stop the toxin, there's no backup plan, except for my cooking. Seong-woo grumbles while dragging the bodies away. Back in my day, if we found poison water, we'd just use it for a bath. In this world, the air itself is lethal. For any true hero, poison resistance isn't a choice, it's absolute survival. Earth lacks natural immunity, so we rely on tech masks. But science is a fragile shield against legendary toxicity. 1 second late with that mask, and you're dead. What if an assassin strikes before you can even breathe? If your gear breaks or the toxin evolves, you're finished. Without a divine chef's meal, there's zero backup plan. Sung-woo grumbles while hauling bodies, claiming he used to bathe in venom. A true flex of the food god. Sung-woo thought making it delicious was the key. But true SSS-rank culinary mastery is far more complex. You see, the worse the taste, the more legendary the body-buffing effects. Sung-woo led her inside to explain. Explaining the divine mechanics would take hours, yet little Eunha's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity and hunger for knowledge. But the sun was setting fast. Sung-woo urged her home, wondering if she just wanted more cat playtime. He escorted her to her bodyguard, who arrived exactly on time to take the young lady back home. Yet, Eunha deployed her ultimate weapon, the puppy dog eyes. She begged to stay just a little bit longer. The kitty is almost done with its bath. I can't miss those warm, fluffy paws, she pleaded with desperation. The bodyguard, TJ, checked his watch and folded. 30 more minutes, he sighed, unaware of the fate ahead. He thought this was just a normal eatery. Stay alert for 30 minutes, and we're safe, he told himself. Then, his eyes caught the poster for the Vile Feast Challenge. TJ turned to Sung-woo with sharp intent. I know you're closing, but can I take the challenge? Sung-woo was stunned. Why the sudden interest? Seong-woo smirked. A new challenger. Everyone is welcome to test their limits here, he said, welcoming him in. After signing the waiver, Sungwoo checked the stats. This guy was only 22? A mere rookie in life. Sungwoo tried to break the ice, looking for a friendly chat as he reviewed the application form curiously. TJ sensed the confusion. "I have no connection to that famous artist," he stated bluntly. "I live differently. I'm tired of the comparisons. I've never even heard his music." Sungwoo stood there, completely baffled by this. Never heard his music? Is this a generational gap? Sungwoo wondered while plating the lethal, yet beautiful dish. TJ stared at the plate. It looked like a masterpiece, yet felt like a death trap. One bite might end me, Sungwoo had to ask. "Why are you so desperate to eat this?" TJ's answer was chilling. "Because it's necessary." It was a mysterious vibe. TJ locked eyes with the meal. To him, this wasn't food, it was a battlefield. "I need to increase my poison resistance," he muttered. "I've tried everything, following every guide, but nothing worked. 1 year of training, and 0 progress." Sungwoo nodded. In this world, that usually meant 0 talent. A whole year with no growth? Either you have no gift, or your previous doses were just child's play. TJ took a breath. "Strong toxins hinder my duty. But your cooking, it's high-rank toxicity in a safe package." This was the opportunity he'd been searching for. Seeing TJ's burning determination, Sungwoo felt a surge of respect. The chef watched intently. Every muscle in TJ's face was taut as he prepared for the first legendary bite. As the food hit his tongue, TJ's expression twisted. Even an elite guard couldn't withstand this SSS-rank flavor explosion. His hand trembled. The taste wasn't just bad, it was a psychological assault. How can a dish be this aggressive? He remembered the old teachings, stay calm in the face of death. He had to analyze this culinary monster. This wasn't a meal, it was a duel. He needed to find a tactical weakness in the flavor profile. The portion was small. Most people swallowed it whole to escape the agony. That is a fatal mistake. That's the trap, TJ realized. He shifted his mindset. This wasn't dinner, it was a high-stakes enemy ambush. If my defense is 3, and this dish deals 100 damage, is 1 hit better than 10 hits? The answer was clear. 10 hits would distribute the damage. If he fought with everything, he would survive. 1 hit deals 97 damage. But 10 smaller hits? That's only 70 total damage. A genius tactical calculation. In that split second, TJ found the path to victory. He couldn't finish this in 1 gulp. I must chew thoroughly. Use every second of the time limit to battle this flavor explosion in my mouth. If he endured the agonizing burst of taste with patience, the divine rewards would finally be within his reach. Sungwoo grinned. Bingo, he found the hidden secret. This man was a true genius in the making, torturing his own stomach to gain ultimate immunity. TJ was proving to be a truly extraordinary individual. While others failed miserably, TJ had unlocked the puzzle. He was miles ahead of the previous elite challengers. A bold thought crossed Sungwoo's mind. If I told them the secret, it wouldn't be any fun, right? He kept his mouth shut, just as he had before. Meanwhile, in a small corner of the yard, little Unha was brushing the cat. TJ is a real grown-up now. He actually likes eating gross stuff. TJ's face regained its color. He had done it. The vile feast challenge was officially conquered at last. As the crowd erupts in cheers over his divine dish, TJ stands tall with pride. A system alert flashes he's just unlocked, a new poison resistance skill. He chuckles to himself, thinking how a single meal could be this legendary. If that person heard about this, they'd definitely laugh at his luck. Having conquered the trial, Sungwoo leads him to the armory. Despite being a brawler who fights with his bare hands, TJ eyes the most massive blade in the room. It's the legendary blazing sword of Alistair. With a drop rate of nearly 0%, many had failed the challenge before him. TJ never dreamed he'd actually wield it, but Sungwoo doesn't hesitate for a second. He tosses the flaming relic over, as if it were a common kitchen knife. Sungwoo explains the lore. To save the princess, one must endure the trials of a true hero. When a suitor once asked for her hand, she set a deadly task. "If you desire my heart, bring me the head of the dragon dwelling behind the peaks," she had declared. A classic, high-stakes quest for love. Trials, dragons, and a grand wedding, it's the ultimate hero's cliché. TJ looks on with a blank expression, wondering if this script is for real. With a confused face, TJ asks, "Wait, so in this scenario, the gear is the princess and I'm the hero?" Seung-woo just smirks at his cluelessness. Eating my cooking is a trial in itself, Seung-woo declares. TJ shudders, remembering the taste. That challenge was a nightmare he never wants to repeat. The trauma is real. TJ is ready to surrender, but Seung-woo reminds him that today was merely stage 1 of his divine training. I promise top-tier gear to anyone who clears my menu, Seung-woo says. Bashfully, TJ leans in to ask if a certain special item is available. He mentions a past duel where he was rejected, and Seung-woo immediately catches his drift. He pulls out a shimmering, gold-plated belt. It's exactly what TJ needed. One look at his radiant, joyful face tells you everything. This isn't just a belt, it's a game-changer. This is high-tier magic armor. With a simple incantation, the belt expands to cover his entire body. No more carrying heavy, filthy gear bags. TJ's true motive surfaces. He needs this to protect Unha. Since standard armor is too slow to equip, this instant summon gear is the perfect shield. His heart is racing with excitement. He's hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, 30 minutes away, Unha is giggling to herself with a mischievous plan. She dreams of a cozy sleepover, imagining herself hugging a soft, fluffy kitten all night long. Pure bliss is just within her reach. But reality strikes hard. The moment TJ sees the little lady, he scoops her up and bolts toward home at lightning speed. "We have to sleep at home, or I'll be in huge trouble," he shouts, disappearing in a cloud of dust. The next morning, the sky is gray and gloomy. Despite the bad weather, the crowds are even bigger today. Everyone is huddled inside the shop, buzzing with anticipation for the next event. The second day of the Monster Food Challenge officially kicks off. The atmosphere is electric as challengers prepare their stomachs for war. The contest begins. The first order is the infinite hellfire chili sauce. The challenger steps up with a roar of determination. 15 brave souls enter the fray. Seung-woo notices they've all come prepared today, wearing thick layers and looking dead serious. After yesterday's humiliating defeat, their eyes are filled with fire. Is using tactics grounds for disqualification? One challenger asks nervously. Seung-woo shrugs. Anything goes, unless it's performance-enhancing drugs. At that, the man pulls out a mysterious vial with a wicked grin. "This isn't a drug," he laughs, signaling his team. "Drink up. We need to paralyze our taste buds before the first bite." They chug the vile liquid, their faces turning red as if they're breathing fire. They're literally hurting themselves just to survive the meal. Since the numbing agent isn't a potion, it's technically legal. They're willing to lose their sense of taste just to beat Seung-woo's terrifying cooking. Seung-woo watches, baffled by their idiocy. It's a moronic plan. No matter how numb your tongue is, your stomach still has to deal with the chaos. Moments later, they're clutching their bellies in agony. To make matters worse, the freezing wind outside is absolutely merciless today. While the challengers suffer, Seung-woo is raking in the gold. He counts his earnings with a grin. Business is booming even more than yesterday. Despite the rain, little Unha makes an appearance. The shop cat is the happiest of all, acting all cute and cuddly to get her attention. Outside the shop, shadows loom. Two rival business owners, Mr. Park and Mr. Yu, are whispering bitterly about Seung-woo's massive success. They calculate his profits. Seung-woo is charging nearly 100 million won per person. Their eyes turn green with envy in the winter cold. Who in their right mind pays 100 million to eat trash? Mr. Park fumes, steam practically rising from his bald head. Mr. Yu shakes his head in disbelief. Is money just paper to these people? Throwing away a fortune for a food challenge. It's insane. At a nearby cafe, the two old men continue to bicker. Their jealousy is reaching a boiling point as they watch the line at Seung-woo's grow longer. "Do you know how many cups of coffee 100 million buys?" One screams. The other laments about his own struggling restaurant. "Between labor, ingredients, and ads, I have nothing left," they cry. Their loud arguing has become a daily annoyance for the cafe staff. Old Man Park is losing his mind. 35 people entered that shop in 2 days. That's 3.5 billion won in pure profit. The more they think about it, the more suspicious they become. "He must be a con artist," they whisper, their hearts filled with malice. "If we can't beat him fairly, we'll use the law," Mr. Yu mutters. They begin plotting to take Seung-woo down using food safety regulations. Skeptics whisper, calling his miracle dishes a scam. Elder Yu wonders if this divine talent is actually too good. They tried using food safety laws to sabotage him. A pathetic move against the man destined to rule the kitchen. Charging 100 million won for literal trash? What a scam. The two greedy elders laugh, already dreaming of mountains of gold. Their joy vanishes instantly when 𝑺𝒂𝒏𝒌 suddenly intervenes. He reveals this shop is officially a special hunter training center. It's for survival training, so food safety laws don't apply here. Hunters eat anything to survive, even monsters or mountain trash. If you serve garbage, we'll eat it all and bankrupt you. The elders tremble in terror as 𝒂𝒏𝒌 slams the table. He warns them never to disrespect the legendary chef again. Watch yourselves, or a top-tier lawyer will end your lives. They flee like cowards while 𝒂𝒏𝒌 casually orders a coffee. Days later, Ji-hyun visits Sung-woo and senses a strange aura. He offers her a monster dish, but she smells danger. She recalls past scams, yet this shop's food is truly divine. Looking at the handsome boss, Ji-hyun notices something very off. "Boss, did you get fat?" Her words strike like thunder. Sung-woo freezes in shock. The legendary hero is completely speechless. He touches his double chin, sweating. Even heroes gain weight. "You weren't like this last week. What have you eaten?" He claims it was just some pizza and Coke during movies. But the truth comes out. He eats 8 sets a day. Ji-hyun slams the table. "How many episodes are you watching?" 10 episodes a night. The dramas are just too addictive. Mystery solved. The SSS class chef has become a binge-watching glutton. 18 bottles of 1.5-liter Coke? He's a monster. "You'll be hospitalized." He sighs, craving the flavors of Terra. "My taste buds are liberated. I can't stop the deliciousness." He serves a massive carbonara, making Ji-hyun fear for her diet. Even the free ice cream feels like a caloric trap tonight. Late at night, Sung-woo wallows in his gluttonous despair. "I'm a fallen hero. Even the cat is mocking me." 𝑛𝑏𝒊𝒏𝒆 laughs at his belly fat, making Sung-woo explode. He fears losing his elite status over these extra pounds. Fire ignites in his eyes. Time for a 4-star recipe. The main ingredient, black crow meat, as rare as dragon. He seasons it with fire spirit crystals instead of salt. One mana mistake and these crystals explode like hand grenades. Next is 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒌 spice, the forbidden flavor of extreme desire. Banned for centuries, it makes flavors explode like a supernova. Finally, devil's eye fruit, a spicy weapon that incinerates body fat. It's dangerously hot but keeps a hero's heart healthy. Sung-woo and 𝑛𝑏𝒊𝒏𝒆 synchronize to dehydrate the monster meat perfectly. They extract the grease, infusing every fiber with divine mana. A high-tier masterpiece is born, radiating a breathtaking golden glow. The visuals are insane, but how is the taste? He bites. What kind of flavor could trigger such an explosive reaction? It's like a volcanic eruption of taste bursting inside. His stomach, bringing him to his knees instantly. A wake-up call as brutal as a direct strike from a demon king. He celebrates this weight-loss meat, jumping for joy. The next day, Ji-hyun returns to Sung-woo's shop only to freeze in shock. Yesterday's chubby chef is gone. Standing there is a lean, stunningly handsome man. "Who are you?" Ji-hyun screams in disbelief. In just 24 hours, he completely transformed. "Tell me your secret. What method did you use?" Sung-woo smirks. Food caused the gain, so food must fix it. Ji-hyun is dazed, questioning her own ears. Is weight loss truly as simple as eating a divine meal? She's not alone. Other customers look ready to pounce on him just to uncover this legendary fat-burning secret. Obesity is a modern plague, the root of all illness. No one is truly indifferent to their waistline anymore. Everyone is desperate, even threatening him. "Hurry up and serve that magical weight loss food right now." Ji-hyun is losing her cool, and she's not the only one. An office lady offers to take full responsibility, while a beer-bellied uncle offers any price to buy it all. Sung-woo sighs at the chaotic hunger for his craft. He has to set the record straight before serving. Listen carefully. This dish is strictly for hunters only. It's lethal for ordinary people. Upon hearing this, the crowd collapses into a chorus of bitter complaints. "So stingy," the office lady cries, exhausted from work. Sung-woo apologizes and offers a different solution. With proper dietary advice and a specialized movement routine, their weight will surely drop. Ji-hyun, being a hunter, excitedly asks to join, but Sung-woo flatly refuses. "It's too dangerous for you." Ji-hyun throws a tantrum. "Why could I eat the last dish but not this one? That's totally unfair." Sung-woo explains this meal is on another level. It places an immense, crushing burden on the human body. Dropping weight that fast isn't magic, it's violent. The side effects destroy and rebuild muscles and nerves. If your body can't handle the reconstruction, you'll die. This isn't just some fantasy game, Ji-hoon. Even if the food is magical, Ji-hoon's body is still flesh and blood. But she refuses to back down. So if my body can endure it, I'm good, right? Fine. I'll take your gluttonous challenge, or whatever. She believes her hunter physique can survive anything as long as the food keeps coming. Seung-woo is baffled. He looks at her perfectly fine figure, wondering where she even needs to lose weight. What do you know? She explodes. The stress of maintaining this is insane. I fight cravings while exhausted. I'm starving to death. But I have to run in the park at midnight just to burn off a single calorie. When he says he hadn't noticed, she launches into a rant. I want to eat everything without a care. I want 8 slices of pizza every day and just lie around. That's the ultimate dream for everyone. An elite like you could never understand the desperate heart of an ordinary person. Seung-woo mocks her hunter status, but she snaps back. A desk job hunter is basically a civilian. I work in an office, not out there like those muscle-bound gorillas. We barely ever see real action. Her sheer fury and iron will actually terrify Seung-woo into finally serving her the weight loss meal. He secretly plots to make the flavor a bit more challenging. Once the regulars finish, he starts her portion. The other customers watch with soul-crushing envy. They realize the hard truth. You must train as much as you eat. Every delicious bite feels like a heavy burden now. Why does everything tasty turn into fat? They groan. They sigh in misery over their plates. Seung-woo watches, feeling helpless. Back in Terra, obesity didn't exist. He'd forgotten that world's logic. He begins to ponder deeply on how to truly help these poor souls. Suddenly, a bold idea strikes. He whispers to Nabi, asking if she knows the hero's physical education. As it turns out, everyone in Aeropos learns that. This is perfect. Seung-woo has a plan for them. Using Nabi, the ultimate multi-purpose house cat with a service spirit, he initiates a brutal training regime. Without movement, even heroes turn into lazy pigs and lose their combat power. Inactivity makes skills useless. You've become a total pig. Get up. Thus, the secret technique of the gods is passed down here. Early the next morning, intense training sessions begin in the backyard of Seung-woo's restaurant. Everyone follows Nabi's lead, performing bizarre poses that make Ji-hoon seriously question her life choices. Little Eunha suddenly joins the fray, her movements perfectly mimicking the master's after just 1 hour of training. Her form sharpens instantly, while the others continue to stumble through the grueling and awkward physical drills. Coach Nabi roars at the mistakes, while Seung-woo whispers teasingly into Jun's ear to fluster her even more. Blushing and embarrassed, Jun has no choice but to submissively follow Nabi's strict and divine training instructions. Even the bodyguard outside cringes at the sight, feeling second-hand embarrassment for everyone involved in that room. KF looks dejected, but Seung-woo knows it is finally time for the graduation challenge to officially begin. Take the next step. Seung-woo smiles. By the way, how has that 𝒂𝒏𝒌 been doing lately? KF sighs deeply. He is drowning in burnout, completely drained from endless overtime and a total lack of rest. But his mental state is the real crisis, KF adds. Seung-woo looks on, sensing a much deeper struggle. Being rank 100 is a nightmare. One slip-up and his entire career vanishes into absolute nothingness. Seung-woo is shocked. He never imagined such a high ranker possessed such a fragile and breaking spirit. He cannot even focus on missions anymore, just wasting away with a bottle of alcohol at home. The first trial for KF commences. Stay calm and execute the strategy perfectly for a guaranteed victory. Suddenly, Seung-woo shoves a phone in his face. I need a winning shot for the Hall of Fame. KF is terrified, but Seung-woo's predatory smile suggests the tiger has already been lured into the trap. 30 minutes pass, and the legendary reward appears. A magical dagger, crackling with high-voltage electricity. One strike paralyzes the soul. Seung-woo urges him to test the blade's shocking power on a nearby target. Don't worry, I won't faint, KF laughs. The dagger even possesses a mystical, effortless homing ability. It zips back to his hand perfectly. Seung-woo captures the moment, hunting for the perfect heroic expression. I look ridiculous. KF protests, but Seung-woo just chuckles and tells him to smile for the camera. KF sighs at Seung-woo's childish antics, wondering if this legendary master is just a big kid at heart. Nearby, a drunken Kang Hyuk stumbles, muttering about being a hero who failed to protect anything at all. No friends. No love. Does that guy even see me as a comrade? He laments in total despair. He stares at the elite. If only I were a returnee, I could conquer this world too. With that power, I would be unstoppable. I could finally become the true warrior of my own destiny. Suddenly, Sung-woo appears beside him. Is that truly what your soul desires, you pathetic little drunkard? 5 years ago, the gates tore open, and monsters flooded in, dragging thousands into the dark abyss. 3 years later, they returned as gods. These ordinary citizens had conquered alien worlds and gained legendary powers. The public watched with burning envy as these former nobodies became the new, elite masters of humanity. Before the gates, they were just commoners. Now, they are the only ones who control the world's fate. Sung-woo lifts the drunken man. I do not recommend this, but I shall grant your desperate wish. Hyuk jolts awake in a panic. Is this a fever dream, or has the alcohol finally claimed him? Welcome to Terra, warrior. Sung-woo's voice booms like a divine system message echoing through the air. Your quest begins now. Save this world or perish. Hyuk can only scream in sheer, utter confusion. Stop yelling and listen, Sung-woo sighs. I am trying to explain your new, legendary life to you. This is insanity. Hyuk bellows. What kind of hellish, monster-filled place have you brought me to? It is the traditional isekai welcome, Sung-woo explains. Usually, a beautiful goddess handles this divine part. Consider yourself lucky. Most would kill for a chance at this sudden and powerful reincarnation. Am I dead? Did I actually cross over? Hyuk's heart hammers against his ribs in pure terror. He regrets every drop of alcohol. Sung-woo just watches him with a cold and indifferent gaze. You aren't dead yet, though your liver was certainly screaming for mercy just a few hours ago. But why here? Why me? The terror in Hyuk's eyes is palpable as he scans the horizon. Sung-woo smirks. Don't act innocent. You literally begged for this chance while you were completely wasted. If I were a warrior, I would do better. Those were your exact drunken words, right? I was just drunk, Hyuk screams. But in this world, drunken wishes become ironclad, magical contracts. Stop laughing and take this seriously. Dragging someone into your world is straight-up kidnapping. It's totally illegal. Is this guy insane? Suddenly dropping me into another dimension like it's nothing? But if he brought me here, he must have a way to send me back. This is my chance. Fine. It's not like I can escape anyway. Sung-woo smirked, clearly amused by how fast I gave up. My eyes lit up with hope. Hey, don't I get a cool starter skill like other legendary heroes? Give me an infinite inventory, regression magic, or the heavenly demon god strike. How about a revival ability? Or at least some S-rank gear? I definitely don't want a boring shield, you know? Sung-woo sighed. Those gimmicks won't save you. Against a true powerhouse, you'd be dead in seconds. The ultimate power is a solid foundation. I gripped my seat, realizing the stakes were life or death. Sung-woo nodded coldly. That's the reality. If your level is too low, this place becomes your grave. Cheap tricks don't work on the Demon King. If they did, the gods would have finished him long ago. Warriors who rely on luck always end up as corpses. That's why you must learn from the basics. I grit my teeth in frustration. Sung-woo looked me in the eye to make it clear. I have nothing to teach you. I didn't even get a single skill when I first arrived here. You're already a hunter with combat experience. You can do this. Now, save the world of Terra. 3 months here is only 3 days on Earth. I've already given you a few starter cheats. You have the local language, a status window to track your skills, and an emergency teleportation move. He'll either learn to survive or rot here. 1 month later in the world of Terra. I sighed at the quest board. Today's missions are all trash. Kood looked at me with confusion. Aren't you going to eat? I groaned. Fine, let's go. But the food here is a literal nightmare. Calling this food is an insult. It smells like stinky socks, and the fruit is all rotten. How do you people even swallow this? Kood just stuffed a huge piece of meat into his mouth. I'm only eating this to stay alive, Kood shrugged. This 3-star lamb gives insane physical buffs. It boosts recovery and muscle growth. I snapped back. Food is about flavor, not just stats. Everyone stared at me. Look, I respect you as a hero from another world, but watch your mouth. I swallowed my pride and ate. I never realized how legendary Song Yu's cooking really was. Suddenly, a red emergency quest appeared. Warning: critical nutritional deficiency. Your body is failing. Consume 4-star food within 1 week. Reward: inventory access granted. I started panicking. What kind of terrifying requirement is this? Kud grinned, thinking he understood my Earth slang. Is that like a 2-horned unicorn grazing? I cut him off. Don't explain. Let me think. This emergency quest must be it. Hero missions are split between the chosen and the unchosen. It all depends on receiving quests from a god. Does this mean a god actually chose me? Kud, I have a question. The little creature wagged its tail excitedly. Sure. What is it? I'll trade answers for snacks. 3 coins should do it. I asked about the chosen ones. Kud explained. Chosen ones get divine quests, easy level ups, and massive advantages from the gods. I asked about the criteria for being chosen. Kud said the answer was actually quite simple. You were summoned, right? If a god summons you personally, you are 100% a chosen one. Or if a representative of a god brings you here, the same rule usually applies. A realization hit me. Was that restaurant owner actually a god or a divine messenger? Even if he's a returnee, being a god seems crazy. But maybe he's an apostle? Kude added, wait, you can also be chosen later by finding hidden pieces or secret dungeons. If you catch a god's eye with your achievements, you can become a late bloomer chosen one. A hidden piece? That sounds like a term from Earth. You probably haven't heard it before. I scoffed. Please, I've spent my youth hunting for hidden pieces in legendary video games. I found so many secrets in The Last of Us. Kud looked at me in pure shock. Countless hidden pieces are scattered. This means the hope of becoming the chosen one isn't lost. Kang Hyuk nods, his eyes burning with resolve. It must be so. The secret condition for this hidden piece is restricted to eating only 1 specific dish per month. That is all. How do we find the deity behind this quest? Side reveals the secret. Look at the bottom right corner of the mission window. There is a divine seal there. Just take it to the temple. Hyuk smirks, finally finding this information worth more than 3 measly coins. It turns out the explanation is actually useful. The priest tells Hyuk that even he is seeing this mysterious ancient pattern for the first time. We must investigate the god of swords, victory, and gluttony. Hyuk laughs. A god of swords should be something truly majestic and legendary. The sword is the ultimate weapon, the undisputed king of all armaments. A god of victory must possess an overwhelming and imposing presence. Should it not be something like Nike? A name that screams triumph. A being destined to finish any opponent they encounter on the battlefield. But what exactly is a god of gluttony? The priest is confused, having never witnessed a deity possessing 3 distinct divine attributes simultaneously. So it is not a god of cooking, but a god of devouring? An infinite inventory? With that, I would never carry heavy luggage again. No more hiding my wallet from pickpockets either. Fine, I will accept this quest. I just need to head to the north, right? The Winter Festival of Spirits is happening there. That name from my dreams. It all makes sense now. I am heading to the temple. At the great pantheon, the god of swords, victory, and gluttony awaits. A level 98 human is about to transcend into a god. After 1 more level, the divine name matching his achievements will be engraved. Hyuk's first divine title is the God of the Sword. He must prove his worth by reaching the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship. Only the strongest blade can claim this divine seat in the temple. The journey from level 198 to 199 is a long road. After endless battles, the divine rank is finally granted. Kung U reached level 100 and crushed the great demon king. He then seized his second divine name, Victory, proving his invincible power. He proved 2 titles. The sword god is the strongest blade, and the god of victory cannot fail. Failure means losing all divine strength. Don't worry about it. No one can defeat my blade anyway, and I have absolutely no intention of losing to anyone in this world. The third title is Gluttony. I am not sure about this one. Should I return to Earth to surpass my limits once again? I thought I reached the level cap. Leveling up by cooking for others? This is not a god of food, but a god of gluttony. Is it because Hestia still exists? I don't know, but for now, increasing my level is the priority. Power is the only thing that matters. Another great demon king might appear, so I must build my strength. Leveling up by making others eat gluttonous meals? How strange. I guess I am just too good at being a restaurant owner. Kang Hyuk has completed the quest and can now wield divine power freely. He received 155 experience points from Wasin, along with a reward. A sword filled with the resentment of the deep winter. You did well. Gayer mentioned the experience points. Wait, did that god also demand an item? I forgot to reclaim the memorial treasure. Hyuk curses from afar. That damn blood-sucking god of death. I was happy thinking I got an A-rank sword, but he took it back. That beggar god. The sword was thrown right at Hyuk's face. The people of Terra are calling this a terrifying divine punishment from above. Hyuk flees from his pursuers. If I get caught, I am finished. Someone shout, "Catch that bastard. I will crush him with my hammer." During the Snow Ghost Festival, you must hunt goblins and cook the mystical spring onions they drop. This is the only way to win. If you slay the Snow Ghost leader, you earn rare S-rank ingredients and the chance to claim the legendary remnants of the Frost Spirit. It is not over yet. Stay calm. He hasn't done anything. Hyuk is not strong enough to solo the leader without a proper party. He has zero hope unless a miracle happens. Hyuk crawls to the ground, mocking the idea of relying on invisible luck to survive. On Earth, he was the guardian of humanity. But in Terra, he is just a thief. The world has branded me a criminal now. Since they labeled me a thief, I might as well play the part perfectly. Everything is ready. I will show them my true skills. It was perfect. I consumed the Snow Ghost remnants and received an A-rank sword. I offered it to the deity as a tribute, but he threw it back like a curse. Now I am forced to run from those who want to kill me. The hunter laughs excitedly. I will kill you in the most painful way. Hyuk clicks his tongue. Do you think I will let you catch me? I am a star. I am the legendary guardian from Earth. Hyuk completes the quest and unlocks the infinite inventory. A new thief has appeared in Terra. A thief with the raw power of a warrior has emerged. He uses stealth and his bottomless storage to steal priceless treasures from everyone. The planet Terra cannot adapt to this chaos. The world is falling into madness. The long-haired man speaks to the legendary Kung-U. Your third divine path is gluttony. You are the god of devouring, not a common thief. So what is actually happening here? Can you explain this? Kung-U sighs. I underestimated his potential. I am sorry. He is far more agile and specialized in stealth than imagined. The main issue is his talent. As a superstar, the more attention he receives from the world, the more his power explodes and grows. The stranger wonders about this mysterious power. Is there any limit to how strong this gluttony god can truly become in this world? So, his power surges as his infamy grows? Sung-woo sighed, feeling helpless. I shouldn't have unlocked that. His storage skill is basically giving wings to a tiger. Now they call him the Thief King, and he's over level 80. The man was shocked. You have the appraisal eye? Yet you made such a massive blunder? Unbelievable. Sung-woo nodded. It's because of my appraisal eye that I was deceived. He isn't childish. He just has a twisted sense of justice. That's no excuse. He claims to represent justice, yet he acts like a common criminal? Sung-woo scratched his head. Well, he is from Earth. To him, the residents of Terra are the good guys. So, only a fellow Earthling could understand his logic? Even with your eyes, you don't see him as a villain? He doesn't steal with evil intent. He's just using it to relieve his immense stress, right? Sung-woo looked awkward. He's been under pressure, trying to act like a leader when he's actually just a brat. The man grumbled. Why does he have to do this in Terra? He should just go back to Earth and do it there. A notification flashed. You received 12,150. 4 points from the ingredient. God's avatar. Reward. 1,000-year vinegar. The golden spirit's Kylan. I turned off the offering function, yet he still sends gifts with such unexpected loyalty. He'd be mortified if he knew I was his god. These gifts he sent, they all belong to those corrupt nobles. When I fought the Demon King, those bastards never helped. Yet, they were hoarding all these top-tier ingredients. Since he's on a roll, maybe I should send him a quest to raid the king's royal treasury? A dark aura appeared behind Sung-woo. I sense a very wicked scheme brewing in your mind, chef. Sung-woo wiped his nose. Sorry. Since he's my avatar, his mistakes are my responsibility. You can handle him. Kang Hee-wook woke up screaming. Nabi rushed over. Are you okay? You're at the restaurant. You look exhausted. Go home and rest. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒌 wiped his sweat. I only remember my neck being sliced by someone called the executioner. Has a whole day passed? Was it all a dream? No. Look at this status window. 6 months in Terra. I need to check the system. Level 43? Jumping 15 levels in one night? I really am a genius. Oh, I love you, god of gluttony. When I return to the front lines, I'll build a massive statue in your honor. No, I'll build a grand temple. Meanwhile, KF stared at the rank-up match application in total shock. You've never entered these matches before. What happened? 𝒂𝒂𝒏 grinned confidently. Would you believe me if I said I'm a returnee? KF crossed his arms. You expect me to believe that nonsense? 𝒂𝒂𝒏 winked. I'm signing up. I'll challenge everyone from rank 99, all the way down to rank 9. KF frowned. Challengers must put up a prize. Do you have anything that would satisfy a high ranker? 𝒂𝒂𝒏 smirked. I'll bet this. An A rank magic sword. KF gasped. The value of that blade is incredible. There's no other choice then. I can't believe you can use a subspace bag. You really are a returnee. Fine. This is the price of the gamble. Other hunters began taking bets from KF's hand. I thought you'd use that money for a trip after being caught cheating. I bet you'll run once I win. He's going to start exploring the moment he gets his hands on 𝒂𝒏𝒏. 𝒂𝒂𝒏 fumed at their teasing. I feel like I'm being scammed. Fine. I'll take the team's support funds to the casino then. The TV news blared. The pride of Korea. Kang 𝒂𝒂𝒏 has climbed the ranks to 92nd place. Sung-woo chuckled. He said he'd break rank 90, but he's stuck at 91. At least he isn't crying anymore. His blessings were revoked, but he's still strong. Should I keep these items in my storage as a memento? Food is prepped, groceries are stocked. Now what? Welcome to the 𝒉 fishing hole. Entry is free during maintenance. Sung-woo grabbed his fishing gear. Perfect. Time to close the shop and go catch some dinner. It's just a hobby. Nabi. The shop is closed today. Go play with Unha. Nabi and Unha waved him off. Be careful, uncle. Sung-woo arrived at the 𝒉 fishery and frowned. This place looks pretty run down. There are no signs anywhere. The guard spoke up. Entry is free, but you must rent gear. Interested? Sung-woo smiled. No thanks, I brought my own. But I do need some bait. Do you need my hunter ID? I have something similar. Sung-woo thought of his returnee certificate. The guard started trembling with fear. The monsters. It feels like there's a rift at the bottom of the lake. Sung-woo gave a forced laugh. Maybe it's a monster. That's probably why Isaac doesn't care. I thought it was just a sea serpent. Entering the palace gate? No problem. But why run businesses here with monsters lurking? They're even running TV ads. He explains that business is booming. They even landed a long-term contract for a mere 2-second commercial. You're really going in? Sung-woo beams. Of course! It's time for some deep cleaning. This should be enough. I need it spotless. It's the best relaxation spot nearby. My father always went fishing whenever he could. Fishing was the only hobby for my firefighter father during his rare, precious days off. We'd head to the reservoir hand in hand. Dad always cleaned the area before catching carp, catfish, or grass carp. We caught them all. Then, Dad would cook a legendary, spicy fish stew. That stew felt like a divine reward. That's why I love fishing too. Cleaning done, time to cast. I can't believe how murky this water is. Is the rift causing this pollution? If water quality drops, the fish population will plummet, leaving only the bottom feeders. In other words, these are the perfect ingredients for monster food. Sung-woo is a pro angler. Let's see. Not these guys. Humpback carp, every fisherman's nightmare. They're everywhere, swarming the bait. One tug and you've hooked another trash fish. The taste? Pure garbage. It's like chewing on wet dirt. That foul stench lingers for hours, and the bones are a death trap. Sharp, sturdy, and ready to pierce your throat. Honestly, this fish is the absolute worst catch. But for me, it's perfect. This is exactly what I need for the perfect, the slime cleanup. Suddenly, Disaster Management Monitor Jong-hoon arrives. It's been a while, hasn't it? This fishing ground has decayed. It used to be beautiful. 9 years since the owner first asked for help with the rift. Despite being a regular, I refused. It wasn't worth wasting elite manpower. I knew no one would help, but I'm still human. Reports say fishing is still possible here. They also mention a massive slime infestation. This area is F rank, and there he is, the returnee. Seung-woo? He's trouble. Why catch so many trash fish? Jong-hun asks. Seung-woo just grins. For cooking, obviously. Jong-hun is horrified. Cooking? With those things? For Seung-woo, it's just high-quality ingredients. Actually, they're perfect for crafting weapons. My carp dish? It's basically a biological weapon. Jong-hun scowls. Is this kid planning to send hunters to the afterlife with poisonous fish? I don't know if you realize, but you can't sell bioweapons in a restaurant. That's terrible service. Seung-woo laughs. He knows I'm a chef? He must be with the gate. Occupation force. Sorry. I was too busy fishing to explain. I'm not selling these to people. They're just tools to wipe out the slimes. Jong-hun sighs in disbelief. You'll hunt monsters. Using that disgusting fish? Seung-woo yanks the rod. This could take down a dragon. So slimes are nothing. Dragons are the ultimate apex predators. Yet here's Seung-woo claiming he cooks them to death. Is this returnee joking? He conquered a double S-rank gate. So maybe he's actually serious. You can really catch slimes with food? Seung-woo nods. It's child's play. Jong-hun is reeling. He makes killing monsters sound like spraying bugs with insecticide. Such confidence. Seung-woo chuckles. Dragons are just oversized lizards with magic. They aren't that tough. Sure, they're powerful, but they have zero self-control. Driven by pure gluttony, they fall for traps easily. Just like common carp. Trust me, offer them the right food, and they're hooked. Despite their different breeds, they all share one weakness. Take the red dragon, Elias's right hand. I only won because the Demon King couldn't resist the flavor. Time to eat, you big overgrown lizards. Dig in. Jong-hun is curious. I heard dragons can digest anything. What did you even feed it? Seung-woo reminisces. My ultimate dish. To put it simply, it's an invincible monster-killing recipe. The killing blow still requires a blade. Of course my teammates insisted. Jong-hun is stunned. Ultimate dish? Such a thing exists? Seung-woo laughs. I told you. It's a meal, a weapon, and my slime bait. Jong-hun offers to help. Seung-woo ponders. I need more fish. 60 more, to be exact. Jong-hun is fired up. Let's finish this today. He recalls the legends of ambrosia, the food of the gods, a divine feast that grants immortality and endless blessings. Within the forbidden recipes of the gods, one stands above all a lethal dish capable of slaying deities. The twilight of the gods, Ragnarok. Our protagonist stares blankly, recalling his previous, crude attempt at this divine recipe. Preparation is grueling, and materials are near impossible to find. Yet, even a mere imitation yielded terrifying results. Having crushed his foes before, he eyes the ordinary fish in the bucket. What if a flavorless creature was transformed by the Ragnarok method? A freshwater version. Perhaps I will call it the destructive humpback perch of doom. If I keep experimenting, a 6-star dish is inevitable. Standing up, he asks Jong-hun about this peculiar fishing ground. Do you visit often? Jong-hun sighs. I used to, 9 years ago. But back then, this place was different. It once teemed with catfish and carp, and the water was crystal clear, nothing like this murky wasteland now. After a big catch, the manager would cook a spicy fish stew so delicious, it was legendary. Seung-woo's interest peaks. The manager cooked for you? Jong-hun nods. He was a world-renowned chef once. Seung-woo realizes his hidden potential. His skills must have been top tier. Jong-hun smiles. I have tried stews everywhere, but none compared to his masterpiece. I hope to taste it one day, Seung-woo replies. But for now, it is time for me to start the fire. I will leave it to you, says Jong-hun, watching in awe as Seung-woo handles the fish with supernatural precision. Fire ignites without fuel. It is pure alchemy. He claimed this meal was a weapon, and it certainly looks like magic. More sorcery than culinary art. Seung-woo begins the ritual. Step 1, throw a ton of cleaned perch into the cauldron. Step 2, season with salt, black pepper, and soy sauce. Step 3, stir the mixture until it begins to boil violently. Jong-hoon watches in utter confusion. Are you actually cooking? Sung-woo calmly affirms as he prepares the next phase. I need absolute silence now. He sighs, focusing on Ragnarok, the dish that slaughters gods and elevates mortals to divinity. The core requires true fire, eternal life, and the essence of death itself. It is a culinary path to godhood. Those who consume it endure infinite cycles of destruction and rebirth. Through this agony, their mortal shells are shattered. A new, transcendent body emerges, surpassing the heavens. But that is only if the person can survive the trial. Even our protagonist isn't sure he would survive his own cooking, especially using these basic, unbuffed humpback fish as a base. Jong-hoon trembles. Is this truly magic? Unbeknownst to him, this is a bioweapon designed to stop great rank gates. Type 0, a biological weapon forged by scientists from planet Gia to combat the horrors emerging from Form 0 portals. Originally meant for defense, it broke containment and devoured everything in sight, growing into an unstoppable, all-consuming force. It became the ultimate predator, wiping out its own homeworld before sensing a tiny rift and slipping away. It sought new prey on Earth, continuing its expansion. But as the food source dried up, it finally surfaced. The creature emerged, only to encounter a strange object. What is this? I have never tasted such a bizarre flavor. Its cells began to scream in agony. My body is burning. Is this a neurotoxin? A chemical weapon? How dare these humans trap me? It tried to adapt, to endure until its body could absorb the lethal concoction. Once I evolve, I will be invincible. But the fire would not stop. It was being incinerated from the inside out. Death was imminent. This cooking was the ultimate weapon for sealing a great gate, the perfect countermeasure. Sung-woo watches a red glow beneath the surface. It is destroyed, but he needs to be certain it is truly gone. He dives in to inspect the rift personally. To his shock, the reading far exceeds a mere slime's power. This thing was Demon King rank, yet it is currently melting into nothingness. My recipe worked like a charm. A temporary fix, perhaps? Suddenly, a strange sensation surges through his body. He freezes in his tracks. Wait, could this be a level up? He stares at the remains of the creature from planet Gia. So this monster was actually the Demon King slime that ruined a whole world and I just accidentally cooked it? I gained massive levels from a meal. Despite its overwhelming power, its resistance to weird food was pathetic. It once plunged a planet into chaos, yet it could not handle my seasonings. Earth would have been doomed otherwise. Sung-woo kneels, examining the soil. There is no mana, but the earth here is incredibly rich and fertile. Was the slime vulnerable to my magic because of this soil? This ground is perfect for high-level agriculture. Dusting off his hands, he smiles. Since I have cleared the Demon King from this unclaimed territory, does not that make me the new owner? I need to mark my territory and secure this bounty immediately. Time to set up a portal connecting this land directly to my office basement. The food god's empire begins here. The branch manager was ecstatic. The monsters were purged and the rift finally sealed. Incredible, his disciple chimed in. That lethal poison that dissolved the slimes. Can we research it? It's a discovery of the century. With that formula, we'd have the ultimate military bioweapon. If I just knew the ingredients, I could mass-produce it. Please, introduce me to the genius creator. Mass-produce my foot, the manager barked. The disciple flinched as the truth was finally revealed. The secret ingredients? Sea base, salt, and garlic. He just tossed them in a pot and stirred. The disciple froze in sheer disbelief. Wait, you're saying that legendary destruction was just cooking? Exactly. That poison was just a meal. A dish so divine it defies logic. The devastation of sea bass. An entire army annihilated by a single recipe? I think I'll just leave this part out of the report. Min Kif walked in with a smirk. Finally witnessing the master's SSS-rank cooking talent. Manager? You brats are all too sharp for your own good. How did you know the returnee was behind this? It's not me. You're just an open book, manager. The manager's face twisted in annoyance. What, are you a psychic now? Min Kif sighed. No, just a realist with eyes. Fine. I finally see why you're so obsessed with that guy. Min Kif felt a wave of relief. Truthfully, even as a man, I find him magnetic. He possesses an overwhelming, mysterious charm. Those forearms when he's fishing. Truly peak aesthetic. Min-Kif could only judge his weird obsession silently. The gap in their leadership was like heaven and earth. Who are you calling a bad leader, kid? Problem-solving and leadership are two different beasts. He hasn't proven he's a better manager than me yet. I wasn't comparing him to you, manager. I was comparing him to the legendary 𝒂𝒏𝒌. The manager's voice dropped instantly. Oh, well, everyone looks like an amateur compared to him. You're still in my top 3 most trusted people. Though number 2 is definitely the Secretary General. The Secretary General? That cold-blooded monster? He's definitely on a whole different level of terrifying. But he's reliable, isn't he? To the manager, they were like a healing potion versus a horror movie. Min-Kif saw them as a just hero versus a dark hero. Especially the icy strategist, 𝒂𝒏𝒌, a man who uses any means to secure victory. His sharp instincts never miss a single move on the board. A predator in a suit. The manager shuddered, imagining the master meeting that cold-blooded genius. If those two ever meet, I won't be able to control the fallout. He suddenly grabbed Min-Kif's shoulder. Min, as your superior, I'm granting you a special privilege. Min-Kif looked suspicious. A privilege? From now on, tell me absolutely nothing about Yu Hojin. No reports, no updates, no information at all. What kind of garbage privilege is that? You're basically telling me to handle this nightmare alone. Ignorance is bliss. If I know, the Secretary General will find out. Now, just report today's mundane activities. Min-Kif snapped. Fine. Today, I sensed a boss-level anomaly in the restaurant's basement. Stop! I said no reporting. But Min-Kif refused to be silenced by the cowardly manager. There's a massive energy signature down there. I'm reporting this because it could be a level 10 threat. The manager covered his ears, screaming. I hear nothing. My ears are closed to your lies. Min-Kif slammed the door in a rage. What a man-child. But seriously, what is that terrifying aura? Deep in the warrior's restaurant basement, a hidden gift from an old comrade was pulsing with life. A rare slime-pudding creature was being raised there. It turns kitchen scraps into sweet, buff-giving desserts. But another survivor was lurking in the dark. A fragment of the great disaster had somehow endured. The fallen binary weapon. Formula 0. Its body was ravaged by the god-tier cooking it consumed. It barely survived by splitting its essence. It followed the trail, searching for a way to recover its power. A life source. It looks just like me. If I devour this, I'll regain my true divine form. Then I'll consume every last one of you. But for some reason, its body refused to grow. Why is my color changing? Does this brat have a hidden skill? Suddenly, the slime felt its cells erupt. What is this? Basic division? If this consumes my mana, it better be an SSS-rank ability. Seung-woo's voice chilled the air. The slime trembled. How are you still alive? Impressive, you absorbed my snack. Yet, your pathetic size remains the same. You've lost your core powers, haven't you? The creature froze in shock. No vocal cords? Figures. But despite my calm face, I'm quite annoyed. That was my pudding. Seung-woo's aura flared. No more mercy for you. One strike ends this. The monster begged. Suddenly, a divine scent drifted. What is this aroma? It originated from the defeated pudding fragment. He tasted it. Mint? Apple? A heavenly flavor never found on Earth. Is this the taste of another world? It far surpassed any ordinary dessert. Delicious yet, it's still a demon king. His moral compass wavered. Decisions, decisions. Seung-woo stood. I'll peer into your memories first. Using the god-tier Chronos ring, he delved into the creature's soul. The slime waited in silence. Seung-woo remained motionless, lost in the vision. Impatience flared. Is he mocking me? Days later, Kang-hook arrived. Stinky tofu, fermented fish. The world has many pungent delicacies. But this place, it smells addictive. Min-Kif laughed at his logic. Good food is normal, right? Kang-hook argued that texture and scent mattered. Entering, he screamed, Boss, what on earth is that monster doing here? Oh, him? My new air freshener. Kang-hook sniffed. It smelled like paradise. Like a tropical vacation. Then reality hit. He roared in realization. Wait, that's a monster. Seung-woo shrugged. To me, it's just a slime. Kang-hook worried. A multiplying slime was a frontline threat, not a pet. That returnee is dangerous. He couldn't just attack his boss's pet. I'm a champion of the sword god. I must take action. A monster in a restaurant? This isn't some shape-shifting kitten, boss. You have a point, Sung-woo mused. Any suggestions for a fix? Suggestions? Are you insane? Kang-hook fumed. Sung-woo sighed in disappointment. Min-keef intervened. There is a way. But what exactly is this thing? It's not acidic or hostile. It's fragrant, soft, and completely harmless. The slime struggled as Min-keef poked it. Release me, lowly human. How dare you? Sung-woo smiled. I've already purified its toxins. I see. Then just report it as a tamed creature. Taming? Sung-woo blinked. The art of controlling magical beasts. Since you have a cat, it fits. Now, what's his name? Isaac. The slime froze. He actually remembered my name? Registering it as a combatant earns subsidies, but you'll be drafted. Drafted? No thanks. Min-keef smirked. Then we'll forge the rank. Rank F? Sung-woo gasped. Min-keef nodded. The manager trusts me. Sung-woo realized Min-keef knew the truth, but chose to help him. F. Rank it is. Your business won't be affected, Min-keef confirmed. Thanks, buddy. They shared a laugh, ignoring a fuming Kang-hook. Want some pudding? Min-keef accepted happily, leaving Kang-hook in despair. They're plotting something. I know it. Then Nabi the cat approached. The kitten's purrs melted his rage. He sipped his coffee. Defeated. Fine, I give up. 1 lamb steak, please. Actually, make it 3. Nabi. Little kitten? I'm back. After 6 months in the hellscape of Terra, monsters are just another ingredient for my kitchen. Survival wasn't a challenge. It was a lifestyle. I've returned with a palate that craves nothing but the absolute pinnacle of flavor. Nabi's eyes sparkle with pure excitement. Since it's your first day back, it's on the house. Our hero doesn't hesitate to accept the divine offer. Slim serves the dish, trembling with hidden disbelief. Why would a master of his caliber settle for such a mediocre, low-tier meal? But the SSS-rank hunger in his eyes is primal. As the plate hits the table, he gazes at it like a god claiming his rightful tribute. He takes a bite, and the world shatters. A culinary supernova erupts, far surpassing any legendary delicacy found in the reaches of Terra. Slim watches in pure terror as the atmosphere shifts. How can a single mouthful make a man look like he's transcending the mortal plane? Suddenly, the doors fly open as customers flood in. Chef, we've arrived. The quiet shop transforms into a sacred temple for the hungry. Slim becomes a blur of motion, serving the masses. The elites and commoners alike scramble for even a morsel of this life-changing power. Slim seethes in the shadows, nursing his wounded pride. Wait until my body recovers. I'll stop serving these insects and reclaim my dark throne. But as long as the hero's seal remains unbroken, the legendary monster's power is nothing more than a flickering candle in a hurricane. Elsewhere, the mood is lighter over glasses of wine. Lee Jong-hoon sits with the elder, enjoying a rare moment of peace amidst the rising storm. The wine tastes like victory today, doesn't it? You've survived a nightmare, youngster, the elder says. His eyes filled with hard-earned wisdom. The lingering tension of the disaster finally begins to fade. For the first time in years, the air feels clean, and the future looks bright. The elder watches the pond, tears of joy in his eyes. Life is returning to the world as vibrant fish dance beneath the crystal-clear surface. Jong-hoon delivers the news the elder has prayed for. Compensation is coming from the disaster fund. It's time to rebuild everything the darkness took. It's a lifeline for the environment and the soul. Not just a payout, but the foundation for a new, flourishing era of peace. The old man is speechless, his face lighting up. Is it truly happening? For a moment, the weight of 1,000 worries vanishes. Jong-hoon serves a bowl of steaming, fragrant stew. This isn't about our past connection, he clarifies. This is about the dignity you've rightfully earned. He acknowledges the failures of the high-ranking system. We should have protected you sooner. Consider this the first step toward true justice. The elder's heart overflows, and tears fall freely. He stammers his gratitude, his voice trembling with the weight of pure, unadulterated relief. It has been a grueling journey for everyone involved. Jong-hoon offers a steadying pat on the shoulder. Rest now. The nightmare has finally ended. Under the golden sun, they savor the legendary meal. A perfect moment of tranquility before the tides of destiny begin to shift once more. Meanwhile, at the ISAC Korean branch, Ji-hoon presents a report, that turns the chief pale. Tension hangs heavy in the air, thick enough to choke. The chief stares at the official document in horror. Is this a joke? Ji-hoon can only nod, knowing the gravity of the news. The seal of Isaac stares back at them, cold and final. The chief's hands shake as he reads the orders that will change the balance of power. Official authorization for the mobile armed unit. It's a move no one expected. The gears of a grand, dangerous game are starting to turn. Ji-hoon hides a nervous smile, his mind racing fast. His team returned from the last mission broken, shattered by a challenge that defied all human logic. The food ordeal left the entire staff completely incapacitated. With the office empty, the call for elite backup was a desperate cry for survival. But the help they received was more than they bargained for. Ji-hoon tries to brush off his own sick leave and focus on the overwhelming power arriving soon. Is this a blessing or a curse from the heavens? Help has arrived at last, but it comes with a price that might be too high. Ji-hoon's thoughts wander to a much-needed tropical vacation. Could this finally be his chance to escape the madness and find his own paradise? Bali? Hawaii? The dreams are brutally short-lived. The branch chief slams his fist down, shattering any hope of a peaceful getaway for the team. The Secretary General doesn't act out of kindness. Every move is a calculated strike. There is a hidden agenda lurking behind this: support. For a man who loathes inefficiency and failure, sending an elite unit means the stakes have reached a violent breaking point. The chief leans in, his eyes sharp and deadly. Which unit did they actually send? Ji-hoon hesitates, the name heavy on his tongue. The words fall like lead. Full Metal Heroes. The chief bolts upright in shock, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. They sent the absolute best of the legendary best. Why deploy a god-tier unit to a situation they thought was under their control? A chilling realization begins to dawn on his soul. This isn't a simple reinforcement mission. It's a hunt for a power that defies the world. His mind flashes to the ordinary-looking chef, Sung-woo, a returnee with power that could level entire nations, a walking nuclear bomb disguised by divine cooking. If the Full Metal Heroes are here to subdue him, then a war is coming, a clash of titans that will leave nothing but ashes. The chief laughs bitterly at his own foolish naivety. How could he have been so blind? Ji-hoon watches him, the air growing colder by the second. He realizes the true, dark intent of the higher-ups. If they're doing what I think they are, we must stop them before the world burns. No matter how elite these hunters think they are nothing before the SSS-rank talent. They've made a fatal, legendary miscalculation of power. Ji-hoon can only stare in confusion and growing dread. The storm isn't over. The true domination of the food god is just beginning. The branch manager paced, his mind a storm of doubt. Should I report this to the higher-ups? I am trapped. He wondered if the Secretary General possessed secret intel. Was there something hidden beneath the surface of this diner? Impossible, he hissed, shaking his head. Unless a mole had been planted in that kitchen in total secrecy. Meanwhile, a loud sneeze echoed through the restaurant. It was Taiji, grumbling about the freezing weather while rubbing his nose. Today's special was a Western-style pork cutlet paired with mushroom soup. The aroma was absolutely divine and intoxicating. He plunged his fork into the juicy, sauce-drenched meat. His eyes gleamed with hunger as he took a massive bite. As the flavors exploded, Taiji froze. It was incredible. Sung-woo chuckled, clapping at the athlete's raw, wild appetite. You really are built different, Sung-woo teased as Taiji finished in 2 gulps. The whole crowd started cheering wildly. Taiji blushed, scratching his head. It is not just my training. Your cooking is truly on another level, boss. Can I get seconds? He asked eagerly. Sung-woo grinned. Of course. I will make this next portion even bigger. Taiji beamed with joy. But then, he noticed a tiny, wobbling creature clearing his empty plate away quite efficiently. His jaw dropped. A monster? A slime inside a human restaurant? Questions began racing through his trained warrior mind. Was this creature actually his assistant? Strangely, a refreshing, clean scent radiated from its translucent, gooey little body. As the slime slithered past, Taiji glanced at Eun-ha and the cat. His instincts screamed that something was wrong. No matter how cute, a monster was still a monster. A terrifying killing intent suddenly flared in Taiji's eyes. He swore he would not let anything harm Eun-ha, not even a scratch. His burning rage made the air cold. Even the slime felt the shivering dread. It only worked here because Seung-woo promised it absolute protection and safety. It had diligently learned human ways, even how to polish windows. Now, it faced the unpredictable wrath of a hunter. Confused by the hostility, the slime stopped. It decided to confront the scary human directly, staring him right back. "Did I do something wrong?" its eyes seemed to ask. The two locked gazes in a fierce, silent mental duel. Suddenly, a hand scooped the slime up. It was Seung-woo. He pinched the creature's cheek with a stern look. "You little troublemaker. Who taught you to glare at our customers?" The slime wobbled in protest, feeling totally framed. Seung-woo turned to Tae-ji, apologizing. "Is this little guy bothering you?" "Don't worry, he's completely harmless and weak." Tae-ji sighed, relaxing his stance. "Sorry, my hunter instincts just kicked in automatically when I saw a monster." Seung-woo realized this was a problem. If everyone reacted this way, the slime would not be able to work peacefully. To lighten the mood, Seung-woo started bouncing the slime like a basketball. "See? It is just a harmless toy." Tae-ji panicked, waving his hands. "Stop. Eun-ha should not see that. She will think monsters are just toys to play with." Seung-woo laughed and stopped. Meanwhile, the slime sobbed internally. "I am the one whose life is in danger here." Tae-ji's face turned grim. "Listen, you need to hide that slime right now. It is for your own safety." "Why the sudden tension?" Seung-woo asked. Tae-ji whispered, "The mobile armed squad is headed straight for this location." Seung-woo tilted his head, clueless. "Mobile what? Is that some kind of special police force or something like that?" Tae-ji realized he had to explain. "Do you want the long version or the short version of this nightmare?" "I have got time. Tell me everything," Seung-woo replied. Tae-ji nodded, starting from the very beginning of the era. He spoke of the awakened humans with supernatural gifts. Hunters were the only ones who could slay the gate monsters. They were humanity's shields, but their numbers were far too few. Common people grew tired of living in constant fear. "Why must we just wait to be saved?" they asked. "Can't those without powers fight back against the darkness too?" The answer was a resounding yes. They craved the power to pierce a monster's heart and survive the brutal onslaught. Cyberdyne, a global tech giant, stepped in. They developed cutting-edge military science to bridge the gap between man and God. The result was the birth of lethal, single-use war machines. He revealed the mobile combat suits to the chef. "Wait, a disposable robot?" Seung-woo was fascinated. "Can humans actually pilot these things and fight high-rank monsters?" Tae-ji confirmed it. Initially, they were drones. But due to signal jamming in high-mana zones, they needed human pilots. He explained how electromagnetic interference made manual control a necessity for survival on the front lines of the gates. Seung-woo's eyes sparkled like a kid watching a mecha anime. "That sounds incredibly cool. Real-life giant robots." Then he got serious. "But what do these metal giants want with a tiny little slime like mine?" Tae-ji hesitated, his expression darkening. "The problem is, those combat suits have some very dangerous limitations. If that slime gets caught in the machinery, it is game over." Tae-ji nods in grim agreement. "Countless slimes have already met their end this way. The tactical mobile squad is the natural enemy of all slimes." Seung-woo looks at his little companion with a heart full of dread. This is getting dangerous. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, the elite unit has finally arrived. Their footsteps echo with terrifying authority through the grand hall. The atmosphere is heavy with tension. A soldier steps forward with a sharp salute, introducing the legendary 6th Tactical Mobile Squad. "I am Captain Yoo Han-na." The branch manager, Lee Jung-hoon, welcomes her with a formal bow. All armored robot units are locked, loaded, and standing by. The operation is ready. Han-na salutes once more, her aura radiating pure power. 6th Squad Captain, Yoo Han-na, reporting for duty. Her presence is truly overwhelming. The manager is honored to meet such a high-ranking hunter. "Welcome to the Korean branch." Han-na's majestic figure shines like a true hero. Bae Kang-hook can't help but smirk at the sight of her. He steps forward with his typical playboy charm. "I have a weakness for strong, powerful women." The manager is stunned by his boldness. But Kang-hook ignores him, fixating his gaze on Han-na's face. He is playing with fire. "What a waste for a beauty like you to be a soldier. And I heard you are already married too?" He is intentionally trying to provoke her. Kang-hook thinks his status as a top-tier hunter will intimidate her. He wants to see her crumble under his ego. But he picked the wrong target. Hanna doesn't flinch for even a second. Instead, she lets out a cold, mocking laugh. This superstar is about to get a reality check. Flick! She snaps her fingers right against his forehead. You are disqualified, kid. She doesn't show a shred of fear against the elite hunter. Sorry, little boy, but your cheap charms don't work on me. You're trying too hard to be a superstar. Kang-hook is frozen in shock. His face turns a deep shade of crimson from the humiliation. The surrounding staff can barely hold back their laughter. The superstar has been humbled. Later, the manager gives Hanna a tour of the facilities. I am relieved you are here. I have prepared the finest VIP accommodations for you. Please, make yourself at home. Hanna thanks him politely, but her mind is elsewhere. Is there any urgent business to attend to? The manager assures her that she is off the clock. It is your free time now. Why not go and explore the sights of the city? Hanna stops in her tracks, her eyes sparkling with intent. No need for a tour. I already have a very specific destination in mind. The manager is caught off guard by her sudden interest. A destination? Where could an elite captain want to go? Her answer shocks them all. I heard there is a legendary restaurant that cooks monster ingredients. The three men freeze in pure terror. Their faces turn pale as ghosts. The manager starts sweating bullets immediately. He frantically signals to the others that he didn't leak the secret. Panic is rising. Kang-hook and Min-ki both shake their heads in desperate denial. It wasn't us. Hanna is already hunting for more information. I have always dreamed of tasting a meal made from monsters. Even if people say the taste is absolutely horrifying, is it really that bad? Min-ki tries to warn her with a look of pure disgust. It is beyond terrible. I strongly advise you to stay far away from that place. But his warning only fuels her curiosity further. I actually love eating bizarre and exotic foods. The weirder, the better. I have already conquered the world's most fermented and stinky dishes. From fermented fish to the most pungent delicacies. Nothing scares my palate. And if they really have slime on the menu, I must try it. Min-ki is speechless. This woman is a food maniac. This is a disaster. I have to stop her before she discovers the secret pet slime. But the manager accidentally ruins everything. He casually mentions that the chef has prepared slime before. Hanna's face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. Incredible. I am heading there right this second. Before anyone can stop her, she vanishes like a gust of wind. The hunt is on. Min-ki feels his soul leaving his body. Sir, do you realize there is a live slime at that restaurant? The secret is about to blow up. The manager is surprisingly calm about the whole situation. I know he uses it for his divine cooking, right? He reported it was for the buffs. Min-ki finally drops the ultimate bombshell. He isn't just cooking it. He hired a slime as an employee. The manager turns to stone. Absolute silence falls over the room before the shouting starts. Why on earth didn't you report something that critical? The manager is losing his mind. You told me not to report the small stuff. Was I supposed to read your mind, sir? The blame game has officially begun. The manager screams back in total desperation. You should have known a slime employee was a big deal. Min-ki finds it completely unfair. You never gave me a manual for what counts as a crisis. Meanwhile, Kang-hook just watches the chaos and yawns. He couldn't care less. Communication issues are truly a tragedy, aren't they? This is why I told you guys to talk more. He is enjoying their misery. Shut your mouth. Both of them turn their rage toward the smug superstar. But the damage is already done. Hanna has already arrived at the restaurant door. Inside, Taji and Sungu hear the bell chime. Their hearts skip a beat. Sungu's intuition screams at him. She is here. Hanna steps inside and begins scanning the room with sharp eyes. Nabi the cat rushes out to greet the new guest. Hanna's cold expression melts instantly. Oh my god, what an adorable little kitty. Sungu breathes a temporary sigh of relief. Good job, Nabi. Distract her. But what about the other staff member? Hidden in the corner, a blue-haired boy is trembling violently. He is chanting prayers for his life. The slime's secret identity is in grave danger. To shift his form, he needs absolute focus. Slim is so terrified he can't even open his eyes. He tries to control his breathing as instructed, but his power has reached its breaking point. A strange noise reaches Uha's ears. She glances around suspiciously, wondering if she just heard something. Nabi's heart skips a beat. He frantically tries to dodge the question with a desperate excuse. Honored guest, that slime-like dish is actually a dessert, much like a delicate pudding or jelly. 𝒂𝒏𝒌 is taken aback. A warning? Is the taste bad? Nabi hides the terrifying truth with a lie. It's delicious, but the calories are explosive. You'll turn into a pig. Meanwhile, Slim reverts to his true form. Luckily, he's small enough to vanish under the table. Slim fumes with indignation at having to hide. Why must I hide from a mere customer? I can't stay trapped in the basement forever. Why must I live in the shadows while working? Slim waits for the chance to regain his human shell. No matter the situation, I can only maintain this human vessel for 20 seconds. I must hurry. Slim rushes to serve the dessert, but his form flickers before he even reaches the table. He cycles through transformations while frantically cleaning. This life is far too difficult. 𝒂𝒏𝒌 wipes her mouth and narrows her eyes at the blue-clad busboy. Hey. Her voice turns cold and heavy. You're a slime, aren't you? The boy begins to tremble. Taji freezes in shock. Nabi watches in horror as Slim's physical form begins to melt away. 𝒂𝒏𝒌's gaze never wavers as her hand inches toward the knife. Both Nabi and Slim want to scream. 𝒂𝒏𝒌's assassin-like aura is suffocating. She looks ready to devour the slime alive with ancient hatred. She remembers a battlefield from years ago. A city reduced to a wasteland of smoke and fire. Clad in heavy robot armor, 𝒂𝒏𝒌 searched through the ruins for any sign of her comrades. Is everyone all right? The soldiers replied with trembling voices. We're barely holding on. Captain. Suddenly, a distress signal from a soldier named Bob pierces her headset. He's in a total panic. A slime got into the cockpit. It's melting me. Save me. 𝒂𝒏𝒌 tries to calm his screaming. I hear you, Bob. Wait for me. She pushes her engines to the limit to reach him. These mobile suits are locked tight before missions and can't be removed by the pilot alone. Bob was trapped as the building collapsed. 𝒂𝒏𝒌 could only watch as his signal finally flatlined. She wept in the silence. A civilian pilot had no way to survive a slime infiltration. Most had no choice but to embrace death. Now, 𝒂𝒏𝒌 has finally found that cursed species again. She growls, staring into its eyes. I will kill you. 𝒂𝒏𝒌 lunges forward with her blade. Dear guest. Sungu intervenes, calmly wiping a plate while blocking her path with a chilling presence. That knife is for Japanese tonkatsu, not for murder. Sungu's gaze is as sharp as any blade. They lock eyes in a deadly stalemate. Sungu already knows her tragic past from Taji's stories. He understands her pain, but he won't let her move. 𝒂𝒏𝒌 grinds her teeth in pure fury. She doesn't realize this monster has a tragic story of its own. Yansik wasn't always a slime. After the rifts opened, monster attacks became a common nightmare. A slime once attacked a child and became fascinated by the boy's unique essence. It was a mutation that could absorb knowledge and personality through the process of digestion. Scientists captured the creature, conducting cruel experiments to create a weapon to close the rifts. But the slime began to evolve a consciousness. The first to awaken became the first sacrifice. Slim endured unimaginable agony as they tore his body apart for science. Yet, he felt no hatred. Hate is a learned emotion. He only knew the void of hunger. That's why Yansik eats everything. Sungu remembers those memories. He can't see Slim as an enemy. Yansik is still just a child. He needs a guardian to protect his fragile soul. He needs an adult to teach him right from wrong, not a scientist ordering him to kill. Sungu glares with a serious expression. What are you doing to my child? 𝒂𝒏𝒌 is stunned. Slim looked absolutely pitiful. Yet as a officially registered summon, its status was untouchable. 𝒂𝒏𝒌 gnashed her teeth, suppressing her urge to strike while her hand hovered near her blade. Despite her elite combat mastery, she knew challenging a powerful awakened chef was pure suicide. Her eyes locked onto the shivering slime, desperately searching for a fatal opening that wasn't there. Sungu stood like an iron wall. Do you realize what happens when you threaten my staff? He crossed his arms with a chilling smirk. Attacking a tamed summon is a declaration of war. I'll pay for the damages, she barked. Sungu only laughed at her desperate arrogance. You think life is a game? I'll overlook this twice, but the third time, you're finished. 𝒂𝒏𝒌 stood abruptly, her pride wounded. And if I choose to strike right now? Test me then, he countered coldly. Taji watched from the side, trembling at the escalating pressure. I am the armored team captain, 𝒂𝒏𝒌 roared. Making an enemy of me will destroy this restaurant. Seung-woo didn't flinch. And making an enemy of me will destroy your entire career. His eyes turned sharp. Enough of these pathetic mind games. You're ruining the atmosphere. The heavy silence suffocated them. The once divine meal now tasted like bitter ash in their mouths. Even Nabi the cat sensed the killing intent. Taji gestured wildly for Henna to stand down. Reality finally hit Henna like a tidal wave. She had drawn steel against a peaceful citizen. She bowed her head in shame. Forgive my insolence. I acted beneath my rank and station. Words are cheap, Seung-woo noted. You're covering the bill for every single guest here. He flashed a predatory grin. And that includes the extra servings. Every single one. Taji exhaled, relieved the crisis past. She wondered if Henna knew the chef's true legendary status. Perhaps she was too blinded by duty to recognize the god of food standing before her. The irony was thick as Slim. The monster she loathed served her the next exquisite plate. Night fell upon the quiet restaurant. Nabi collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted from the day's drama. Hey warrior, Nabi groaned. Wouldn't it be easier to just hide that slime from her? Seung-woo sat down, calm. Slim did nothing wrong. Why should my staff live in shadows? This is my sanctuary, he added. If she can't handle my rules, she can starve outside. Nabi smirked. So why force the kid to reveal its human form for just a moment? It was training, Seung-woo explained. The kid needed a real threat to spark its evolution. From 10 seconds to a full minute, fear proved to be the ultimate catalyst for Slim's growth. Nabi purred in realization. The chef's guts were as legendary as his divine cooking skills. As the restaurant slept, Seung-woo yawned, ready to surrender to a well-earned rest. The door creaked open. Slim drifted in, eyes sparkling with tears of gratitude for its master. It remembered his protective words and blushed, snuggling beside the man who called it family. Dawn broke over the hunter's kitchen. Seung-woo woke up with a groan of pure agony. My back is screaming, he hissed, his face turning pale from the sudden, sharp muscle cramps. He found Nabi and Slim pinned to his legs. It was definitely time to buy a bed. He sighed softly, seeing Slim finally open up. Today's menu? Something light and golden. Tonkatsu. He stretched, expecting a quiet day since most high-ranking hunters were busy on raids. But with Nabi and Slim around, a legendary breakfast was mandatory. He checked the rice cooker. Empty. The soup was gone too. Only a massive mountain of pork cutlets remained in storage. Tired of fried pork? He mused. Then, let's transform it into something refreshing and addictive. The tonkatsu sandwich. A masterpiece known to every earthling, now refined by SSS tier talent. Crispy meat, secret tangy sauce, and soft bread. The perfect harmony of texture and divine flavor. He imagined it held by the Statue of Liberty. This wasn't just food. It was freedom. He pulled out a fresh loaf, reminiscing about his first sandwich 10 years ago in Terra. 4 companions huddle around a flickering fire. Theodorus, the elven hero, eyes his sandwich skeptically. What's the origin of this strange meal? He asks. Beside him, Seung-woo stops eating to listen. Every great dish has a legendary history, Theodorus insists. Seung-woo just feels slightly awkward. It's just ingredients between bread, he sighs. But the elf sees a deeper, poetic meaning. He lifts the bread high. I feel a free soul, a spirit unbound by worldly chains. Was this born from a gladiator's struggle? He wonders. Seung-woo finally reveals the truth. An earl named Sandwich invented it. A noble? Theodorus's face falls in instant disappointment. He was a workaholic who ate with one hand, Seung-woo explains. He wasn't just some capitalist. Theodorus bows his head in mourning. Born from labor? I cannot accept this work-life tragedy. He raises the bread again. From now on, it's a Theodorus. Only my name fits this freedom. Seung-woo is speechless. Hey, ever heard of copyright? Theodorus stares back, completely clueless. Forget it. Seung-woo groans. Do whatever you want, you communist elf. Just eat your food. Surprisingly, the name stuck. Soon, Theodorus's sandwiches spread like wildfire across the entire continent. Today, it's a holy offering to the god of revolution. Seung-woo snaps back to reality. He prepares the morning meal. Theodorus's chaotic energy still lingers in his wandering mind. Time for a hot sandwich. Crispy, grilled, and bursting with searing hot divine flavors. Unlike cold snacks, this requires fire. First, the tonkatsu pork cutlets hit the sizzling oil. Sizzling golden brown perfection. He layers fresh cabbage, bread, and the sauce-drenched cutlet together. But one thing is missing. He searches the cabinets until there. The legendary secret weapon. A bottle of Mio brand. The ultimate sauce crafted by the legendary world-traveling hero, 𝒂𝒏𝒌. Isekai heroes usually hate local food. But this is the forbidden gourmet exception. An ancient recipe passed through generations. Its flavor only deepens and intensifies with every year. A rare treasure, Seung-woo whispers. Even he hasn't mastered this complex, divine culinary blend. A gift from Nabi's grandmother. He spreads the precious, aged vintage over the crispy pork. This isn't just sauce. It's a calorie bomb. And higher calories mean higher power buffs. This 33-year-old batch is liquid gold. The SSS tier meal effect is about to activate. Suddenly, meow. Nabi and Yishik are awake, lured by the intoxicating, heavenly aroma of lunch. The shop opens, and the scent drifts outside. What is this smell? The customers gasp. Baek Kang-hook and Minky freeze. Chef, what is this divine fragrance? They rush inside. Seung-woo holds his pets close. Whatever it is, serve it now. Kang-hook practically begs him. A special plate arrives. The hunters take a bite, and the entire world seems to stop. Is it good? It's beyond logic. Just a normal sandwich, Seung-woo lies, scratching his head. He used too much Mio brand. If the pets fainted, these hunters might just explode. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, a storm is brewing. Something happened yesterday, they whisper. A man shoved a whole box of pills into the branch manager's mouth. Absolute chaos. Are you okay? Ji-hoon asks. Okay? I'm being worked to death, the manager screams out. He slams his cup down. That Kang-hook is insane. Has he no common sense at all? How could he draw a blade in that shop? In front of the hidden Slim, Ji-hoon turns away. But he's the director's top dog. This visit means something more serious. It's a test, the manager realizes, gripping his chair. A test from the director himself. The director's eyes are everywhere. He already knows about the Slim in that small restaurant. Ji-hoon is confused. A test? For who? And what are they looking for exactly? Both me and Captain Uha, the manager growls. A warning for hiding the truth. But the news traveled too fast. How did the top brass find out so quickly? The director is a monster. And now, Captain Uha is locked in a deadly rivalry. Ji-hoon's shocked. Captain's failure. Uha's husband. Mangled. Slim's strike, melted face. 5 deaths. Inexcusable. Duty over heart. Burdened. Pay cut. House arrest. Everyone's fleeing. Managers sigh. Too harsh? Atmosphere heavy. Wait. Something is wrong. Punishment? Kifi's cold smirk. Hyuk mocks Panface. Silence. Can science heal? Tech fails. Souls break. Pilot's miracle or curse? Awoken? Slim survivors rot. Regeneration the biological lock. Safety point. Eternal trauma. Locked. Nightmares become skin. Melted flesh. Permanent reset. Chef Seung-woo declares healing. Will defies fate. Miracles. Why meddle? Hyuk's doubt. Grow up. Kifi's punch. Chaos ensues. Seung-woo's fire. Revenge? I understand. Rage. Strange words. Chef's resolve. Touch family? Burn everything. Protected home. Now repay. Suspicion rise. Chef's secret? Recipe. New beginning starts. Casco fruit bitter soul energy. Kions, carrots, lightning roots. Lightning strikes. SSS chef technique. Raw death. Cook destiny. Mash, boil, transcend. Reset. Hyuk shudders. Hell's dish. Smirk. Salvation's agonizing taste. Terra's agony. Death's flavor. Pain bridges the miracle. Potions the hero's lifeblood. No elixirs? Heroes rot. Greedy mages. Hyuk's fury. Rookies die. Elites mock. No recovery. Certain end. That place was hell. So that was a Terra secret? Kif asked. Stunned, the chef survived that legendary encounter. Hyuk gritted his teeth. Indeed. It's the fresh start, a divine secret of ancient pilgrims. Simple farm ingredients transformed into a miracle recipe that defies all common culinary logic. The SSS rank effects are insane. instantly mending wounds and surging stamina through the body. But Hyuk shuddered. The taste is a nightmare. No one could forget that hellish flavor. It's not just food, it's a launch pad. He gestured wildly, as if soaring through the clouds. One bite, and boom. The physical impact is so violent, it sends eaters flying skyward. It literally blasts status ailments away into the blue yonder. Delicious? No, it's pure torture. A glimpse of the underworld, Minif noted. Truly a masterpiece of paradox and culinary power. A dish that inflicts agony yet grants absolute restoration. Sung-yu stepped forward with confidence. Passive regeneration is suppressed temporarily, he explained, allowing true divine healing to take hold. Kif smirked. Captain Ueno will be pleased, but how will he survive that terrifying aftershock? Sung-yu shrugged coldly. Not my concern. That's his penalty for disturbing my restaurant's peace. He should have been respectful from the start. Hyuk stood there, completely shell-shocked. Is this man a saint or a petty demon? The chef just laughed, radiating authority. Just witness my meticulous service. The two could only shiver at his overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, in Sector A's depths, Chief Kim Ji-nam prepared for the final operation. 23 hours until the show. This is the final stage. Precision is our only option. The staff lamented his stalled promotion, but Ji-nam just offered a scarred, weary smile. These old slime burns still haunt me, he muttered. The rank doesn't matter anymore. He laughed off their pity. My face was ruined long ago. Don't worry about me. His team watched in silence. Even with scars, his leadership was a beacon of hope. Enough. Calibrate the high-power generators and synchronize the motion controls immediately. Move out. As they left, he steeled his heart. Stay sharp, Ueno. I won't let you down. He yearned to return to her side, but his duty lay within the machine. Focus. The first activation is critical. Let's show everyone the true meaning of safety. This performance must be flawless. Watch for accidents. Guard your lives and our success. Yes, Chief, they roared. As Ji-nam tightened the final bolt, a figure appeared. It was Minif. Kim Ji-nam? The legendary husband of Captain Ueno, I presume? Don't use that name, he barked. I am Q. I despise my real name. Hif stammered. Right. Q. I've brought something special from the food god himself. Ji-nam froze. An elite from the High Council? Why seek out a mechanic? Is this about my wife? In a way, Kif said, handing over a glowing vial. Drink this before the trial. Later, as the crowds gathered for the grand show, Ji-nam watched the spectacle, the weight of his endless overtime finally starting to lift. He stared at the vial. A simple drink to heal scars that defied medicine? After all the doctors failed. This will work? He had asked, clutching the hope. Kif's smile was mysterious. You have nothing left to lose. Trust in the chef's talent. He downed it in one gulp. The sensation was an absolute explosion of divine flavor. It tastes like a century of concentrated herbs, a flavor profile of pure, unadulterated power. They called it the explosive fart. But his face, it was completely, miraculously restored. He looked at his wife in the stands. Her joy was the greatest buff imaginable. Chief? No. Call me the explosive Kim Ji-nam. He laughed, his heart finally free. Chief, with that insane regeneration, are you planning to become an S-rank hunter now? Ji-nam grinned. With this newfound power, his legendary journey was only just beginning. Do you even know what it takes to be a tank? It means being a human shield. I'm the last heir of the Kim bloodline. Why endure such beatings for mere coin? Isn't it all to provide for your child? Money isn't my primary concern anymore. True success is the perfect work-life balance. My wife and I both earn well. We live a life of absolute abundance. The junior staff sneered at his words. Abundance, huh? Ji-nam leaned in closer, whispering a sharp truth. You're just waiting for me to step down. Then the captain's seat is yours, right? The young man stammered, his ambition exposed. Ji-nam let out a weary sigh. Anyway, what should I gift my savior? A housewarming party for the god of cooking? Asking you was a legendary mistake. I'll consult my better half instead. He immediately dialed his wife for guidance. After a brief chat, the decision was made. Yes, that's the perfect choice. Truly, his wife's wisdom was peerless. Days later, Sung-woo examined the gift. A professional oven? This guy has taste. He actually remembered the state of my kitchen. With this, fresh bread will grace the menu. Ji-hoon chuckled at the sight. A world-class restaurant finally gets an oven? Sung-woo flushed with sudden embarrassment. An oven? Well, you see. He couldn't admit his secret fear to her. This machine is a black hole for energy. Cooking with heated air is pure luxury. The electric bill would be truly catastrophic. Those old days of poverty still haunt me. Every kilowatt hour felt like a heavy burden. This trauma was my only restraint. It's a habit born from the struggle. That's why I've avoided buying one until now. Ji-hoon's curiosity peaked at the next box. Is this another gift we should accept? Seung-yu shook his head firmly. This unit uses premium monster coal instead. Capture a coal monster, and fuel is free. Nabi interrupted with a hungry glint. Charcoal grilled meat is the ultimate delicacy. But the gifts didn't stop there. A self-driving mower for Nabi and Yi Yong-shik? Gi-nam truly thought of everyone. He even included a letter from Henna. A set of legendary armor for the warrior. Gear designed to absorb any devastating impact. Fine. I'll grant you my forgiveness. Seung-yu smiled at the peaceful scene. With such perfect weather, we're closing early. Ji-hoon exploded in sheer frustration. Are you running a business or a hobby? Opening and closing whenever you feel like it. My superiors ordered me to promote this place. I've been working day and night for you. I even built a dedicated rating app. This guy really knows how to push buttons. Without hesitation, Sung-woo made his move. Tonight, we celebrate with the ultimate pizza. The oven is hot and the toppings are ready. It's time for a feast of epic proportions. Layers of ingredients piled sky high. Pizza? Ji-hoon's anger vanished instantly. If you have the time, help me prepare. She immediately flipped the sign to closed. Her loyalty shifted in a single heartbeat. Who cares about the shop's hours now? Food is her one and only weakness. Meanwhile, deep within the Cyber D headquarters, Gi-nam downed a mysterious liquid from Kif. The atmosphere turned heavy with anticipation. Director Hyuk-jin watched the screen intently. That Kang Gi-nam has grown some backbone. He's no longer the man he used to be. There was no guarantee of a full recovery. Yet he drank it without a second thought. What if it was a deadly poison? Taji intervened with a calm report. The procedure was a monumental success, sir. Hyuk-jin pondered Gi-nam's eventual return. Will he come back to the front lines? No. He'd rather die than return to Warrior. He's officially retired from the hunter life. His family is now his entire world. How old is the boy? Only 2 years? A father's love is a powerful shield. Lower Sung-woo's threat level to rank C. From SSS to C? That's a daring move. It's a calculated risk for a unique asset. Despite the insults, he chose non-violence. He even healed the husband of his enemy. His character is as divine as his cooking. Look at the data for the elite squad. Their average combat power skyrocketed by 10%. An impossible feat through ordinary training. He claims raising an army is a bother. Yet his meals create legendary high-tier warriors. He deserves the Golden Medal of Valor. Taji felt the weight of the decision. If the director has spoken, it is law. Messing with this chef would be a mistake. Let's conclude the matters of Sector A. I've chosen the new Armored Division leader. Our foundation for elite hunters is complete. We are entering a new era of power. Sector A will be our primary focus. That is all for today's briefing. Understood, Director. Taji saluted. But when will you return to Korea? Your daughter misses you more than words. Hyuk-jin froze, a shadow crossing his face. I'm sorry, but my return is delayed. Duty calls, and the work only multiplies. Send her my most sincere apologies. Back at the restaurant, the prep begins. Sung-yu is crafting a culinary masterpiece. Is this an Earth-style or Terra-style pizza? The chef gave a knowing, confident smile. This is the authentic taste of Earth. Ji-hoon finally let out a sigh of relief. Sung-yu noticed her lingering suspicion. Can't you trust your own boss for once? I still remember those experimental det meals. Some were legendary, others were truly terrifying. I just hope it's actually edible this time. He kept serving dish after dish with a grin, each one more mysterious than the last. Her stomach roared, caught between fear and hunger. I'll prove it's delicious this time, he vowed, sensing his credibility was hitting rock bottom. Tomatoes prepped, onions and garlic minced. Now, the magic begins sautéing the ingredients in golden olive oil. The aroma was intoxicating. Ji-hoon's eyes sparkled, certain that this meal would be a legendary success. bread or rice, it pairs perfectly. Seung-woo smiled, adding 2 drops of 33-year-old secret Brian sauce. Ji-hoon jumped up, overwhelmed by the scent. It's Nabi's grandma's hidden recipe. Normally forbidden, Seung-woo revealed. Why forbidden? She asked. Because it's dangerously addictive, he replied. Ji-hoon narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Just a tiny drop creates perfection. The artisanal tomato base was ready for its final transformation. Suddenly, he handed her an apron. Stir this for 20 minutes, Ji-hoon. Don't stop the rhythm. Am I a customer or staff? She pouted. At these prices, my salary will vanish instantly. Seung-woo smirked. It was way more than half. Ji-hoon began stirring, but Seung-woo suddenly burst into laughter. What's so funny? She snapped. Is the apron that bad? He couldn't help but find her struggle hilarious. Honestly, you're the least apron-compatible person I've seen, he teased, picturing her back in a professional office. After stirring, Ji-hoon beamed with pride. So? Was I a natural or what? You did great, he lied, thinking it was just stirring. Now, what's the true soul of pizza? The crust, she declared confidently. I'm a professional eater, after all. Seung-woo felt a strange sense of déjà vu. She sounded exactly like Glee. He started kneading the dough, carefully measuring out the premium olive oil. Balance was key. Too much oil, and it's greasy. Too little, and it's dry. He worked with divine precision. Nabi's actually better at kneading than me, Seung-woo admitted. But that cat is currently on a break. A cat? Kneading? Ji-hoon was baffled. Cooking is all about the touch, and cat paws are superior. Scientific studies suggest their paw pads make the dough infinitely tastier, he explained with a straight face. Is that actually a real study? She asked, skeptical. He just chuckled playfully. Totally fake, just my opinion, he laughed. Ji-hoon screamed. I can't tell what's real anymore with you. Outside, Nabi was blissfully playing. Meanwhile, the dough was finally prepped and ready for its next stage. Usually, fermentation takes 2 long hours. Too tedious, he muttered. I'll use some fermentation magic instead. Ji-hoon nodded, convinced he could do anything. The dough began to rise under his divine touch. A quick mist of water and 1 more hour of waiting. The countdown to the ultimate pizza began. Ji-hoon sighed. Pizza is way too hard to make. I'm sticking to takeout for life. Finally, the base was ready. Topping time, Seung-woo announced. Ready and waiting, chef. Ji-hoon replied with a mock salute. Favorite topping? He asked. Meat, she shouted. She was becoming more like Glee every single second. He piled on the meat, and Ji-hoon's eyes sparkled. It looks like a masterpiece already. She cheered. Now for my special ingredient, he thought. The sweet, hot burst of pineapple, the ultimate flavor enhancer. Pineapple on pizza? Ji-hoon erupted in fury. Seung-woo laughed. He knew this reaction was coming. Typical Glee, he teased. Wait. Who's Glee? She asked. He froze, realizing his massive slip of the tongue. Panic surged, but he recovered quickly. Just an old colleague of mine. You guys have the same energy. Ji-hoon beamed, feeling like a trusted comrade. So we're more than just business partners now, huh? So, what's this Glee person like? She asked, curious about her supposed twin. A majestic orc, he began, with tusks reaching his nose and the strength of a mountain. He could shatter a stone golem with his bare hands. A legendary, cool friend, Seung-woo said with total sincerity. Ji-hoon's eyes widened. Cool? Really? The coolest, he confirmed, recalling Glee's epic battlefield presence. Watching him solo the Demon King's elite army gave me literal goosebumps. Now, let's add the seafood. Is it finally done? Ji-hoon asked eagerly. Almost. Time to set the table outside, he replied. She tied her hair back, ready to feast. Seung-woo watched her, confused by her sudden intense focus. Why that look? It's been forever since my last cheat day. She grinned, eyes locked on the pizza. Cheat day? He asked. A sacred day to devour everything your heart desires. She explained happily. He was speechless. Didn't she eat 3 portions of tonkatsu last night? This girl was a bottomless pit. The shop owner teased her about her workout. She sighed. I train daily. But, with how much you eat, your weight won't budge. Ji-hoon fumed at Seung-woo. Seung-woo clapped his hands. Dig in, everyone. The pizza looked absolutely divine. 1 bite was pure heaven. So good. Young Sik devoured it like a starving beast. The shrimp and squid flavor exploded. Nearby, Ji-hoon was eating at a terrifying speed. That athlete student was unstoppable. Later, Sung-woo brought out cold drinks for everyone. Ji-hoon wanted beer instantly. Despite her polite refusals, Sung-woo served the icy brews. He joined them since the shop was closed. Should I raise my own cows? He wondered. Even the base ingredients were SSS tier. Ji-hoon and Taji were sweating from the delicious heat. By afternoon, the plates were empty. Are you full? Beyond full. They groaned happily. Ji-hoon poked Young-sik. This little guy smells like sweet, concentrated fruit slime. Sung-woo smiled, but Ji-hoon's gaze turned hungry. What would he taste like? Tropical soda? Blue Hawaii flavor? Before she could finish, Sung-woo snatched the child away from her. Are you drunk? Ji-hoon pouted. Don't look at him like he's dessert, Sung-woo warned. I just wanted a sniff. Suddenly, her phone rang. An urgent call from the yak. Her attitude flipped instantly. At the headquarters, a man stared intensely at a report. He sipped lavender tea to calm his nerves. Why is there a pizza review here? Ji-hoon stood firm. Sir, that taste is worth 10 pages of disciplinary reports. He was baffled by her confidence. Do you realize what people used to call you? The cold-blooded empress. She shrugged. It was fitting. But look at me now. You're promoting a restaurant, he roared. This isn't work. You're just getting drunk. Ji-hoon smirked. Sir, pizza and beer are a legendary combo. It's science. Besides, it was after hours. My personal time is my own, right? She countered. The boss fumed. You're getting way too close to our new target. Keep your distance. You're closer to the returnee than your own direct superior, Baek Kang-hook, he barked. Ji-hoon grimaced. Don't compare that flashy peacock to him. It's an insult to the food. The chief was speechless. He's still your boss. Keep this up and hand in your badge. She squared up. If that's a challenge, let's go. Assigning work after hours is a crime. This workplace is toxic, she complained. I should be using my vacation days instead. The chief sighed. Scolding her was useless. Fine. There's an emergency update for tomorrow. Team B is returning. Ji-hoon froze. The atmosphere in the room turned ice cold. Team B? You mean Yoon Hung is back? She was suddenly wide awake and sober. Kang-hook will be thrilled, she muttered sarcastically. Those two will tear the city apart. The chief looked exhausted. He was hospitalized, so I finally had some peace. But now, prepare the evacuation protocols. We need the staff ready for the inevitable chaos. Understood, she replied. She dragged her feet out, her energy completely drained. One more drink, then I'll work till dawn. Next morning, a new presence arrived at Yak. It was Yoon Hung, a rank 11 S-class powerhouse. He gripped his legendary sword tightly. He stopped as he bumped into someone. Out of my way, he commanded coldly. Move. Watch your mouth, kid. It was Baek Kang-hook. The tension was electric. I'll teach you some respect today, Kang-hook growled. Come and try it then. Ji-hoon arrived to a massive headache. Can't I have one quiet morning? She groaned. Two teammates, acting like wild animals. Why did they hate each other so much? It was the Hunter entertainment system. The director turned heroes into idol-like celebrities. Media fame and public adoration had turned these powerful hunters into bitter, rival superstars. Beyond the combat rankings, a fierce popularity war is raging. Kang-hook is closing the gap while the top ranker rests. Back to the present ego, clashes and sparks are flying everywhere. I'll engrave some respect into your soul today, you brat. Old man, watch your mouth before I permanently shut it. No more talk. Blades clash as the entire street explodes. Evacuate now. This area is turning into a total graveyard. Glass shattered everywhere as Kang-hook bragged about his victory. I saw his opening and countered with a devastating throw. Min-kif barely listened, but the arrogant bragging continued regardless. Wait, didn't you actually get punched 3 times instead? First order elites brawling like thugs? Have some dignity. Stop making excuses and act like a true ranker. Why am I the only one getting lectured right now? Because he is a student, and you are an adult. Ugh, those minor protection laws are the bane of my life. You need a law to protect your lack of maturity. Escaping discipline after such a mess? You got lucky today. The rankings are shifting, and a new order is coming. Even an idiot first order must win his battles eventually. Forget it, let's grab a beer. My treat. Maybe. One wrong word and the knives come out. Just kidding. How can I actually beat that monster? Kang Hook sulks. Try your original style, combine guns and blades together perfectly. Siwoo serves the beer, while Kang Hook doubts his coordination. If only a master could teach me. Wait, look there. Minkif freezes, staring at the legendary figure before them. The restaurant owner? He is a hidden sword god. Learning from him would make your power skyrocket instantly. How do we convince a god? Money, fame, or threats? Threatening him is suicide. Let's try a fair trade instead. Gun techniques for sword lessons? That is a brilliant plan. He was playing with pistols earlier. He will definitely agree. Kang Hook is vibrating with excitement. This is his big break. Even with a massive skill gap, this could work. Siwoo agrees, promising to teach only the absolute basics. Success. That brat is finally going to taste defeat. 4 hours earlier, Yoon Hung was venting his pure rage. That crazy old man, constantly looking down on me. His strength is surging. I cannot underestimate him anymore. He blocked a serious strike. His growth is truly terrifying. If he masters the sword, I might actually lose. I could use my hidden ability, but not for him. Wait, what is that strange sound coming from the distance? A man and a cat, fighting like legendary gods? Unbelievable. Their raw stats are legendary. Not just physical builds, but their mastery is top tier. Moving like lightning in heavy armor? That sharp intuition is truly a terrifying sight. A master of ground combat. Exactly the type of opponent I struggle with most. But look at Nabi, effortlessly dodging that predictable strike and launching a counter. That's the one, the ultimate close combat technique I need to dominate this world. I'll swallow my pride and ask, wait, why is this bastard here right now? Yu Young's desperate plea leads him face to face with his sworn eternal enemy. Bae Kang Hyuk is equally stunned. The bickering between these rivals ignites instantly. What are you doing at my master's place? Your place? Stop dreaming, punk. Sung Woo sighs. Pipe down. I'll explain why you two losers are working here. No logic, just fate. A rank 92 shooter is now a mere kitchen hand. To pay his debts, Kang Hyuk is stuck here. And you? You're his new co-worker. You're teaching this brat sword skills too? Kang Hyuk screams in absolute fury. I'm not his teacher, Sung Woo clarifies. The cat is. Prepare for hellish training. The cat stares with pure disdain. What are you looking at? Lowly human. Want to settle this now? Kang Hyuk isn't letting this punk's attitude slide today. Respect your elders? Forget it. I'll crush you before the sun goes down. Sung Woo's aura flares dangerously. Fighting on your first day? You've got guts. Brawl during work and I'll fine you. This is your only warning, kids. A fine? Who decided that? 1 month's salary per fight. Any objections? You can't do this. Suddenly, Jae-hyun's face appears on the monitor with authority. Approved. Every fine will be donated to charity. So feel free to fight. Is that bald director insane? He's actually going to steal my hard-earned pay. I'm still listening, Jae-hyun warns. Kang Hyuk flips his personality in a heartbeat. Just kidding, ma'am. Meanwhile, Yu Young wonders if he can survive this madness. Work with this jerk, or learn the cat's divine arts? I can't quit. If Kang Hyuk gets stronger while I run away, I'll die of pure shame. I'm staying. Yu Hyung resolves to endure the cat's brutal, high-speed training. I'll master these skills and drive that bastard to the brink of insanity. Kang Hyuk is plotting too. I'll bait him into fighting and bankrupt him completely. One wants a breakdown, the other wants a beggar. The true war begins. Suddenly, a horde of schoolgirls surrounds the restaurant like a massive tidal wave. Look, it's the superstar Oppa. They're screaming for Kang Hyuk's flashy idol looks. Yes, ladies, Oppa is here. He starts milking the fame like a pro. Yu Hyung is cringing. Is he seriously doing fan service in a greasy spoon? Jealous? Civilian? Kang Hyuk taunts. That's it. The visual war is officially on. Yu Young steps out. Ladies, do you need help ordering some divine, buff-giving food? Forget the old man. Look at a real star. I'm right here, girls. He loosens his tie smoothly. Is it hot in here? Or just my aura? The girls melt instantly. We'll take 5 of whatever this handsome man serves. Kang Hyuk is seething with rage. Stealing my fans? You'll pay for this, brat. Sung Woo watches the chaos. Two idiots flexing their muscles just to sell soup. Team Black Ha versus Team Superstar. The battle for the ultimate restaurant idol. As long as sales are up, Sungwoo sighs. Who cares about their pride? But the atmosphere shifts. Sungwoo grips his wooden blade. Training starts now. With a single majestic swing, he unleashes a gale that sends the surrounding leaves flying. Kang Hyuk stands frozen in shock, feeling an overwhelming aura radiating from just his stance. Resting the blade on his shoulder, Sungwoo asks with a grin about the secrets of swordsmanship. He questions why techniques are divided into complex families and secret arts, catching the other off guard. Scratching his head in confusion, Kang Hyuk admits his ignorance as the master begins his lecture. Every style is born from a specific desire, and intent naturally shapes the flow of the blade. The philosophical words fly over Kang Hyuk's head, so the master decides on a visual demonstration. Watch closely. This is the weight of a knight's blade. He strikes the earth with immense force. This style was forged for protection, designed to stand firm alongside comrades in the heat of battle. Stability and narrow footwork are key, he explains, exhaling as he resets his breathing for the next. But knights added their own pride into the mix. He slashes through the air with lightning speed. Do you see it now? Kang Hyuk's eyes sparkle with pure admiration for the breathtaking display. That is both the strength and the burden of the knight's way, Sungwoo explains calmly. Beyond protection, it carries their burning desire for glory and the unshakable honor of their rank. Their elite status is mirrored in every strike, making the wielder's personality the very foundation of their art. So tell me, which path do you wish to walk? The question leaves Kang Hyuk stuttering. I am no philosopher, he mutters, scratching his face. I just want to crush Runwoo, a blade forged solely for victory, and one meant to bring others to their knees. Is that too shallow? He asks. But the master smiles, claiming his own specialty is exactly that. You, the hero? Kang Hyuk gasps as the master begins to reveal a dark, hidden past. Before the legends, I was a mere gladiator slave, where every move was designed only to kill. I will show you the brutal efficiency of the pits. Now, try to dodge this next strike. Come at me with everything you have. Hearing those words, Kang Hyuk feels a chill down his spine. Wait, I am not ready. But the master is already in a terrifyingly perfect killing stance. Kang Hyuk focuses intensely, predicting a center strike, but Sungwoo moves like a blur of shadows. A brutal thrust catches him square in the chin, sending him spiraling through the air like a doll. This is the sword of victory. No flash, no honor, just pure, overwhelming power and violence. Tears of pain well up as the realization finally hits him. I understand everything now. It is unpredictable and lethal, crafted to dominate the opponent even when you are at a disadvantage. If the skill gap isn't a canyon, I guarantee a 100% victory rate for you. Trembling, Kang Hyuk forces himself up, his pride wounded by the simplicity of the devastating blow. Why am I even using a sword? Should I just grab an axe and go wild instead? After a moment of internal turmoil, his determination burns brighter than ever before his ultimate goal. I must surpass Runwoo at any cost. He glares at the master, weighing his options. If I master this, can I truly crush the knights of the great families? He wonders silently. Seeing the intense stare, Sungwoo tilts his head, waiting for the student to make his choice. The time has come. Please, teach me the way of the noble knight, he shouts. A predictable choice, the master sighs, as if he had seen this outcome a mile away. Elsewhere, Runwoo is shaking violently while forced into a grueling, high-intensity yoga pose. This isn't training, it is just torture. He screams as Nabi and the guard approach him. For a small fry like you, flexibility is your only hope for survival. Nabi retorts coldly. No matter how much I eat, I stay thin. What do you expect me to do? Keep your complaints to yourself. Nabi snaps, as the silent guard watches the strange scene unfold. Is it truly possible for a human to mimic the agile movements of a cat? Taji asks. Do not worry, Nabi says with a smirk. The real nightmare training has only just begun. Behold the secret technique of 𝑺𝑺𝑺. Tell me, have you ever heard the legend of the vinegar path to flexibility? The young warrior stands dazed, but the tale says circus acrobats chug vinegar to turn their bones into liquid. It's said to dissolve lactic acid and ignite blood circulation, granting the body a rubber-like grace. By stimulating the citric acid cycle, one can achieve a physical form that defies the laws of nature. Yoon-hyung collapses in total exhaustion, dismissing the bizarre lesson as nothing but a pathetic joke. Nabi smirks, confirming that normal vinegar is useless. But in Euros, a divine ingredient exists. From the shadows, a mysterious skewer appears. "This is it," the cat cries. "The ultimate evolution snack." Staring at the grilled meat, our hero is baffled. Is this really the secret to god-tier flexibility? He ignores the chatter and eyes the meat, wondering if this is another one of those legendary cursed dishes. It looks edible enough, compared to the monstrous garbage he's seen others forced to eat. With a shrug, he takes a massive bite, thinking anything is better than listening to more lectures. The man and cat watch in eerie silence as he devours the skewer. Then, his eyes bulge in shock. A violent transformation begins. A blood-curdling scream erupts, echoing through the entire backyard. His skeleton feels like melting wax. His limbs lose all form, twisting into impossible, agonizing shapes. "It hurts! What kind of demonic poison is this?" he shrieks, as the bodyguard trembles in pure terror. Nabi simply sighs with disappointment. "That's the price of your impatience, you reckless fool." "What did you feed me?" he bellows in rage. Nabi calmly reveals the truth. "It's just an earthworm." His face turns a sickly shade of green. "Earthworms? You fed me. Actual garden worms?" "Don't be dramatic," Nabi retorts. "They've been used as divine medicine since ancient times. From Australia to China, these creatures heal blood clots and unlock hidden physical potential." The cat chides his ignorance, while Eun-hyung realizes he's being lectured by a talking feline. To think, a creature from another realm is teaching him Earth's biology through cursed snacks. In the vast deserts, we hunt the legendary yo worms. Their meat is the ultimate tonic for warriors. Red meat for blood flow, yellow meat for shattered fatigue. It grants the body infinite flexibility. But the shock is too much for his soul. Yoon-hyung collapses, falling into a deep, dark unconsciousness. He looks more like a twisted donut than a master warrior, the bodyguard mutters in concern. Nabi sighs. He didn't warm up enough. Next time, more stretching before we serve the worms. 1 week of hellish training passes. At the cafe, the two rivals are working with newfound intensity. Seung-gu watches them, coffee in hand. "You think 1 week of practice makes you masters?" Nabi scoffs from the sidelines. Ridiculous. They're still just amateurs playing at being warriors. The two trainees glare back with murderous intent, their spirits tempered by a week of suffering. Kang-hyuk wipes the floor, knowing his progress is real. The power within him is finally awakening. "In 1 year, I will reach a realm that no ordinary human can ever hope to touch." Their eyes meet, sparks of rivalry flying. Kang-hyuk's blood boils with a week's worth of grudges. 8 fights and a docked salary later. "I'm ending this bastard once and for all." A silent signal is exchanged. After work, the final showdown begins. In the courtyard, the shift ends and the crowd gathers. The air is thick with the scent of an impending duel. A public execution sounds perfect, Kang-hyuk boasts, his confidence reaching the very heavens. Suddenly, a sword hilt slams into his jaw. "Shut your mouth and draw your steel." Seung-gu sighs at the chaos. Some people just never learn when to stop talking. Enraged by the sneak attack, Kang-hyuk draws his blade. "You're dead meat, Yoon-hyung." The S-rank ability of Kang-hyuk activates. The very atmosphere trembles as his power explodes. He strikes with the force of a mountain. Yoon-hyung barely dances away from the lethal edge. Kang-hyuk pursues with relentless fury, swinging his blade in a storm of steel and rage. The blades clash in a symphony of destruction. Yoon-hyung remains calm, waiting for the killing blow. He smirks with arrogance. "How's that? This is the legendary knight swordsmanship I've mastered through blood and sweat." Seung-gu sighs at the pathetic display. "Only 1 week, and he's already boasting?" Min-kif's brow furrows in sheer disapproval. "What a mess," Seung-gu mutters, watching the duel. "At least he's finally learned how to hold a sword properly." It's a shocking evolution from just a week ago. Kang-hyuk's relentless assault shows a terrifying level of growth. But doubt creeps in. Did that mysterious chef teach him sloppily? The opponent isn't even bothered by the attacks. A mere brat possessing such high-level sword arts? Perhaps a god-tier master is behind this hidden potential. Suddenly, the blade is dropped. The sword spins violently through the air as Kang-hyuk's strike misses its mark. Like a shadow, Eun-hyung slips past the strike, leaping onto Kang-hook and locking his neck in a death grip. It's the legendary 18th joint lock of Neon Lingen, a secret Aelurist technique, meant to force an eternal slumber. He tightens the choke with a sinister grin. Sweet dreams, kid. Time for you to fall into a deep sleep. Kang-hook's vision fades into darkness. Asterisk, if this keeps up, I won't just lose, I'm going to die, right here. Asterisk. Desperation fuels a final gamble. He throws his entire weight backward, catching Eun-hyung completely off guard. Both warriors crash into the earth. Kang-hook's massive frame crushes Eun-hyung, forcing a pained, strangled scream from his lungs. In a desperate move, Kang-hook seizes a fistful of hair. Eun-hyung shrieks in agony as the duel turns ugly. Eun-hyung locks the arm tighter in a rage. Let go, you bastard. Do you plan on scalping me alive? Kang-hook rips a chunk of hair out in retaliation. You let go first, you low-down, cheating scumbag. You're literally killing me. Shut up. This is a valid combat technique too, you know? The crowd watches in total horror. Is this a real duel? The future of Korea looks absolutely pitch black. Seung-goo's face turns dark with shame, while Min-kif massages his temples at the sight of this pathetic brawl. The elite frontline's reputation lay in ruins. The circus continued for 30 minutes until everyone simply walked away. But one viral video changed everything, sparking global curiosity about the mysterious person behind these two lunatics. Now, both idiots are shivering in the shadows, terrified to face the wrath of the one they're avoiding. At Yak headquarters, the branch manager collapses. The video of the clownish duel has utterly broken his spirit. Magnificent job, you two, he sneers sarcastically. The two bickering fools are too annoyed to even listen. Fuming, the manager holds up a clump of fallen hair. The doctor said stress-induced balding is your fault. Kang-hook blinks in confusion. But sir, you were already as bald as a cue ball. Why the shock? Eun-hyung scowls, shifting the blame. Why are you taking out your midlife crisis on us, old man? Because of you two bastards, the manager roars. Have you even seen the headlines in today's news? The news? Kang-hook stammers. Eun-hyung sneers. Who reads newspapers? We aren't ancient relics like you. Kang-hook sighs, realizing his partner is obsessed with avoiding the reality of their disastrous public image. Ji-hoon slides a folder across the table. I've prepared a damage control report, just as a precaution. While the manager mourns his hair, Ji-hoon reveals the truth. The frontline's credibility has hit rock bottom. She points to the digital rankings. Behold, your brand new status as the world's most laughed-at hunters. Their popularity has plummeted into the abyss. Ji-hoon pushes up her glasses, her voice cold and analytical. Illegal violence, wasted resources, and massive economic damage. The Yak image is burning in a dumpster fire. The verdict is in, Ji-hoon announces. 10 months of salary, forfeited. Enjoy your forced diet, boys. Their worlds shatter instantly. 10 months? We'll have to survive solely on the food god's scraps. The manager downs his medicine with a glare. Wrong. You are both officially banned from the cafe too. What? They scream in unison. The manager snarls. Those SSS-rank food buffs are wasted on clowns like you. Actually, he continues, the higher-ups were strangely lenient. Do you know why you weren't fired immediately? Kang-hook scratches his cheek hopefully. Is it because my SSS-rank charm is just too irresistible to lose? The manager sighs. In a way, yes. It's because of your unique talent, Kang-hook. To the public, you aren't a warrior. You're a hilarious clown who provides top-tier entertainment. Because you're the world's favorite jester, the public has decided to spare your pathetic lives for now. I'm a clown? Kang-hook freezes in shock. Eun-hyung can't help but burst into a mocking, triumphant laugh. Eun-hyung was once the legendary cold-blooded genius swordsman of the gang, but fate was about to change. His cool guy image shattered instantly. The manager laughed. You are nothing but a second-rate clown now. Even me? Eun-hyung stuttered in shock. The branch manager roared. You two are just a drain on my resources. The verdict? 10 months of 0 rations. They were kicked out, forced to find their own meals to survive. Desperate, they signed their lives away for 10 months at the legendary Seung-woo's Divine Restaurant. Seung-woo yawned, satisfied. Finally, those two idiots are useful and not scaring off my customers anymore. The chef had won. He gained 2 elite slaves at YACC. the frontline's secret maintenance hub. At the district, exhaustion took its toll. "I'm dying," Henna whispered, craving Sungwoo's recovery meals. Wiping sweat, she noted the dimensional cracks appearing at a terrifying and unnatural frequency. "We are out of ammo," Jinnam warned. "The engines are screaming. This is getting dangerous." This was a literal hellscape compared to the peace of Switzerland. Jinnam offered a sympathetic smile. He handed her water with eyes full of tenderness. "You need to rest those eyes, Henna." He suggested artificial eyes for combat efficiency, but Henna simply took the water and sighed. "I am fine," she insisted despite the pain. A leader should not look perfect when others are falling. She chose to carry her scars as a tribute to the warriors who had already collapsed. Jinnam felt pity as her husband, but pride as a soldier. Then, a thought suddenly struck him. The frontline elites here are monsters. How do only 3 teams hold this entire sector? Henna dropped a bombshell. "It is not 3 teams, Jinnam. It is actually just 1. He was floored. 1 team? Against all these threats? That is absolutely impossible. Rank 92 was the only one left. That lazy brat Baek Ganghook is holding the line?" Henna nodded. Their efficiency was god tier, built on a flawless and high-precision tactical structure. The strategy centered entirely on their leader's scouting and devastating long-range barrages. "The leader is the core?" Jinnam asked. "But who is absorbing the damage at the front?" "He draws all the aggro himself," she explained. Jinnam realized it was a brilliant, yet suicidal plan. "Our tactics are basic," Jinnam pondered. "But theirs. That is true tactical evolution." Henna sighed as they lacked mobility. "Our power is too stationary." But the manager has a plan. Back at the YACC headquarters, a heated debate about the economic market was exploding. Juhun was fuming. "Sir, this is the 5th time you have brought up this ridiculous proposal." The manager slammed his desk. "This is not a whim. Look at these insane demands from the guilds." He threw the paperwork down. The pressure from these independent power users was reaching a boiling point. Since when does Yak care about those vultures? Juhun spat, her hatred for guilds very clear. Guilds were rogue superhumans who spat on authority while gates opened like endless, bleeding wounds. Yak claimed to be the world's shield, basking in public adoration and massive government funding. They used that glory to monopolize gates and recruit every high-potential awakener into their ranks. But the guilds fought back, demanding autonomy and the right to hunt their own destiny. Juhun could not stand it. To her, their global activities were just a cover for pure greed. "Autonomy? What a joke!" she screamed. "They are just power-hungry lunatics who ignore the world's safety." They did not care about protection, they only craved the legendary items hidden inside the gates. The branch manager sighed. "I know their greed better than anyone, Juhun. I am not blind." "Then why?" she demanded. "Why let these scavengers turn gate clearing into a profitable business?" He remained calm. "Think of the resources, Juhun. We are bleeding dry. This is a necessary evil." It was a way to protect the identities of unregistered hunters while reducing the military's burden. By outsourcing the danger, they could preserve their elite armored divisions for true catastrophes. "We will bind them with ironclad laws," he continued. "Strict entry permits will minimize the risks." But the front line was already shifting. As soon as the gate opened, everything would change. Raji-hyun hesitated, her heart sinking as a cold chill of dread washed over her. "Manager, what if this fails?" The branch manager sighed heavily, cutting her off. I know," he muttered, rubbing his stiff neck. "My job is the least of it," he whispered. "My very life is on the line." Scene shifts to the outskirts. At the rank E gate, hunters ventured into the abyss. Yet, a chilling unease gripped every soul. "Guild leader," her teammate spoke, face pale. "The boss is coming. If you're this scared, just turn back." Level 8 or not, Yoon's pride flared. She couldn't abandon the mission now. "Shut your mouth," she snapped. Her eyes gleamed with greed. "Do you know how much gold I sank into these raid rights? I have to see this through. There must be legendary loot hidden here. I won't leave empty-handed. The boss reward is mine. Do you think I'd retreat now?" She was possessed by the desire for wealth. Seho groaned. "Leader, you sound like a true villain right now." He exhaled a long, tired breath. "I can't stop you, but stay sharp. Even we'd struggle against a boss of this caliber." "Relax. I'm no rookie," Yoon claimed, though her knees shook. They pushed deeper into the dark forest. Besides, the monsters so far were trash. How special could the boss really be? Fate was about to answer. That attitude attracts disaster, he warned. Suddenly, a roar tore through the silent woods. A monstrous shadow emerged, freezing the Red Tiger squad in place. Each titanic step shook the very earth. The hunters gazed up in pure horror. Before them stood a colossus that defied all rank E logic. What is that? Yoon stammered, voice trembling. Why is a rank C monster in this gate? Morning at Red Tiger HQ. Yoon sat slumped in her chair, while Seho worked frantically on his computer. We're finished, she muttered like a ghost. This is just impossible. It doesn't make any sense. She recalled the nightmare. That giant beast. How could such a monster appear out of nowhere? Reality crashed down. Yoon screamed, slamming her head. We worked so hard. Why is heaven punishing me? Seho remained calm. The elite team is decimated. Every member needs 10 weeks of intensive recovery. The medical bills alone will bankrupt us. We're bleeding gold just to keep them alive. Plus, the insurance rescue fees are astronomical. Yoon clutched her head, face twisted in soul-crushing regret. We should have just let them die, she wailed. Then the insurance payout could hire a new team. Those stubborn fools, Seho sighed. Stop that. If anyone hears you, we'll be sued into oblivion. Besides, you're the one who was crying and begging for a rescue team to save them. Yoon adjusted her hat, defeated. Fine. So what now? Are we officially broke and out of business? Seho didn't blink. Not yet. Even if the heavens fall, there is always a way to survive. Yoon looked up, confused. A way? How? Do you know some hidden rank S hunter? Seho turned the monitor. I don't know any hunters, but I know a man who can fix this. In Area A, there's Hero's Diner. The owner is a legendary SSS-rank returnee with divine talent, a god-tier chef. If we get him on our side, everything changes. Yoon stared in disbelief. That's your solution? She screamed, slamming the desk. A cook? You think a returnee cares about us? Crack! The expensive mahogany table shattered. Yoon froze. She just broke the office's most valuable asset. After desperately taping the table, she whimpered. A returnee? Their food is insanely expensive, right? Seho nodded. Incredibly so, but they are powerful. One meal provides buffs that defy logic. Yoon groaned. Even if we hire him, won't the elites target us? They won't just stand by. Seho agreed. True. But for someone so wise, you really messed up this raid, leader. Rage flared. Yoon grabbed his collar, shaking him. Shut up. Nobody could have predicted this. A rank C ogre appearing in a rank E dungeon? That's a glitch in destiny itself. Who could have known the boss would be a freak? Seho's hair was a mess from her assault. Calm down and listen. Seho adjusted his glasses. We don't need a full-time awakened in the guild. We just need the divine chef. His meals give buffs that can turn a peasant into a hero. Even if we want a hunter, we don't need one. We need the man who rules the kitchen. Empty pockets and a burning fuse. Yiyul fumed with rage. What is the plan then? Seho smirked. We hire that chef to slay the beast for us. Yiyul froze. Wait, you mean let him carry us? She hesitated, then a spark lit in her eyes. If he clears that monster, our nightmare is over. For a legendary returnee, it is child's play. But Seho saw her doubt and spoke her mind. How do we ask a god for a favor? Don't sweat it. Seho was brimming with confidence. I have researched the perfect way to approach him. Yi-ul's heart raced with newfound hope. Seho, you genius. Give me the details. He flashed a wicked grin. It is simpler than breathing. We just go there and eat a meal. Scene shift to the Hero's Diner. Yi-ul was speechless. Are you serious right now? Sungwoo laughed. Sounds like a blast. I have always wanted to enter. Consider it done. I will help. Yi-ul's mind spiraled. Did he actually just agree to this? She recalled screaming at Seho for his insane suggestion. Have you lost your mind, you idiot? Now, she felt a wave of guilt. I should apologize later. Suddenly, Sungwoo cut through her thoughts. But there is one thing you must know. Yi-ul gulped, her voice trembling. What is it? Sungwoo gestured to a plate. The food we serve here. It is a bit special. Yi-ul turned. A man sat before her, his hands shaking as he lifted a single forkful. The moment he tasted it, he shrieked. his entire body freezing over. Yi-Yul's blood ran cold. She glanced at the bathroom. A line of desperate souls stretched out the door. Pure, chaotic terror. "I am new to Area A," she stammered. "What exactly is this dish everyone is fearing?" Sungwoo handed over a menu with a playful grin. "Not a local, huh? Just read this." Yi-Yul scanned the pages until one line stopped her heart. "The strange food challenge? Today only, I will waive the 100 million entrance fee." Sungwoo offered a rare chance. "Finish the plate, and you win a legendary artifact for free." Yi-Yul's breath hitched. Free? The word echoed in her mind. Suddenly, a fire ignited in her eyes. Her motivation was legendary. "I will do it." Sungwoo placed the dish down. Yi-Yul stared at the mysterious concoction. "What have I done?" She realized she had dove headfirst into a trap of her own greed. Looking at the plate, a sense of doom washed over her. "Is this truly okay? I feel sick." She slapped her cheeks. "No. No time for doubt. If I fail here, I am totally bankrupt. Focus, Yi-Yul." She gripped her chopsticks like a warrior's sword. "Eat first, pray later." She took a massive bite. "Who cares if I die? I am going for first place." Moments later, she was tossed out. Yoon-hee hissed. "Vulture hunters. Should we salt the entrance?" Kang-hee sighed in agreement. "I hate these greedy guild types." But Sungwoo remained calm. He brushed Nabi's fur gently. "I do not hold any grudges against them." "But why?" the staff shouted in shock. Sungwoo smiled, his eyes reflecting a deeper wisdom. "I am a self-made businessman too. Why would I hate someone trying to build their own legacy?" The blue beast grunted. "You are too kind, but you cannot force others to be like you." Sungwoo sighed. "Chasing profit is just the nature of the market. There is no sin in that." The staff stood stunned by his words. But still, Sungwoo looked at the empty table. "Honestly, I was impressed by her." He stared at her half-finished plate with genuine respect. Halfway is a miracle for a human. Her willpower is top tier. Suddenly, the door slammed open. "Wait!" A familiar voice thundered through the diner. Everyone froze and turned to the entrance. It was Yi-Yul. Ragged and gasping for air, she refused to stay down. She was back. "The strange food challenge. I am taking it again." Sungwoo looked concerned. "Your body needs rest. Come back tomorrow." Yi-Yul trembled, her gaze fierce. "Tomorrow? There is no tomorrow for me." She slammed back into her seat. "You said it was free today. Today is my only shot." She looked up, her face a mask of pure, desperate determination. For a hunter, life is now. Sometimes you must fight, even if defeat is certain. Seongwoo watched as she collapsed, her voice fading into a painful groan. Admiring her grit, Sanji applauded. "She is absolutely insane, but exactly my type." Moments later, the cursed plate was licked clean. Drained of all life, she leaned against a corner like a broken doll. That monstrous meal had consumed every ounce of her energy. Gang-hook watched in pure terror. She passed out while sitting up? Did she really devour that entire SSS-rank nightmare? Is this the legendary hunger spirit? He wondered. As a former 𝑦𝒂𝒏𝒌 member, I nearly forgot the weight of such determination. Seongwoo stepped forward with a smirk. "Exactly. You have to admit, her mental fortitude is nothing short of extraordinary." Gang-hook stared at her haggard face. "Even for money, how can a human push themselves this far into the abyss?" Seongwoo sighed. Desperation fuels the soul. No one wants to fail when they're at rock bottom. Suddenly, a phone buzzed loudly. Gang-hook jumped. What is with that frantic alarm? He grabbed her phone and checked the screen, his eyes nearly popping out. The display was blinding. Her level had skyrocketed to level 12. A 6-level jump? All at once? This is unheard of. Seongwoo chuckled softly. She is in for a massive surprise when she wakes up. He then turned his gaze toward Nabi. "Nabi, could you move our guest to a room?" Nabi raised her hand. "Understood. I will handle the transport immediately." Seongwoo asked, "By the way, where is Yoon-hun?" Gang-hook sighed tiredly. "He left for a meeting regarding the gate situation." His eyes trailed Nabi as she carried the girl away. "It seems to involve the very person you are carrying right now." "She was in charge of that gate," Gang-hook continued. "They were planning to send Yoon-hun to handle it before things spiraled." He shrugged with a sigh. "But with the boss here, that won't be necessary anymore." The power balance had shifted completely. If she masters these divine meals, she will become the ultimate proxy. Those gossiping fools will finally be silenced. Xiongwu smiled calmly. It does not matter. The system chooses its path according to the soul of the individual. Ganghuk pouted. Still, the hearts of others are impossible to predict. But Xiongwu's eyes suddenly blazed with blue mana. He touched his chin, a playful smirk forming. Actually, I have already seen the future. His gaze pierced through the room. Using his divine eyes, he observed the sleeping girl. My ability to read people is sharper than any blade, after all. Night fell over the Red Tigers Guild headquarters. Inside, Siho adjusted his glasses in utter disbelief. This is impossible. He stared at the business card from Xiongwu. A returnee promised to take down the boss? Is he truly that powerful? Yi Yul smirked with newfound confidence. Believe it. I will play this trump card exactly when the time is right. Seho was stunned. Did the guild leader really charm a man into helping? Yi Yul's temper flared. What did you just say? A brat like you knows nothing of my true value. Anyway, cancel the hunter recruitment immediately. We do not need them. Seho bowed. Understood. He opened the Hunter Heaven app to pull the postings, but a strange notification popped up. Delete Park Siho's profile? Yi-ul panicked instantly. No, not that one. My personal file stays. Just cancel the ads. Siho was baffled. Are you quitting already? Did you find another job? He stared at her, scratching his head in confusion. What am I supposed to delete then? Don't we need hunters to clear the monsters? He couldn't grasp her sudden arrogance. Yi-ul giggled. No, we don't need those weaklings anymore. Siho's jaw dropped. So the returnee really promised to handle everything? Yi-Yul's eyes shone with a manic, divine light. No, I am enough on my own. I have reached a new height. Siho trembled. What are you talking about? The entire world knows the guild leader is just a low-level weakling. Yi-Yul snapped. Watch your mouth. Fix that expression before I force-feed you something cursed. Her aura was terrifyingly different. Before that meal, she was a luckless level 6. But after Xiongwu's divine cooking, she had transformed into a level 12 beast. Seho was paralyzed with fear. A meal that boosts levels instantly. This returnee. He isn't human. He is a god. Yi-ul laughed triumphantly. That is why only Xiongwu can slay the boss. She gripped her shield with explosive strength. I will crush every monster in my path. Consider it a warm-up for my new SSS-rank power. She was glowing. Siho stammered. There are more respectful ways to say that, ma'am. But Yi-ul just pointed her finger aggressively at him. From now on, call him Lord Xiongwu, and make sure to pray at his restaurant every single morning and night. Seho shivered. She has definitely eaten something world-altering. Her entire personality has been rewritten by that food. Yi-ul stowed her shield. We strike tomorrow. Clean this place up and find a dealer for high-grade mana accessories. Seho sighed. Your enthusiasm is getting a bit scary, ma'am. Yi-ul rolled her eyes at his lack of vision. You haven't been to that restaurant, so you don't understand. Even the highest-ranked superstars are serving tables there. Siho froze as she listed the legendary names. Top-tier elites acting as waiters? The world was changing too fast. You're telling me he uses them as waiters? Yoon nods. One word from him, and they bow instantly. Seho's suspicion grows. She's calling him Lord more often. Who exactly is this mysterious powerhouse? With a monster like him, gates are a breeze. Seho falls into deep, calculating thought. Seho raises his hand with a glint. Since the returnee is free labor, let's maximize his value. Yi-Yoon looks puzzled. Seho's face turns villainous. Let's borrow funds and buy high-rank gate access. We'll drag him into a hellish difficulty. Yi-Yoon freezes in pure shock at his dangerous greed. Rage explodes from her. She strangles Siho instantly. How dare you dream up such insane schemes? Betraying a savior for profit? You need a harsh lesson. Seho wails in pathetic agony. But the rewards would be fivefold. Yi-Yoon's fury peaks. She strikes him even harder. His screams echo through the dawn. The next morning, an E-rank gate stirs in the forest. A familiar voice rings out. Guild management is a financial nightmare, not a gold mine. Sung-woo is stunned. That's unexpected, he remarks. The hunters I've seen are all filthy rich. Yi-Yoon scoffs. They're just scavengers chasing coins, she cuts in. Magic stones and artifacts have value. But, then where does the money go? Sung-woo asks. Yi-yoon sighs at the cruel reality. The law is the problem. The Hunter Bureau imposes suffocating taxes and safety regulations. The paperwork is mind-numbing. Even low-rankers require mandatory insurance and expensive gear. After buying supplies and equipment, Yi-yoon's expression turns gloomy. The costs are overwhelming. 50% of profit vanishes instantly. Sung-woo sighs. It's just like running a restaurant. Expenses skyrocket. One failure means bankruptcy. The guild could shutter in a single day. Laws protect hunters, not guilds. Sung-woo nods. Sounds like a high-stakes gambling den. Yet guilds still thrive? Yi-yoon's gaze sharpens. Some avoid the gamble by breaking the law. They evade taxes and vanish if a hunter dies. That's how the shady ones keep the gold. Sung-woo strokes his chin, smiling. Dancing between legal and illegal. That's a recipe for disaster. He opens his eyes. The other world was the same. Shady business exists in every realm. Corruption is a universal language. Doing the right thing isn't always the most profitable path. Suddenly, a monster lunges. A surprise ambush strikes. Yi-yoon raises her shield just in time. She grunts under the impact. Nostalgia is great, but... She glares back at the idle man. Help me out here. Are you really just going to stand there and watch? Two E-rank beasts lash out. Sung-woo remains calm. He casually unfolds a fishing chair. Our contract is clear. I only handle the boss monster. He sits down to enjoy the show. Good luck. Try to win. Sung-woo cheers happily. This enemy isn't exactly invincible, right? Yi-yoon struggles, nearly in tears. What an ingrate. I should have listened to Siho's plan. Inside the forest gate, Sung-woo strolls. He admires the scenery. The air here is incredibly crisp. It's a shame I didn't bring my pets. Sung-woo touches a massive, ancient tree. He gazes at the towering canopy. Trees this grand are rare in the city. They'd fetch a fortune. He chuckles. They call rifts a disaster. But humanity thrives on the riches they provide. Yi-yoon appears from behind, panting. Her stamina is spent. Oh, you finally made it? She's covered in dirt and leaves. Her hair is a mess. Yes, I'm here, she rasps. Her eyes burn with irritation. Isn't this a bit much? I begged you for help. Sung-woo sighs dismissively. Don't overreact. He gestures to the fallen monster corpses. You won and arrived in one piece, didn't you? Yi-yoon grinds her teeth in frustration. Sung-woo yawns loudly. If you're done resting, let's move. I'm starting to get sleepy. Yi-yoon stares at him, dumbfounded. She swallows her rage. Patience, Yi-yoon. He's our benefactor. She activates her special ability. Absolute focus takes over. The sun reaches its midday peak. The monsters are completely wiped out. Yi-yoon finds Sung-woo napping without a care. Yi-woo groans in pure frustration. Sung-woo finally wakes, yawning. It is finished, he says calmly. The wait was agonizing, she snaps. Why didn't you help me? She cannot believe his sheer audacity. He is officially more annoying than Siho. Sung-woo stretches his limbs. People call me annoying, but I'm grateful. She is fuming, steam practically rising. Look at me. I was at death's door. My shield is shattered into pieces. Sung-woo just sighs, completely unimpressed. A heavy, bored breath. I have told you many times. There was never a moment you were in danger. You fail to see your own limits. Your potential is far greater than you imagine. Start having some confidence. His words strike a chord, leaving her speechless. She shyly adjusts her hat, blushing. I only have high focus, that's all. A top-tier talent, he replies smoothly. But they say it is only for studying. No skill is better for growth. High learning means becoming powerful at lightning speed, and it is perfect for fine dining. Time to eat. Yi-woo freezes in shock. A feast has appeared before her eyes. The fire was already roaring. When did you prepare all this? This is no time for snacks. The boss is coming. Prepare for battle. Sung-woo looks puzzled at her panic. But I already handled it. Yi-woo stands there, stunned. He casually touches the marbled meat. Behold, the ogre boss is already served. Her jaw drops in disbelief. Ogre meat? When did you even hunt it? While you were busy fighting, he smiles. Her heart sinks in pure terror. She has never seen such massive cuts. and he has no reason to lie. The ogre is truly dead. What about the core? She stammers. It's safe. Go ahead and loot it later. She rubs her chin, mind blown. The beast that crushed her entire guild was slaughtered like a common animal. A total anticlimax for her epic struggle. She puffs her chest, acting tough. Then, this counts as my victory. A hollow win, thanks to Sungwoo. She narrows her eyes at him suspiciously. Why are you wearing that apron so happily? He gives her a gentle, knowing look. It is dinner time, he says warmly. I am not eating monster meat, she screams. But it's a monster, she trembles. Exactly why we must eat it, he counters. This man is completely insane. But as she stares at the meat, the thick cuts and perfect marbling, her stomach betrays her with a loud growl. Maybe it is not that bad? Suddenly, she snaps out of it, horrified. She slaps her own cheeks hard. Get a grip, Yiwu. Are you losing it? Eating monsters brings 3 lifetimes of bad luck. That is the legend, at least. If I stay, I will fall for temptation. I must leave this place right now. She bolts like a startled rabbit. I am getting the mana stones. Don't wait. Sungwoo watches her flee in confusion. Like it or not, you will have to eat. Let's make this legendary. He picks up his blade with a smirk. The heavy cleaver splits the fat perfectly. In Terra, monster meat equals divine stew. Every adventurer inn has a massive cauldron, a bubbling heart of the tavern. Everyone throws in their fresh kills, enhancing the flavor with every new hunt. The eternal stew is born. No quality control, but impossible to fail. A dark, confident grin plays on his lips. His eyes glow with a chef's intensity. Since I'm the only one cooking today, this might be truly dangerous. Hours later, he is still perfecting it. He ladles the golden broth carefully, an aroma so divine, it's almost frightening. He sighs, spotting her in the bushes. Stew's ready. You coming or what? Caught red-handed, she recoiled in terror, trembling as she refused. Yet, Sungwoo claimed this meal was special. He had prepared it specifically to bolster her unique abilities. Consuming it would grant her overwhelming power. Hesitating, she stammered that it was too much. Last time, a simple scallion pancake nearly ended her life, recalling her brush with death. She shuddered. Sungwoo stroked his chin, deep in thought regarding her condition. Activating his observation skill, he scanned her stats. Free-spirited, deep-seated emotions, and sharp focus defined her. A smirk played on his lips. Her former pettiness had evolved into a calculated sense of caution. She was growing fast, yet refusing a free power-up was an unexpected twist for her character. Sungwoo pressed on, urging her to try a bite. Yi-eun stammered, questioning the necessity since the dungeon was cleared. Sungwoo nodded slowly, his silence chilling. Suddenly gripped by fear, Yi-eun begged him to speak up. The atmosphere shifted as he revealed the truth. A linked gate was manifesting within the dungeon walls. Stunned, she let out a gasp. Sungwoo explained that the low-level boss was fueled by a higher dimension. Soon, high-ranking boss monsters would swarm through the connection. Terror finally took hold of Yi-eun's heart. She trembled, realizing they were doomed. Why had he kept this a secret until the final second? Sungwoo sighed, dismissing her worries. Time was a luxury they no longer possessed in this crisis. Only one path to survival remained: instant evolution through his cooking. He presented the glowing pot. With a playful smile, he told her to eat. Tears of frustration fell as she screamed in rage. Meanwhile, at the branch office, chaos erupted. Every available hunter was being deployed for an emergency. Jae-hun burst into the office with a dire report. A level RK gate was showing signs of fracturing. This crack was at least B rank, a high threat level. Luckily, Yun-hung was already on standby for orders. The branch manager ordered an immediate deployment. Jae-hun mentioned that the legendary returnee, Sungwoo, was present. The manager scowled, hating to rely on an outsider. Was their internal system truly that pathetic and weak? It wounded his pride deeply. Yet the lives of many hung in a very delicate balance. He reminded everyone that they couldn't simply depend on a single individual's goodwill to save them. Jae-hun worried that Sungwoo would feel insulted. A lack of trust could ruin their fragile alliance. But the manager disagreed. Sungwoo would be more disappointed if they offered no support at all. He viewed Sungwoo as an observer, a teacher who watched but never dirtied his own hands. Back inside the gate, Sungwoo felt a sudden itch. Someone, somewhere, was definitely talking behind his back. Beside him, Yi-eun faced a culinary nightmare. The dish he served looked like a gateway to hell. The liquid was red as blood, topped with bizarre ingredients. Desperation forced her to take a single spoonful. Good heavens! The hellish spice level sent her soul reeling. It was pure torture for her tongue. Just how many peppers had he used? Unable to swallow, she spat it out, melting the ground instantly. It was lethal heat, yet Seung-woo watched her like a hawk, waiting for her to finish. Yi-eun hesitated, fearing she might die before the buffs even kicked in. Was it worth the pain? Trusting his SSS-rank talent, she downed the rest. Survival first, consequences later, she decided. She prayed for a miracle of strength. Outside, the connection gate began its violent and inevitable opening. They just needed to endure until the army arrived. But for Yi-eun, the internal fire was unbearable. Sweat poured as every pore in her body dilated. Her vision blurred, and reality began to warp strangely. Time slowed to a crawl. Was this the end? Dying from a meal felt like a cruel joke. Snap! Seung-woo's finger flicked, pulling her back. This wasn't death, but a total sensory awakening. Every nerve was now hypersensitive. His divine dish had pushed her concentration to the absolute limit. He used Denzodius asparagus for mental clarity, an ingredient favored by high-ranking priests in Terra. The inferno pork from the abyss was incinerating her impurities, flushing them out through her burning sweat. Combined with ogre meat for vital nutrients, the recipe was perfect. She had entered the selfless state. In this zone of ultimate focus, the entire world appeared to move in slow motion around her. This was Yi-eun's new reality. If she mastered this state, she would become an unstoppable force. With razor-sharp focus, she finally mastered this sensation. Seung-woo's divine essence had awakened her hidden potential. Mastery requires grueling discipline, he noted. With effort, reaching this transcendent state will become your second nature. She had to etch this peak sensation into her soul. Praise for her true talent felt strangely sweet. Now she understood why the elite First Order looked at this man with such absolute reverence. As twilight bled over the gate, a shadow flickered first black. Yoon-hyuk was moving at godlike speed. High-level engineer Nyung-ha was directing his every move from the shadows of the command center. This gate was crawling with ogres. Nyung-ha warned him not to take a single hit from those brutes. But Eo-hung was a hothead who lived to flex his overwhelming power. He wouldn't back down. Nyung-ha teased him about the time he bragged and ended up with 5 shattered collarbones years ago. Infuriated by the jab, Eo-hung lunged forward, his blade cutting through the air like a reaper's scythe. One strike. 2 massive ogres fell. He wiped his blade, demandingly asking for his next kill. This was a Dangan-type link gate, a high-difficulty siege where monsters swarmed the boss like a tidal wave. Without a word, Eo-hung vanished toward the next objective, eager to prove his legendary strength once more. Perched upon a high branch, he froze. The scene unfolding before his eyes was utterly impossible. Seung-woo was herding fearsome ogres like cattle, all to serve as live training fodder for young Yoon. Yoon was suddenly cornered. A beast in front, another lunging from her blind spot death was inches away. In a blur of motion, her instincts flared. She leaped into the heavens, dancing mid-air to evade the strike. Eo-hung's jaw dropped. A mere rookie was dual-wielding fate against 2 ogres simultaneously? It was madness. Nyung-ha arrived just in time to witness the miracle. Is that really just hyper-focus? Eo-hung stammered. Through the camera lens, Nyung-ha explained that mental buffs could reach god-tier levels depending on the user. Even the arrogant Eo-hung had no choice but to acknowledge the girl's terrifying, raw talent. Meanwhile, Seung-woo sat back eating popcorn, casually directing her like a grandmaster playing a game of chess. Seeing his guidance, Eo-hung finally realized the terrifying secret behind her meteoric rise in power. Hiding behind advanced stealth drones, Eo-hung plotted a surprise attack, but Seung-woo's cold gaze met his instantly. 4 top-tier cloaking shields were useless. Seung-woo's perception was that of a true, apex predator. As Yoon struggled with her prey, Eo-hung decided to jump in. It was time to finish this gate. The ERK gate extermination began in earnest. A symphony of destruction echoed through the monster-infested halls. Within 2 hours, every ogre was slaughtered. The core shattered, and the hunters returned as victors. Yoon awoke in a sterile hospital room, her memories of the final clash hazy and fragmented. The intensity of her focus had been so deep that the battle felt like a distant, fleeting dream. Despite the exhaustion, a surge of pride filled her chest. She had fought like a true warrior. Suddenly, the quiet was shattered. Siho burst through the curtains, his face a mask of pure shock. Ignoring her bandages, he frantically waved his phone in front of her face, shouting in total disbelief. "Look! Yak just deposited a fortune," he screamed. Yun stared at the balance, her heart pounding. A leading one followed by an endless sea of zeros. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Siho demanded to know what happened. "I just took down 5 ogres," she replied, still stunned. He knew the truth. This was the handiwork of the legendary regressor who had mentored her. Thanks to Sungwoo's divine support, her level had skyrocketed beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Her muscles were torn, but the doctors said the healing process would leave her stronger than ever. The scent of wealth ignited a new fire in her soul. She hungered for more battles and more gold. "I need to level up now," she roared, her ambition shaking the very walls of the hospital wing. A grumpy nurse snapped the curtains shut. "Get a private suite or shut up. This is a hospital." At home, Sungwoo sipped his coffee, eyes scanning the news of their successful gate conquest. The Area A link gate was officially cleared, and the high-quality ogre remains were being processed. Yak was already using the monster essence to forge next-generation artificial muscles for elite combat gear. First Order's Yun Hung took the credit, but Yi knows the truth. Siwoo's buffs are the real reason they survived. Yi wants to build him a golden statue. Siwoo refuses, humble as ever, while Nabi checks the morning prep. The morning rush is coming. Siwoo's finished his masterwork, and Hanshik is handling the cleanup with high-speed precision. With a legendary team, the restaurant is ready. A new day begins for the hidden god of the culinary world. That's all for today. Smash that like button to support our food god's journey. See you in the next chapter.